Section 12 of 15 Stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Walls. 4 walls do not a prison make, unless they look out upon a world that doesn't exist anymore. Harry Trimble looked pleased when he stepped into the apartment. The lift door had hardly clacked shut behind him on the peering commuter faces in the car before he had slipped his arm behind Flora's back, bumped his face against her cheek, and chuckled. "Well, what would you say to a little surprise? Something you've waited a long time for." Flora looked up from the dial-a-ration panel. "A surprise, Harry?" "I know how you feel about the apartment, Flora. Well, from now on, you won't be seeing so much of it." "Harry!" He winced at her clutch on his arm. Her face was pale under the day glare strip. "We're not moving to the country?" Harry pried his arms free. "The country? What the devil are you talking about?" He was frowning now, the pleased look gone. "You should use the lamps more," he said. "You look sick." He glanced around the apartment. The 4 perfectly flat rectangular walls, the glassy surface of the Veriglow ceiling, the floor with its pattern of sink-away panels. His eye fell on the 4-foot square of the TV screen. "I'm having that thing taken out tomorrow," he said. The pleased look was coming back. He cocked an eye at Flora. "And I'm having a full wall installed." Flora glanced at the blank screen. "A full wall, Harry?" "Yeah." Harry smacked a fist into a palm, taking a turn up and down the room. "We'll be the first in our cell block to have a full wall." "Why, that will be nice, Harry." "Nice?" Harry punched the screen control, then deployed the 2 chairs with the tray racks ready to receive the evening meal. Behind him, figures jiggled on the screen. "It's a darn sight more than nice," he said, raising his voice over the shrill and thump of the music. "It's expensive, for one thing. Who else do you know who can afford—" But nothing. Imagine it, Flora. It'll be like having a balcony seat looking out on other people's lives." "But we have so little space now. Won't it take up—" "Of course not. How do you manage to stay so ignorant of technical progress? It's only 1/8 of an inch thick. Think of it. That thick." Harry indicated 1/8 of an inch with his fingers. "And better color and detail than you've ever seen. It's all done with what they call an edge excitation effect." "Harry, the old screen is good enough. Couldn't we use the money for a trip?" "How do you know if it's good enough? You never have it on. I have to turn it on myself when I get home." Flora brought the trays, and they ate silently, watching the screen. After dinner, Flora disposed of the trays, retracted the table and chairs, and extended the beds. They lay in the dark, not talking. "It's a whole new system," Harry said suddenly. "The full wall people have their own programming scheme. They plan your whole day, wake you up at the right time with some lively music, give you breakfast menus to dial, then follow up with a good sitcom to get you into the day. Then there's nap music with subliminal hypnotics if you have trouble sleeping then." "Harry, can I turn it off if I want to?" "Turn it off?" Harry sounded puzzled. "The idea is to leave it on. That's why I'm having it installed for you, so you can use it." "But sometimes I like to just think." "Think? Brood, you mean?" He heaved a sigh. "Look, Flora, I know the place isn't fancy. Sure, you get a little tired of being here all the time, but there are plenty of people worse off, and now with a full wall, You'll get a feeling of more space. Harry, Flora spoke rapidly, I wish we could go away. I mean, leave the city and get a little place where we could be alone, even if it means working hard and where I can have a garden and maybe keep chickens and you could chop firewood. Good God, Harry roared, cutting her off then. These fantasies of yours, he said quietly. You have to learn to live in the real world, Flora. Live in the woods. Wet leaves, wet bark, bugs, mold. Talk about depressing. There was a long silence. I know. You're right, Harry, Flora said. I'll enjoy the full wall. It was very sweet of you to think of getting it for me. Sure, Harry said. It'll be better. You'll see. The full wall was different. Flora agreed as soon as the servicemen had made their last adjustments and flipped it on. There was vivid color, fine detail, and a remarkable sense of depth. The shows were about the same, fast-paced, bursting with variety and energy. It was exciting at first, having full-sized people talking, eating, fighting, taking baths, making love right in the room with you. If you sat across the room and half closed your eyes, you could almost imagine you were watching real people. Of course, real people wouldn't carry on like that, but then it was hard to say what real people might do. Laura had always thought Doll Star wore padded brassieres, but when she stripped on full wall, there wasn't any fakery about it. Harry was pleased too. When he arrived home to find the wall on, he and Flora could dial dinner with one eye on the screen, then slip into bed and view until the bulldoze pills they'd started taking took effect. Perhaps things were better, Flora thought hopefully, more like they used to be. But after a month or two, the full wall began to pale. The same faces, the same pratfalls, the same happy quizmasters, the puzzled prize winners, the delinquent youths and fumbling dads, the bosoms, all the same. On the 63rd day, Flora switched the full wall off. The light and sound died, leaving a faint, dwindling glow. She eyed the glassy wall uneasily, as one might view the coffin of an acquaintance. It was quiet in the apartment. Flora fussed with the dial erection, averting her eyes from the dead screen. She turned to deploy the solitaire table and started violently. The screen, the residual glow having faded now, was a perfect mirror. She went close to it, touched the hard surface with a finger. It was almost invisible. She studied her reflected face. The large, dark eyes with shadows under them. The cheek line, a trifle too hollow now to be really chic. The hair drawn back in an uninspired bun. Behind her, the doubled room, unadorned now that all the furnishings were retracted into the floor, except for the pictures on the wall. Photographs of the children away at school. A sunny scene of green pasture land. A painting of rolling waves at sea. She stepped back, considering the effect. The floor and walls seemed to continue without interruption. Except for a hardly noticeable line, it was as though the apartment were twice as large. If only it weren't so empty. Flora deployed the tables and chairs, dialed a lunch, and sat eating, watching her double. No wonder Harry seemed indifferent lately, she thought, noting the rounded shoulders, the insignificant bust, the slack posture. She would have to do something in the way of self-improvement. Half an hour of the silent companionship of her image was enough. Flora snapped the screen back on, watched almost with relief as a grinning cowboy in velvet chaps made strumming motions while an intricately fingered guitar melody blared from the soundtrack. Thereafter, she turned the screen off every day. At first, only for an hour. Later, for longer and longer periods. Once, she found herself chatting gaily to her reflection and hastily fell silent. It wasn't as though she was becoming neurotic, she assured herself. It was just the feeling of roominess. that made her like the mirror screen. And she was always careful to have it on when Harry arrived home. It was about 6 months after the full wall had been installed that Harry emerged one day from the lift, smiling in a way that reminded Flora of that earlier evening. He dropped his briefcase into his floor locker, looked around the apartment, humming to himself. "What is it, Harry?" Flora asked. Harry glanced at her. "It's not a log cabin in the woods," he said, "but maybe you'll like it anyway." "What is it, dear?" "Don't sound so dubious." He broke into a broad smile. "I'm getting you another full wall." Flora looked puzzled. "But this one is working perfectly, Harry." "Of course it is," he snapped. "I mean, you're getting another wall. You'll have 2. What about that? 2 full walls. And nobody else in the cell block has 1 yet. The only question is," he rubbed his hands together, striding up and down the room, eyeing the walls, "which wall is it to be? You can have it adjacent or opposite. I went over the whole thing with the full wall people today. By God, they're doing a magnificent job of programming. You see, the 2 walls will be synchronized. You'll be getting the same show on both. You're seeing it from 2 angles, just as though you were right there, in the middle of it. Their whole program has been built on that principle." "Harry, I'm not sure I want another wall." "Oh, nonsense. What is this, some kind of self-denial urge? Why not have the best? If you can afford it, and by God, I can afford it. I'm hitting my stride." "Harry, could I go with you someday? Tomorrow? I'd like to see where you work. Meet your friends." "Flora, are you out of your mind? You've seen the commuter car. You know how crowded it is. And what would you do when you got there? Just stand around all day, blocking the aisle? Why don't you appreciate the luxury of having your own place, a little privacy, and now 2 full walls?" "Then could I go somewhere else? I could take a later car. I want to get out in the open air. Harry, I haven't seen the sky for years, it seems." "But," Harry groped for words, staring at Flora, "why would you want to go up on the roof?" "Not on the roof. I want to get out of the city, just for a little while. I'll be back home in time to dial your dinner." "Do you mean to tell me you want to spend all that money to wedge yourself in a verticar and then transfer to a crosstown and travel maybe 70 miles, packed in like a sardine, standing up all the way, just so you can get out and stand in a wasteland and look back at the walls, and then get back in another car, if you're lucky, and come back again?" "No, I don't know. I just want to get out, Harry, the roof. Could I go to the roof?" Harry came over to pat Flora awkwardly on the arm. "Now, take it easy, Flora. You're a little tired and stale, I know. I get the same way sometimes. But don't get the idea that you're missing anything by not having to get into that rat race. Heaven knows I wish I could stay home. And this new wall, it's going to make things different. You'll see." The new full wall was installed adjacent to the first, and with a joint so beautifully fitted that only the finest line marked the junction. As soon as she was alone with it, Flora switched it off. Now 2 reflections stared back at her from behind what appeared to be 2 intersecting planes of clear glass. She waved an arm. The 2 slave figures aped her. She walked toward the mirrored corner. They advanced. She stepped back. They retreated. She went to the far corner of the room and studied the effect. It wasn't as nice as before. Instead of a simple room, neatly bounded on all 4 sides by solid walls, she seemed now to occupy a stage set off by windows through which other similar stages were visible. endlessly repeated. The old feeling of intimate companionship with her reflected self was gone. The two mirrored women were strangers, silently watching her. Defiantly, she stuck out her tongue. The two reflections grimaced menacingly. With a small cry, Flora ran to the switch, turned the screens on. They were seldom off after that. Sometimes, when the hammering of hooves became too wearying, or the shouting of comics too strident, she would blank them out and sit back to the mirror walls, sipping a cup of hot cofflet and waiting. But they were always on when Harry arrived. Sometimes glum, sometimes brisk and satisfied, he would settle himself in his chair, waiting patiently enough for dinner, watching the screens. "They're all right," he would declare, nodding. "Look at that, Flora. Look at the way that fellow whipped right across there. By golly, you gotta hand it to the full wall people." "Harry, where do they make the shows? The ones that show the beautiful scenery and trees and rolling hills and mountains?" Harry was chewing. "Don't know," he said. "On location, I suppose." "Then there really are places like that? I mean, they aren't just making it up." Harry stared at her, mouth full and half open. He grunted and resumed chewing. He swallowed. "I suppose that's another one of your cracks?" "I don't understand, Harry," Flora said. He took another bite, glanced sideways at her puzzled expression. "Of course they aren't making it up. How the devil could they make up a mountain?" "I'd like to see those places." "Here we go again," Harry said. "I was hoping I could enjoy a nice meal and then view a while, but I guess you're not going to allow that." "Of course, Harry. I just said—" "I know what you said. Well, look at them then." He waved his hands at the screen. "There it is. The whole world. You could sit right here and view it all." "But I want to do more than just view it. I want to live it. I want to be in those places and feel leaves under my feet and have rain fall on my face." Harry frowned incredulously. "You mean you want to be an actress?" "No, of course not." "I don't know what you want. You have a home, 2 full walls, and this isn't all. I'm working towards something, Flora." Flora sighed. "Yes, Harry, I'm very lucky." "Damn right." Harry nodded emphatically, eyes on the screens. "Dial me another coughlette, will you?" The third full wall came as a surprise. Flora had taken the 1100 car to the robo-clinic on the 478th level for her annual checkup. When she returned home, there it was. She hardly noticed the chorus of gasps cut off abruptly as the door shut in the faces of the other wives in the car. Flora stood, impressed in spite of herself by the fantastic panorama filling her apartment. Directly before her, the studio audience gaped up from the massed seats. A fat man in the front row reached inside a red plaid shirt to scratch. Flora could see the perspiration on his forehead. Further back, a couple nuzzled, eyes on the stage. Who were they? Flora wondered. How did they manage to get out of their apartments and offices and sit in a real theater? To the left, an owlish youth blinked from a brightly lit cage, and on the right, the MC caressed the mic, chattering. Flora deployed her chair, sat down, looking first this way, then that. There was so much going on, and she was in the middle of it. She watched for half an hour, then retracted the chair, deployed the bed. She was tired from the trip, a little nap. She stopped with the first zipper. The MC was staring directly at her, leering. The owlish youth blinked at her. The fat man scratched himself, staring up at her from the front row. She couldn't undress in front of all of them. She glanced around, located the switch near the door. With a click, the scene died around her. The glowing walls seemed to press close, fading slowly. Flora turned to the one remaining opaque wall, undressed slowly, her eyes on the familiar pictures. The children. She hadn't seen them since the last semi-annual vacation week. The cost of travel was so high, and the crowding. She turned to the bed, and the 3 mirror-bright walls confronted her. She stared at the pale figure before her, stark against the wall patched with its faded mementos. She took a step. On either side, the endless rank of gaunt, nude figures stepped in unison. She whirled, fixed her eyes gratefully on the familiar wall, the thin crevice outlining the door, the picture of the sea. She closed her eyes, groped her way to the bed. Once covered by the sheet, she opened her eyes. The beds stood in a row, all identical, each with its huddled figure, like an infinite charity ward, she thought, or like a morgue where all the world lay dead. Harry munched his yeast chop, his head moving from side to side as he followed the action across the 3 walls. "It's marvelous, Flora, marvelous, but it can be better yet," he added mysteriously. "Harry, couldn't we move to a bigger place and maybe do away with 2 of the walls? Flora, you know better than that. I'm lucky to have gotten this apartment when I did. There's nothing, absolutely nothing available." He chuckled. "In a way, the situation is good job insurance, you know? I couldn't be fired even if the company wanted to. They couldn't get a replacement. A man can't very well take a job if he hasn't a place to live in the city, and I could sit on this place as long as I like. We might get tired of issue rations, but by God we could hold on, so not that anybody's in danger of being fired." "We could move out of the city, Harry. When I was a girl—" "Oh, not again," Harry groaned. "I thought that was all threshed out long ago." He fixed a pained look on Flora. "Try to understand, Flora. The population of the world has doubled since you were a girl. Do you realize what that means? There are more people alive now than had been born in all previous human history up to 50 years ago. That farm you remember visiting as a kid? It's all paved now, and there are tall buildings there. The highways you remember, full of private autos all driving across open country? They're all gone. There aren't any highways or any open country except the TV settings and a few estates like the president's acre and a half. Not that any sun hits it, with all those buildings around it, and maybe some essential dryland farms for stuff they can't synthesize or get from the sea." "There has to be some place we could go. It wasn't meant that people should spend their lives like this, away from the sun, the sea." A shadow crossed Harry's face. "I remember things too, Flora," he said softly. "We spent a week at the beach once when I was a small boy. I remember getting up at dawn with the sky all pink and purple and going down to the water's edge. There were little creatures in the sand, little wild things. I could see fish darting along in a wave crest just before it broke. I could feel the sand with my toes. The gulls sailed around overhead, and there was even a tree. But it's gone now. There isn't any beach anywhere. That's all over." He broke off. "Never mind. That was then, this is now. They've paved the beach and built processing plants on it, and they've paved the farms and the parks and the gardens, but they've given us full wall to make up for it, and—" There was a buzz from the door. Harry got to his feet. "They're here, Flora. Wait till you see." Something seemed to tighten around Flora's throat as the men emerged from the lift, gingerly handling the great roll of wall screen. "Harry!" "4 walls," Harry said triumphantly. "I told you I was working towards something, remember? Well, this is it. By God, the Harry Trimbles have shown 'em." Harry, I can't. Not 4 walls.
I know you're a little overwhelmed, but you deserve it, Flora.
Harry, I don't want 4 walls. I can't stand it. It will be all around me. Harry stepped to her side, gripped her wrist fiercely.
Shut up, he hissed. Do you want the workmen to think you're out of your mind?
He grinned at the men.
How about a coughlette, boys?
You kiddin'? One inquired. The other went silently about the work of rolling out the panel, attaching contact strips. Another reached for the sea scene. No! Flora threw herself against the wall as though to cover the picture with her body. You can't take my pictures. Harry, don't let them.
Look, sister, I don't want your crummy pictures. Flora, get hold of yourself here. I'll help you put the pictures in your floor locker. Bunch of nuts, one of the men muttered. Here, keep a civil tongue in your head, Harry started.
The man who had spoken stepped up to him. He was taller than Harry and solidly built.
Any more crap out of you and I'll break you in half. You and the old bag shut up and keep out of my way. I got a job to do.
Harry sat beside Flora, his face white with fury.
You and your vaporings, he hissed. So I have to endure this. I have a good mind to.
He trailed off. The men finished and left all 4 walls blaring. Harry? Flora's voice shook. How will you get out? They've put it right across the door. They've sealed us in.
Don't be a bigger idiot than you have to.
Harry's voice was ugly over the thunder from the screens. He went to the newly covered wall, groped, found the tiny pin switch. At a touch, it slid aside as always, revealing the blank face of the lift shaft safety door. A moment later, it too slid aside. Harry forced his way into the car. Flora caught a glimpse of his flushed, angry face as the door closed. Around her, the walls roared. A saloon fight was in full swing. She ducked as a chair sailed toward her, whirled to see it smash down a man behind her. Shots rang out. Men ran this way and that. The noise was deafening. That man, Flora thought, the vicious one, he had said it too loud purposefully. The scene shifted. Horses galloped across the room. Dust clouds rose, nearly choking her in the verisimilitude of the illusion. It was as though she crouched under a small square canopy of ceiling in the middle of the immense plain. Now there were cattle, wild-eyed with tossing horns, bellowing, thundering in an unbroken sea across the screens, charging at Flora out of the wall, pouring past her on left and right. She screamed, shut her eyes, and ran blindly to the wall, groping for the switch. The uproar subsided. Flora gasped in relief, her head humming. She felt faint, dizzy. She had to lie down. Everything was going black around her. The glowing walls swirled, fading. Flora sank to the floor. Later, perhaps a few minutes, maybe hours, she had no way of knowing, Flora sat up. She looked out across an infinite vista of tile floor, which swept away to the distant horizon in all directions, as far as the eye could see, and over all that vast plain, hollow-eyed women crouched at intervals of 15 feet in endless numbers, waiting. Flora stared into the eyes of the nearest reflection. It stared back, a stranger. She moved her head quickly to try to catch a glimpse of the next woman, but no matter how fast she moved, the nearer woman anticipated her, interposing her face between Flora and all the others. Flora turned. A cold-eyed woman guarded this rank too. Please? Flora heard herself pleading. Please? Please? She bit her lip, eyes shut. She had to get a hold of herself. These were only mirrors. She knew that. Only mirrors. The other women, they were mere reflections. Even the hostile ones who hid the others. They were herself, mirrored in the walls. She opened her eyes. She knew there were joints in the glassy wall. All she had to do was find them, and the illusion of the endless plain would collapse. There, that thin black line, like a wire stretched from floor to ceiling. That was a corner of the room. She was not lost in an infinitude of weeping women on a vast plain. She was right there, in her own apartment, alone. She turned, finding the other corners. They were all there, all visible. She knew what they were. But why did they continue to look like wires, setting apart the squares of floor, each with its silent, grieving occupant? She closed her eyes again, fighting down the panic. She would tell Harry as soon as he came home. It was only a few hours. She would explain it to him. "I'm sick, Harry. You have to send me away to some place where I'll lie in a real bed, with sheets and blankets, beside an open window, looking out across the fields and forests. Someone kind, will bring me a tray with a bowl of soup, real soup, made from real chickens, and with real bread, and even a glass of milk, and a napkin made of real cloth." She should find her bed and deploy it, and rest there until Harry came. But she was so tired. It was better to wait here, just relaxing, and not thinking about the immense floor and the other women who waited with her. She slept. When she awoke, she sat up confused. There had been a dream. But how strange. The walls of the cell block were transparent now. She could see all the other apartments stretching away to every side. She nodded. It was as she thought. They were all as barren and featureless as her own. And Harry was wrong. They all had 4 full walls. And the other women, the other wives, shut up like her in these small, mean cells, they were all aging, and sick, and faded, starved for fresh air and sunshine. She nodded again, and the woman in the next apartment nodded in sympathy. All the women were nodding. They all agreed, poor things. When Harry came, she would show him how it was. He would see that the full walls weren't enough. They all had them, and they were all unhappy. When Harry came, it was time now, she knew it. After so many years, you didn't need a watch to tell when Harry was due. She had better get up, make herself presentable. She rose unsteadily to her feet. The other husbands were coming too, Flora noted. All the wives were getting ready. They moved about, opening their floor lockers, patting at their hair, slipping into another dress. Flora went to the dial-a-ration, and all around, in all the apartments, the wives deploying tables and dialed the dinners. She tried to see what the woman next door was dialing, but it was too far. She laughed at the way her neighbor craned to see what she was preparing. The other woman laughed too. It was a good sport. "Kelpies," Flora called cheerfully, "and mockspan, and cofflet." Dinner was ready now. Flora turned to the door wall and waited. Harry would be so pleased at not having to wait. Then, after dinner, she'd explain about her illness. Was it the right wall she was waiting before? The line around the door was so fine you really couldn't see it. She laughed at how funny it would be if Harry came in and found her standing staring at the wrong wall. She turned and saw a movement on her left in the next apartment. Flora watched as the door opened. A man stepped in. The next door woman went forward to meet him. To meet Harry. It was Harry. Flora whirled. Her 4 walls stood blank and glassy, while all around her the other wives greeted Harry, seated him at their tables, and offered him cofflet. "Harry!" she screamed, throwing herself at the wall. It threw her back. She ran to the next wall, hammering, screaming, "Harry! Harry!" In all the other apartments, Harry chewed, nodded, smiled. The other wives poured, fussed over Harry, nibbled daintily, and none of them, not one of them, paid the slightest attention to her. She stood in the center of the room, not screaming now, only sobbing silently. In the 4 glass walls that enclosed her, she stood alone. There was no point in calling any longer. No matter how she screamed, how she beat against the walls, or how she called for Harry, she knew that no one would ever hear her. The end. End of section 12. End of the walls. Section 13 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Long-Remembered Thunder. Part 1. He was as ancient as time, and as strange as his own frightful battle against incredible odds. 1. In his room at the Ellesby Commercial Hotel, Tremaine opened his luggage and took out a small toolkit, used a screwdriver to remove the bottom cover plate from the telephone. He inserted a tiny aluminum cylinder, crimped wires, and replaced the cover. Then he dialed a long-distance Washington number and waited half a minute for the connection. "Fred, Tremaine here. Put the buzzer on." A thin hum sounded on the wire as the scrambler went into operation. "Okay, can you read me all right? I'm set up in Ellesby. Grauman's boys are supposed to keep me informed. Meantime, I'm not sitting in this damn room crouched over a dial. I'll be out and around for the rest of the afternoon." "I want to see results." The thin voice came back over the filtered hum of the jamming device. "You spent a week with Grauman. I can't wait another. I don't mind telling you certain quarters are pressing me." "Fred, when will you learn to sit on your news breaks until you've got some answers to go with the questions?" "I'm an appointive official," Fred said sharply. "But never mind that. This fellow Margrave, General Margrave, project officer for the hyperwave program, he's been on my neck day and night. Can't say I blame him. An unauthorized transmitter interfering with a top-secret project. Progress slowed to a halt, and this bureau—" "Look, Fred, I was happy in the lab. Headaches, nightmares, and all. Hyperwave is my baby, remember? You elected me to be a leg man. Now, let me do it my way." "I felt a technical man might succeed where a trained investigator could be misled. And since it seems to be pinpointed in your home area—" "You don't have to justify yourself. Just don't hold out on me. I sometimes wonder if I've seen the complete files on this." "You've seen all the files. Now, I want answers, not questions. I'm warning you, Tremaine. Get that transmitter. I need someone to hang." Tremaine left the hotel, walked 2 blocks west along Commerce Street, and turned in at a yellow brick building with the words Ellesby Municipal Police cut in the stone lintel above the door. Inside, a heavy man with a creased face and thick gray hair looked up from behind an ancient underwood. He studied Tremaine, shifted a toothpick to the opposite corner of his mouth. "Don't I know you, mister?" he said. His soft voice carried a note of authority. Tremaine took off his hat. "Sure you do, Jess. It's been a while, though." The policeman got to his feet. "Jimmy!" he said. "Jimmy Tremaine!" He came to the counter and put out his hand. "How are you, Jimmy? What brings you back to the boondocks?" "Let's go somewhere and sit down, Jess." In a back room, Tremaine said, "To everybody but you, this is just a visit to the old hometown. Between us, there's more." Jess nodded. "I heard you was with the government." "It won't take long to tell. We don't have much yet." Tremaine covered the discovery of the powerful unidentified interference on the high-security hyperwave band, the discovery that each transmission produced not one but a pattern of fixes on the point of origin. He passed a sheet of paper across the table. It showed a set of concentric circles overlapped by a similar group of rings. "I think what we're getting is an echo effect from each of these points of intersection. The rings themselves represent the diffraction pattern." "Hold it, Jimmy. To me, it just looks like a beer ad. I'll take your word for it." "The point is this, Jess. We think we've got it narrowed down to this section. I'm not sure of a damn thing, but I think that transmitter's near here. Now, have you got any ideas?" That's a tough one, Jimmy. This is where I should come up with the news that old man whatchamacallit's got an attic full of gear he says is a time machine. Trouble is, folks around here haven't even taken to TV. They figure we should be content with radio like the Lord intended. I didn't expect any easy answers, Jess, but I was hoping maybe you had something. Course, said Jess. There's always Mr. Bram. Mr. Bram? Repeated Tremaine. Is he still around? I remember him as 100 years old when I was a kid. Just the same, Jimmy. Comes in town maybe once a week, buys his groceries, and hikes back out to his place by the river. Well, what about him? Nothing. But he's the town's mystery man. You know that. A little touched in the head. There were a lot of funny stories about him, I remember, Tremaine said. I always liked him. One time he tried to teach me something I've forgotten. Wanted me to come out to his place and he'd teach me. I never did go. We kids used to play in the caves near his place, and sometimes he gave us apples. I never seen any harm in Bram, said Jess, but you know how this town is about foreigners, especially when they're mite-addled. Bram has blue eyes and blonde hair, or did before it turned white. And he talks just like everybody else. From a distance, he seems just like an ordinary American. But up close, you feel it. He's foreign, all right. But we never did know where he came from. How long's he lived here in Elsby? Beats me, Jimmy. You remember old Aunt Tress used to know all about the ancestors and such as that? She couldn't remember about Mr. Bram. She was kind of senile, I guess. She used to say he lived in that same old place out on the Concord Road when she was a little girl. Well, she died 5 years ago, in her 70s. He still walks into town every Wednesday. Or he did up till yesterday, anyway. Oh? Tremaine stubbed out a cigarette, lit another. What happened then? You remember Soup Caskin? He's got a boy named Hull. He's Soup all over again. I remember Soup, Tremaine said. He and his bunch used to come in the drugstore when I worked there and perch on the stools and kid around with me, and Mr. Hempelman would watch them over the back of the prescription counter and look nervous. They used to raise Cain in the other drugstore. Soup's been in the pen since then. His boy Hull's the same kind. Him and a bunch of his pals went out to Bram's place one night and set it on fire. What was the idea of that? I don't know, just meanness, I reckon. Not much damage done. A car was passing by and called it in. I had the whole caboodle locked up here for 6 hours. Then the Sob sisters went to work. Poor little tyke routine, high spirits, you know the line. All of 'em but Hull are back in the streets playing with matches by now. I'm waiting for the day they'll make jail age. Why Bram? Tremaine persisted. As far as I know, he never had any dealings to speak of with anybody here in town. Uh-huh. You're a little young, Jimmy, Jess chuckled. You never knew about Mr. Bram. The young Mr. Bram and Linda Carroll. Tremaine shook his head. Old Miss Carroll, school teacher here for years. Guess she was retired by the time you were playing hooky. But her dad had money, and in her day she was a beauty. Too good for the fellers in this parts. I remember her riding by in a high-wheeled shay when I was just a nipper. Sitting up proud and tall with that red hair piled up, I used to think she is some kind of princess. What about her and Bram? A romance? Jess rocked his chair back on 2 legs, looked at the ceiling, frowning. This would have been about 1901. I was no more than 8 years old. Miss Linda was in her 20s, and that made her an old maid in those times. The word got out she was setting her cap for Bram. He is a good-looking young feller then, over 6 foot, of course, broad-backed, curly yellow hair, and a stranger to boot. Like I said, Linda Carroll wanted nothing to do with the local bucks. There was a big shindy planned. Now, you know Bram was funny about any kind of socializing. Never would go anyplace at night. But this was a Sunday afternoon, and some ways or t'other, they got Bram down there, and Miss Linda made her play right there in front of the town, practically. Just before sundown, they went off together in that fancy shay, and the next day, she was home again, alone. That finished off her reputation. As far as the biddies in Elsby was concerned, it was 10 years before she even landed the teaching job. By that time, she was already old, and nobody was ever fool enough to mention the name Bram in front of her. Tremaine got to his feet. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep your ears and eyes open for anything that might build into a lead on this, Jess. Meantime, I'm just a tourist seeing the sights. What about that gear of yours? Didn't you say you had some kind of detector you were going to set up? I got an oversized suitcase, Tremaine said. I'll be setting it up in my room over at the hotel. When's this bootleg station supposed to broadcast again? After dark. I'm working on a few ideas. It might be infinitely repeating logarithmic sequence based on Hold it, Jimmy, you're over my head. Jess got to his feet. Let me know if you want anything. And by the way, he winked broadly, I always did know who busted Soup Gaskin's nose and took out his front teeth. 2. Back in the street, Tremaine headed south toward Elsby Town Hall, a squat structure of brownish-red brick, crouched under yellow autumn trees at the end of Sheridan Street. Tremaine went up the steps and past heavy double doors. 10 yards along the dim corridor, a hand-lettered cardboard sign over black varnished door said Municipal Office of Record. Tremaine opened the door and went in. A thin man with garters above the elbow looked over his shoulder at Tremaine. We're closed, he said. I won't be a minute, Tremaine said. I just want to check on when the Bram property changed hands last. The man turned to Tremaine, pushing a drawer shut with his hip. Bram? He dead? Nothing like that. I just want to know when he bought the place. Man came over to the counter, eyeing Tremaine. He ain't gonna sell, mister, if that's what you want to know. I want to know when he bought. The man hesitated, closed his jaw. Come back tomorrow, he said. Tremaine put a hand on the counter, looked thoughtful. I was hoping to save a trip. He lifted his hand and scratched the side of his jaw. A folded bill opened on the counter. The thin man's eyes darted toward it. His hand eased out, covered the bill. He grinned quickly. See what I can do, he said. It was 10 minutes before he beckoned Tremaine over to the table where a 2-foot square book lay open. An untrimmed fingernail indicated a line written in faded ink. May 19, acreage sold, $1 and other G&V considered. Northwest Quarter, Section 24, Township Elsby, Bram. See Volume 9, etc. Translated. What does that mean? Said Tremaine. That's the ledger for 1901. Means Bram bought a quarter section on the 19th of May. You want me to look up the deed? No thanks, Tremaine said. That's all I needed. He turned back to the door. What's up, mister? The clerk called after him. Bram in some kind of trouble? No trouble. The man was looking at the book with pursed lips. 1901, he said. I never thought of it before. But you know, old Bram must be darn near to 90 years old. Spry for that age. I guess you're right. The clerk looked sideways at Tremaine. Lots of funny stories about old Bram. Used to say his place was haunted. You know, funny noises and lights. They used to say there was money buried out at his place. I've heard those stories. Just superstition, wouldn't you say? Maybe so. The clerk leaned on the counter, assumed a knowing look. There's one story that's not superstition. Tremaine waited. You, paying anything for information? Now, why would I do that? Tremaine reached for the doorknob. The clerk shrugged. Thought I'd ask. Anyway, I can swear to this. Nobody in this town's ever seen Bram between sundown and sunup. Untrimmed sumacs threw late afternoon shadows on the discolored stucco facade of the Elsby Public Library. Inside, Tremaine followed a paper-dry woman of indeterminate age to a rack of yellowed newsprint. You'll find back to 1940 here, the librarian said. The older are there in the shelves. I want 1901, if they go back that far. The woman darted a suspicious look at Tremaine. You have to handle these old papers carefully. I'll be extremely careful. The woman sniffed, opened a drawer, leafed through it, muttering. What was the day you wanted? 1901, the week of May 19th. The librarian pulled out a folded paper, placed it on the table, adjusted her glasses, squinted at the front page. That's it, she said. These papers keep pretty well, provided they're stored in the dark, but they're still flimsy, mind you. I'll remember. The woman stood by as Tremaine looked over the front page. The lead article concerned the opening of the Pan American Exposition at Buffalo. Vice President Roosevelt had made a speech. Tremaine leafed over, reading slowly. On page 4, under a column headed County Notes, he saw the name Bram. Mr. Bram has purchased a quarter section of fine grazing land north of town, together with a sturdy house from J.P. Spivey of Elsby. Mr. Bram will occupy the home and will continue to graze a few head of stock. Mr. Bram, who is a newcomer to the county, has been a resident of Mrs. Stote's guest home in Elsby for the past months. May I see some earlier issues from about the first of the year? The librarian produced the papers. Tremaine turned the pages, reading the heads, skimmed an article here and there. The librarian went back to her desk. An hour later, the issue for July 7th, 1900. An item caught his eye. A severe thunderstorm. Citizens of Elsby and the country were much alarmed by a violent cloudburst, accompanied by lightning and thunder during the night of the 5th. A fire set in the pine woods north of Spivey's farm destroyed a considerable amount of timber and threatened the house before burning itself out along the river. The librarian was at Tremaine's side. I have to close the library now. You'll have to come back tomorrow. Outside, the sky was sallow in the west. Lights were coming on in the windows along the side streets. Tremaine turned up his collar against a cold wind that had risen, started along the streets toward the hotel. A block away, a black late-model sedan rounded a corner with a faint squeal of tires and gunned past him. A heavy antenna mounted forward of the left rear tail fin, whipping in the slipstream. Tremaine stopped short, stared after the car. Damn, he said aloud. An elderly man veered, eyeing him sharply. Tremaine set off at a run, covered the 2 blocks to the hotel, yanked open the door to his car, slid into the seat, made a U-turn, and headed north after the police car. 2 miles into the dark hills north of Elsby city limits, Tremaine rounded a curve. The police car was parked on the shoulder beside the highway just ahead. He pulled off the road ahead of it and walked back. The door opened. A tall figure stepped out. What's your problem, mister? A harsh voice drawled. What's the matter? Run out of signal? What's it to you, mister? Are you boys in touch with Grammond on the car set? We could be. Mind if I have a word with him? My name's Tremaine. Oh, said the cop, you're the big shot from Washington. He shifted chewing tobacco to the other side of his jaw. Sure, you can talk to him. He turned and spoke to the other cop, who muttered into the mic before handing it to Tremaine. The heavy voice of the state police chief crackled. What's your beef, Tremaine? Thought you were going to keep your men away from Elsby until I gave the word, Grammond. That was before I knew your Washington stuffed shirts were holding out on me. It's nothing we can go to court with, Grammond, and the job you were doing might have been influenced if I'd told you about the Elsby angle. Grammond cursed.
I could have put my men into town and taken it apart brick by brick in the time. That's just what I don't want. If our bird sees cops cruising, he'll go underground. You got it all figured, I see. I'm just the dumb hick you boys use for the spade work, that it? Pull your lip back in. You've given me the confirmation I needed. Confirmation hell! All I know is that somebody somewhere is punching out a signal. For all I know, it's 40 midgets on bicycles pedaling all over the damn state. I got fixes in every county. The smallest hyperwave transmitter Uncle Sam knows how to build weighs 3 tons, said Tremaine. Bicycles are out. Grammond snorted. Okay, Tremaine. He said, you're the boy with all the answers. If you get in trouble, don't call me, call Washington. Back in his room, Tremaine put through a call. It looks like Grammond's not willing to be left out in the cold, Fred. Tell him if he queers this.
I don't know, but what he might have something. The voice came back over the filtered hum. Suppose he smokes them out. Don't go dumb on me, Fred. We're not dealing with West Virginia moonshiners. Don't tell me my job, Tremaine, the voice snapped. And don't try out your famous temper on me. I'm still in charge of this investigation. Sure, just don't get stuck in some senator's hip pocket. Tremaine hung up the telephone, went to the dresser, and poured 2 fingers of scotch into a water glass. He tossed it down, then pulled on his coat and left the hotel. He walked south 2 blocks, turned left down a twilit side street. He walked slowly, looking at the weathered frame houses. Number 89 was a once stately 3-storied mansion, overgrown with untrimmed vines, its windows squares of sad yellow light. He pushed through the gate and the ancient picket fence, mounted the porch steps, and pushed the button beside the door, a dark panel of cracked varnish. It was a long minute before the door opened. A tall woman with white hair and a fine-boned face looked at him coolly. Miss Carroll, Tremaine said, you won't remember me, but There is nothing wrong whatever with my faculties, James, Miss Carroll said calmly. Her voice was still resonant, a deep contralto. Only a faint quiver reflected her age. Close to 80, Tremaine thought, startled. I'm flattered you remember me, Miss Carroll, he said. Come in. She led the way to a pleasant parlor set out with the furnishings of another era. She motioned Tremaine to a seat and took a straight chair across the room from him. You look very well, James, she said, nodding. I'm pleased to see that you've amounted to something. Just another bureaucrat, I'm afraid. You were wise to leave Elsby. There is no future here for a young man. I've often wondered why you didn't leave, Miss Carroll. I thought, even as a boy, that you were a woman of great ability. Why did you come today, James? Asked Miss Carroll. Tremaine started. He looked at the old lady. I want some information. This is an important matter. May I rely on your discretion? Of course. How long has Mr. Bram lived in Elsby? Miss Carroll looked at him for a long moment. Will what I tell you be used against him? There'll be nothing done against him, Miss Carroll, unless it needs to be in the national interest. I'm not at all sure I know what the term national interest means, James. I distrust these glib phrases. I always liked Mr. Bram, said Tremaine. I'm not out to hurt him. Mr. Bram came here when I was a young woman. I'm not certain of the year. What does he do for a living? I have no idea. Why did a healthy young fellow like Bram settle out in that isolated piece of country? What's his story? I'm not sure that anyone truly knows Bram's story. You called him Bram, Miss Carroll. Is that his first name or his last? That is his only name, just Bram. You knew him well once, Miss Carroll. Is there anything... A tear rolled down Miss Carroll's faded cheek. She wiped it away impatiently. I'm an unfulfilled old maid, James, she said. You must forgive me. Tremaine stood up. I'm sorry. Really sorry. I didn't mean to grill you, Miss Carroll. You've been very kind. I had no right. Miss Carroll shook her head. I knew you as a boy, James. I have complete confidence in you. If anything I can tell you about Bram will be helpful to you, it is my duty to oblige you. And it may help him. She paused. Tremaine waited. Many years ago, I was courted by Bram. One day he asked me to go with him to his house. On the way, he told me a terrible and pathetic tale. He said that each night he fought and battled with evil beings alone in a cave beneath his house. Miss Carroll drew a deep breath and went on. I was torn between pity and horror. I begged him to take me back. He refused. Miss Carroll twisted her fingers together, her eyes fixed on the long past. When we reached the house, he ran to the kitchen. He lit a lamp and threw open a concealed panel. There were stairs. He went down and left me there alone. I waited all that night in the carriage. At dawn he emerged. He tried to speak to me, but I would not listen. He took a locket from his neck and put it into my hand. He told me to keep it and, if ever I should need him, press it between my fingers in a secret way, and he would come. I told him that until he would consent to see a doctor, I did not wish him to call. He drove me home. He never called again. This locket, said Tremaine, do you still have it? Miss Carroll hesitated, then put her hand to her throat. She lifted a silver disc on a fine gold chain. You see what a foolish old woman I am, James? May I see it? She handed the locket to him. It was heavy, smooth. I'd like to examine this more closely, he said. May I take it with me? Miss Carroll nodded. There is one other thing, she said, perhaps quite meaningless. I'd be grateful for any lead. Bram fears the thunder. 3. As Tremaine walked slowly toward the lighted main street of Elsby, a car pulled to a stop beside him. Jess leaned out, peered at Tremaine, and asked, Any luck, Jimmy? Tremaine shook his head. I'm getting nowhere fast. The Bram idea's a dud, I'm afraid. Funny thing about Bram, you know, he hasn't showed up yet. I'm getting a little worried. Want to run out there with me and take a look around? Sure, just so I'm back by full dark. As they pulled away from the curb, Jess said, Jimmy, what's this about state police nosing around here? Thought you were playing a lone hand from what you were saying to me. I thought so too, Jess. But it looks like Grammon's a jump ahead of me. He smells headlines in this. He doesn't want to be left out. Well, the state cops could be mighty handy to have around. I'm wondering why you don't want 'em in. If there's some kind of spy ring working. We're up against an unknown quantity. I don't know what's behind this, and neither does anybody else. Maybe it's a ring of Bolsheviks, and maybe it's something bigger. I have the feeling we've made enough mistakes in the last few years. I don't want to see this botched. The last pink light of sunset was fading from the clouds to the west as Jess swung the car through the open gate, pulled up under the old trees before the square-built house. The windows were dark. The two men got out, circled the house once, then mounted the steps and rapped on the door. There was a black patch of charred flooring under the window, and the paint on the wall above was bubbled. Somewhere a cricket set up a strident chirrup, suddenly cut off. Jess leaned down, picked up an empty shotgun shell. He looked at Tremaine. This don't look good. he said. You suppose those fool boys? He tried the door. It opened. A broken hasp dangled. He turned to Tremaine. Maybe this is Morton kid stuff, he said. You carry a gun? In the car. Better get it. Tremaine went to the car, dropped the pistol in his coat pocket, rejoined Jess inside the house. It was silent, deserted. In the kitchen, Jess flicked the beams of his flashlight around the room. An empty plate lay on the oilcloth-covered table. This place is empty, he said. Anybody think he'd been gone a week? Not a very cozy, Tremaine broke off. A thin yelp sounded in the distance. I'm getting jumpy, said Jess. Darn hound dog, I guess. A low growl seemed to rumble distantly. What the devil's that? Tremaine said. Jess shone the light on the floor. Look here, he said. The ring of light showed a spatter of dark droplets all across the pink floor. That's blood, Jess. Tremaine scanned the floor. It was of broad slabs, closely laid, scrubbed clean but for the dark stains. Maybe he cleaned a chicken? This is the kitchen. It's a trail. Tremaine followed the line of drops across the floor. It ended suddenly near the wall. What do you make of it, Jimmy? A wail sounded, a thin, forlorn cry, trailing off into silence. Jess stared at Tremaine. I'm too damned old to start believing in spooks, he said. You suppose those damn fool boys are hiding here playing tricks? I think, Tremaine said, that we better go ask Hull Gaskin a few questions. At the station, Jess led Tremaine to a cell where a lanky teenage boy lounged on a steel-framed cot, blinking up at the visitor under a mop of greased hair. Hull, this is Mr. Tremaine, said Jess. He took out a heavy key, swung the cell door open. He wants to talk to you. I ain't done nothing, Hull said sullenly. There ain't nothing wrong with burning out a commie, is there? Bram's a commie, is he? Tremaine said softly. How'd you find that out, Hull? He's a foreigner, ain't he? The youth shot back. Besides, we heard... What did you hear? They're looking for the spies. Who's looking for the spies? Cops. Who says so? The boy looked directly at Tremaine for an instant, flicked his eyes to the corner of the cell. Cops was talking about him, he said. Spell it, Hull, the policeman said. Mr. Tremaine hasn't got all night. They parked out east of town on 302, back of the woodlot. They called me over and asked me a bunch of questions. Said I could help them get them spies. Wanted to know all about any funny acting people around hers. And you mentioned Bram? The boy darted another look at Tremaine. They said they figured the spies was out of the north town. Well, Bram's a foreigner, and he's out that way, ain't he? Anything else? The boy looked at his feet. What did you shoot at, Hull? Tremaine said. The boy looked at him sullenly. You know anything about the blood on the kitchen floor? I don't know what you're talking about, Hull said. We was out squirrel hunting. Hull, is Mr. Bram dead? What do you mean? He blurted. He was what? Nothing. The chief won't like it if you hold out on him, Hull, Tremaine said. He's bound to find out. Jess looked at the boy. Hull's a pretty dumb boy, he said, but he's not that dumb. Let's have it, Hull. The boy licked his lips. I had Pa's 30-30 and Beauvillet had a 12-gauge. What time was this? Just after sunset. About 7:30 that'd be, said Jess. That was a half an hour before the fire was spotted. I didn't do no shooting. It was Bovey. Old Bram jumped out at him and he just fired off the hit, but he didn't kill him. He seen him run off. You were on the porch when this happened? Which way did Bram go? He run inside. So then you set fire to the place? Whose bright idea was that? Hull sat silent. After a moment, Tremaine and Jess left the cell. He must have gotten clear, Jimmy, said Jess. Maybe he got scared and left town. Bram doesn't strike me as the kind to panic. Tremaine looked at his watch. I got to get on my way, Jess. I'll check with you in the morning. Tremaine crossed the street to the Paradise Bar and Grill, pushed into the jukebox-lit interior, took a stool and ordered a scotch and water. He sipped the drink, then sat staring into the dark reflection in the glass. The idea of a careful reconnoiter of the Ellsby area was gone now, with police swarming everywhere. It was too bad about Bram. It would be interesting to know where the old man was, and if he was still alive. He'd always seemed normal enough in the old days, a big, solid-looking man, middle-aged, always pleasant enough, though he didn't say much. He tried hard that time to interest Tremaine in learning whatever it was. Tremaine put a hand in his jacket pocket, took out Miss Carroll's locket. It was smooth, the size and shape of a wristwatch chassis. He was fingering it meditatively when a rough hand slammed against his shoulder, half knocking him from the stool. Tremaine caught his balance, turned, looked into the scarred face of a heavy-shouldered man in a leather jacket. I heard you was back in town, Tremaine, the man said. The bartender moved up. Looky here, Gaskin, I don't want no trouble. Shove it. Gaskin squinted at Tremaine, his upper lip curled back to expose the gap in his teeth. You trying to make more trouble for my boy, I hear. Been over to the jail sticking your nose in. Tremaine dropped the locket in his pocket and stood up. Gaskin hitched up his pants, glanced around the room. Half a dozen early drinkers stared wide-eyed. Gaskin squinted at Tremaine. He smelled of unwashed flannel. Sick the cops onto him. The boy was out with his friends having a little fun. Now there he sits in jail. Tremaine moved aside from the stool, started past the man. Soup Gaskin grabbed his arm. Not so fast. I figure you owe me damages. Damage is what you'll get, said Tremaine. He slammed a stiff left to Gaskin's ribs, drove a hard right to the jaw. Gaskin jackknifed backwards, tripped over a bar stool, fell on his back. He rolled over, got to his hands and knees, shook his head. Get up, Soup! Somebody called him. Hot dog! Offered another. I'm calling the police, the bartender yelled. Never mind, a voice said from the door. A blue-jacketed state trooper strolled into the room, fingers hooked into his pistol belt, steel caps on his boot heels clicking with each step. He faced Tremaine feet apart. Looks like you're disturbing the peace, Mr. Tremaine, he said. You wouldn't know who put him up to it, would you? Tremaine said. That's a dirty allegation, the cop grinned. I'll have to get off a hot letter to my congressman. Gaskin got to his feet, wiped a smear of blood across his cheek, then lunged past the cop and swung a wild right. Tremaine stepped aside, landed a solid punch on Gaskin's ear. The cop stepped back against the bar. Soup whirled, slammed out with lefts and rights. Tremaine lashed back with a straight left. Gaskin slammed against the bar, rebounded, threw a knockout right, and Tremaine ducked, landed a right uppercut that sent Gaskin reeling back, bowled over a table, sent glasses flying. Tremaine stood over him. On your feet, jailbird, he said. A workout is exactly what I needed. Okay, you've had your fun, the state cop said. I'm taking you in, Tremaine. Tremaine looked at him. Sorry, copper, he said. I don't have time right now. The cop looked startled, reached for his revolver.
What's going on here, Jimmy?
Jess stood in the door, a huge .44 in his hand. He turned his eyes on the trooper.
You're a little out of your jurisdiction, he said. I think you better move on before somebody steals your bicycle.
The cop eyed Jess for a long moment, then holstered his pistol and stalked out of the bar. Jess tucked his revolver into his belt, looked at Gaskin sitting on the floor, dabbing at his bleeding mouth.
What got into you, Soup?
I think the state boys put him up to it, Tremaine said. They're looking for an excuse to take me out of the picture. Jess motioned to Gaskin.
Get up, Soup. I'm locking you up alongside that boy of yours.
Outside, Jess said,
You got some bad enemies there, Jimmy. That's a tough break. You ought to hold on to your temper with those boys. I think maybe you ought to think about getting over the state line. I can run you to the bus station and send your car along.
I can't leave now, Jess. I haven't even started. End of section 13. End of the long-remembered thunder, part 1. Section 14 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The long-remembered thunder, part 2. 4. In his room, Tremaine doctored the cut on his jaw, then opened his trunk, checked over the detector gear. The telephone rang.
Tremaine, I've been on the telephone with Crammond. Are you out of your mind?
Fred, Tremaine cut in. I thought you were going to get those state cops off my neck.
Listen to me, Tremaine. You're called off this job as of now. Don't touch anything. You'd better stay right there in that room. In fact, that's an order.
Don't pick now to come apart at the seams, Fred, Tremaine snapped.
I've ordered you off, that's all.
The phone clicked and the dial tone sounded. Tremaine dropped the receiver in its cradle, then walked to the window absently, his hand in his pocket. He felt broken pieces and pulled out Miss Carroll's locket. It was smashed, split down the center. It must have gotten it in the tussle with Soup, Tremaine thought. It looked... He squinted at the shattered ornament. A maze of fine wires was exposed. Tiny condensers, bits of glass. In the street below, tires screeched. Tremaine looked down. A black car was at the curb, doors sprung. 4 uniformed men jumped out, headed for the door. Tremaine whirled to the phone. The desk clerk came on. "Give me Jess, fast!" The police chief answered. "Jess, the word's out I'm poison. An earful of state law is at the front door. I'm going out the back. Get in their way all you can." Tremaine dropped the phone, grabbed up the suitcase, and let himself out into the hall. The back stairs were dark. He stumbled, cursed, made it to the service entry. Outside, the alley was deserted. He went to the corner, crossed the street, thrust the suitcase in the back seat of his car, and slid into the driver's seat. He started up and eased away from the curb. He glanced in the mirror. There was no alarm. It was a 4-block drive to Miss Carroll's house. The housekeeper let Tremaine in.
"Oh, yes, Miss Carroll's still up. She said she never retires till 9. I'll tell her you're here, Mr. Tremaine."
Tremaine paced the room. On his 3rd circuit, Miss Carroll came in. "I wouldn't have bothered you if it wasn't important," Tremaine said. "I can't explain it all now. You said once you had confidence in me. Will you come with me now? It concerns Bram, and maybe a lot more than just Bram." Miss Carroll looked at him steadily.
"I'll get my wrap."
On the highway, Tremaine said. "Miss Carroll, we're headed for Bram's house. I take it you've heard of what happened out there?"
"No, James, I haven't stirred out of the house. What is it?"
"A gang of teenage toughs went out last night. They had guns. One of them took a shot at Bram, and Bram's disappeared. But I don't think he's dead." Miss Carroll gasped.
"Why? Why did they do it?"
"I don't think they know themselves."
"You say you believe he still lives?"
"He must be alive. It dawned on me a little while ago, a little late, I'll admit. The locket he gave you, did you ever try it? Try it? Why, no. I don't believe in magic, James. Not magic, electronics. Years ago, Bram talked to me about radio. He wanted to teach me. Now I'm here looking for a transmitter. That transmitter was busy last night. I think Bram was operating it. There was a long silence. James, Miss Carroll said at last, I don't understand. Neither do I, Miss Carroll. I'm still working on finding the pieces, but let me ask you, that night that Bram brought you out to his place, you say he ran to the kitchen and opened a trap door in the floor? Did I say floor? That was an error. The panel was in the wall. I guess I jumped to the conclusion. Which wall? He crossed the room. There was a table with a candlestick. He went around it and pressed his hand against the wall beside the wood box. The panel slid aside. It was very dark within. He ducked his head because the opening was not large and stepped inside. That would be the east wall to the left of the back door? Yes. Now, Miss Carroll, can you remember exactly what Bram said to you that night? Something about fighting something, wasn't it? I've tried for 60 years to put it out of my mind, James, but I remember every word, I think. She was silent for a moment. I was beside him on the buggy seat. It was a warm evening late in spring. I had told him that I loved him, and he had responded. He said that he would have spoken long before, but that he had not dared. Now, there was that which I must know. His life was not his own, he said. He was not native to this world. He was an agent of a mighty power, and he had trailed a band of criminals. She broke off. I could not truly understand that part, James. I fear it was too incoherent. He raved of evil beings who lurked in the shadows of a cave. It was his duty to wage each night an unceasing battle with occult forces. What kind of battle? Were these ghosts or demons or what? I don't know. Evil powers which would be unloosed on the world unless he met them at the portal as the darkness fell and opposed them. Why didn't he get help? Only he could stand against them. I knew a little of abnormal psychology, but I understood the classic evidence of paranoia. I shrank from him. He sat, leaning forward, his eyes intent. I wept and begged him to take me back. He turned his face to me, and I saw the pain and anguish in his eyes. I loved him, and I feared him, and he would not turn back. Night was fallen, and the enemy awaited him. Then, when you got to the house? He had whipped up the horses, and I remember how I clung to the top braces, weeping. Then we were at the house. Without a word, he jumped down and ran to the door. I followed. He lit a lamp and turned to me. From somewhere there was a wailing call like an injured animal. He shouted something, an unintelligible cry, and ran toward the back of the house. I took up the lamp and followed. In the kitchen, he went to the wall, pressed against it. The panel opened. He looked at me. His face was white. In the name of the high God, Linda Carroll, I entreat you. I screamed, and he hardened his face and went down, and I screamed and screamed again. Miss Carroll closed her eyes, drew a shuddering breath. I am sorry to have put you through this, Miss Carroll, Tremaine said, but I had to know. Faintly in the distance, a siren sounded. In the mirror, headlights twinkled half a mile behind. Tremaine stepped on the gas. The powerful car leapt ahead. Are you expecting trouble on the road, James? The state police are unhappy with me, Miss Carroll, and I imagine they're not too pleased with Jess. Now they're out for blood, but I think I can outrun them." "James," Miss Carroll said, sitting up and looking behind, "if those are police officers, shouldn't you stop?" "I can't, Miss Carroll. I don't have time for them now. If my idea means anything, we've got to get there fast." Bram's house loomed gaunt and dark as the car whirled through the gate, ground to a stop before the porch. Tremaine jumped out, went around the car, and helped Miss Carroll out. He was surprised at the firmness of her step. For a moment, in the fading light of dusk, he glimpsed her profile. How beautiful she must have been. He reached into the glove compartment for a flashlight. "We haven't got a second to waste," he said. "That other car's not more than a minute behind us." He reached into the back of the car, hauled out the heavy suitcase. "I hope you remember how Bram worked that panel." On the porch, Tremaine's flashlight illuminated the broken hasp. Inside, he led the way along a dark hall, pushed into the kitchen. "It was there," Miss Carroll said, pointing. Outside, an engine sounded on the highway, slowly turning in. Headlights pushed a square of cold light across the kitchen wall. Tremaine jumped to the spot Miss Carroll had indicated, put the suitcase down, felt over the wall. "Give me the light, James," Miss Carroll said calmly. "Press there." She put the spot on the wall. Tremaine leaned against it. Nothing happened. Outside, there was the thump of car doors. A muffled voice barked orders. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Try again, James." Tremaine threw himself against the wall, slapped at it, searched for a hidden latch. A bit higher. Bram was a tall man. The panel opened below. Tremaine reached higher, pounded, pushed up, sideways. With a click, a 3x4 section of the wall rolled silently aside. Tremaine saw greased metal slides and, beyond, steps leading down. "They are on the porch now, James," said Miss Carroll. "The light!" Tremaine reached for it, threw a leg over the sill. He reached back, pulled the suitcase after him. "Tell them I kidnapped you, Miss Carroll, and thanks." Miss Carroll held out her hand. "Help me, James. I hung back once before. I'll not repeat my folly." Tremaine hesitated for an instant, then reached out, handed Miss Carroll in. Footsteps sounded in the hall. The flashlight showed Tremaine a black push button bolted to a 2x4 stud. He pressed it. The panel slid back in place. Tremaine flashed the light on the stairs. "Okay, Miss Carroll," he said softly. "Let's go down." There were 15 steps, and at the bottom a corridor with curved walls of black glass and a floor of rough boards. It went straight for 20 feet and ended at an old-fashioned 5-panel wooden door. Tremaine tried the brass knob. The door opened on a room shaped from a natural cave, with water-worn walls of yellow stone, a low, uneven ceiling, and packed earth floor. On a squat tripod in the center of the chamber rested an apparatus of black metal and glass, vaguely gun-like, aimed at the blank wall. Beside it, in an ancient wooden rocker, a man lay slumped, his shirt blood-caked, a black puddle on the floor beneath him. "Bram!" Miss Carroll gasped. She went to him, took his hand, staring into his face. "Is he dead?" Tremaine said tightly. "His hands are cold, but there's a pulse." A kerosene lantern stood by the door. Tremaine lit it, brought it to the chair. He took out a pocket knife, cut the coat and shirt back from Bram's wound. Shotgun blast had struck him in the side. There was a lacerated area as big as Tremaine's hand. "It stopped bleeding," he said. "It was just a graze at close range, I'd say." He explored further. "It got his arm, too, but not as deep. And I think there are a couple of broken ribs, if he hasn't lost too much blood." Tremaine pulled off his coat, spread it on the floor. "Let's lay him out here and try to bring him around." Lying on his back on the floor, Bram looked bigger than his 6'4", younger than his near century, Tremaine thought. Miss Carroll knelt at the old man's side, chafing his hands, murmuring to him. Abruptly, a thin cry cut the air. Tremaine whirled, startled. Miss Carroll stared, eyes wide. A low rumble sounded, swelled louder, broke into a screech, cut off. "Those are the sounds I heard that night," Miss Carroll breathed. I thought afterwards I had imagined them, but I remember. James, what does it mean?
Maybe it means Bram wasn't as crazy as you thought, Tremaine said.
Miss Carroll gasped sharply. James, look at the wall. Tremaine turned. Vague shadows moved across the stone, flickering, wavering.
What the devil?
Bram moaned, stirred. Tremaine went to him. Bram, he said, wake up. Bram's eyes opened. For a moment he looked dazedly at Tremaine, then at Miss Carroll. Awkwardly, he pushed himself to a sitting position. Bram, you must lie down, Miss Carroll said.
Linda Carroll,
Bram said. His voice was deep, husky. Bram, you're hurt. A mewling wail started up. Bram went rigid. What hour is this? He grated.
The sun has just gone down. It's after 7.
Bram tried to get to his feet.
Help me up, he ordered. Curse the weakness.
Tremaine got a hand under the old man's arm. Careful, Bram, he said. Don't start your wound bleeding again.
To the repeller,
Bram muttered. Tremaine guided him to the rocking chair, eased him down. Bram seized the 2 black pistol grips, squeezed them.
You, young man, Bram said, take the circlet there, place it about my neck.
The flat metal ring hung from a wire loop. Tremaine fitted it over Bram's head. It settled snugly over his shoulders, a flange at the back against his neck.
Bram, Tremaine said, what's this all about? Watch the wall there. My sight grows dim. Tell me what you see.
It looks like shadows, but what's casting them?
Can you discern details?
No, it's like somebody waggling their fingers in front of a slide projector.
The radiation from the star is yet too harsh, Bram muttered. But now the node draws close. May the high gods guide my hand.
A howl rang out, a raw blast of sound. Bram tensed.
What do you see? He demanded.
The outlines are sharper. There seem to be other shapes behind the moving ones. It's like looking through a steamy window. Beyond the misty surface, Tremaine seemed to see a high, narrow chamber bathed in white light. In the foreground, creatures like shadowy caricatures of men paced to and fro.
They're like something stamped out of alligator hide, Tremaine whispered. When they turn, I see 'em edge on. They're thin. An effect of dimensional actuation. They strive now to match matrices with this plane. If they succeed, this earth you know will lie at their feet.
What are they? Where are they? That's solid rock.
What you see is the NIST command center. It lies in another world than this, but here is the multihedron of intersection. They bring their harmonic generators to bear here in the hope of establishing an aperture of focus.
I don't understand half of what you're saying, Bram, and the rest I don't believe. But with this staring me in the face, I'll have to act as though I did. Suddenly the wall cleared. Like a surface of molded glass, the stone threw back ghostly highlights. Beyond it, the NIST technicians, seen now in sharp detail, worked busily, silently, their faces like masks of ridged red-brown leather. Directly opposite Bram's repeller, an apparatus like an immense camera with a foot-wide silvered lens stood aimed, a black-clad NIST perched in a saddle atop it. The white light flooded the cave, threw black shadows across the floor. Bram hunched over the repeller, face tense in strain. A glow built in the air around the NIST machine. The alien technician stood now, staring with tiny bright red eyes. Long seconds passed. The black-clad NIST gestured suddenly. Another turned to a red-marked knife switch, pulled. As suddenly as it had cleared, the wall went milky, then dulled to opacity. Bram slumped back, eyes shut, breathing hoarsely. Near were they then, he muttered. I grow weak. Let me take over, Tremaine said. Tell me how. How can I tell you? You will not understand. maybe I'll understand enough to get us through the night. Bram seemed to gather himself. Very well. This you must know. I am an agent in the service of the great world. For centuries we have waged war against the Nis, evil beings who loot the continua. They established an aperture here on your Earth. We detected it and found that a portal could be set up here briefly. I was dispatched with a crew to counter their move. You're talking gibberish, Tremaine said. I'll pass the great world and the continua, but what's an aperture? A point of material contact between the Nis world and this plane of space-time. Through it, they can pump this rich planet dry of oxygen, killing it, then emerge to feed on the corpse. What's a portal? The great world lies in a different harmonic series than do Earth and the Nis world. Only at vast intervals can we set up a portal of temporary identity as the cycles mesh. We monitor the Nis emanations and forestall them when we can. Now in this plane, now in that. I see. Denial to the enemy. But we were late. Already the multihedron was far advanced. A blinding squall lashed outside the river cave where the Nis had focused the aperture, and the thunder rolled as the ionization effect was propagated in the atmosphere. I threw my force against the Nis aperture, but could not destroy it. But neither could they force their entry. And this was 60 years ago, and they're still at it? You must throw off the illusion of time. To the Nis, only a few days have passed. But here, where I spend only minutes from each night in the engagement, as the patterns coincide, it has been long years. Why don't you bring in help? Why do you have to work alone? The power required to hold the portal in focus against the stresses of space-time is tremendous. Even then, the cycle is brief. It gave us first a fleeting contact of a few seconds. It was through that we detected the Nis activity here. The next contact was 4 days later and lasted 24 minutes, long enough to set up the repeller. I fought them then, and I saw that victory was in doubt. Still, it was a fair world. I could not let it go without a struggle. A third identity was possible 20 days later. I elected to remain here until then, attempt to repel the Nis, then return home at the next contact. The portal closed, and my crew and I settled down to the engagement. The next night showed us the full hopelessness of the contest. By day, we emerged from where the Nis had focused the aperture and explored this land, and came to love its small warm sun, its strange blue sky, its mantle of green, and the small humble grass blades. To us, of an ancient world, it seemed a paradise of young life. And then I ventured into town, and there I saw such a maiden as the cosmos has forgotten. Such was her beauty. 20 days passed. The Nis held their foothold, yet I had kept them back. The portal reopened. I ordered my crew back. It closed. Since then, I have been alone. Bram, Miss Carroll said. Bram, you stayed when you could have escaped, and I would that I could give you back those lost years, Linda Carroll, Bram said. I would that we could have been together under a brighter sun than this. You gave up your world to give this one a little time, Tremaine said, and we rewarded you with a shotgun blast. Bram, when will the portal open again? Not in my life, Linda Carroll. Not for 10,000 years. Why didn't you recruit help? Tremaine said. You could have trained someone. I tried at first. But what can one do with frightened rustics? They spoke of witchcraft and fled. But you can't hold out forever. Tell me how this thing works. It's time somebody gave you a break. 5. Bram talked for half an hour while Tremaine listened. If I should fail, he concluded, take my place at the repeller. Place the circlet on your neck. When the wall clears, grip the handles and pitch your mind against the Nis. Will that they do not come through. When the thunder rolls, you will know that you have failed. All right, I'll be ready. But let me get one thing straight. This repeller of yours responds to thoughts, is that right? It amplifies them. It serves to focus the power of the mind. But now let us make haste. Soon, I fear, they will renew the attack. It will be 20 minutes or so, I think, said Tremaine. Stay where you are and get some rest. Bram looked at him, his blue eyes grim under white brows. What do you know of this matter, young man? I think I've doped out the pattern. I've been monitoring these transmissions for weeks. My ideas seem to prove out okay the last few nights. No one but I in all this world knew of the Nis attack. How could you have analyzed that of which you know not? Maybe you don't know it, Bram, but this repeller of yours has been playing hell with our communications. Recently, we developed what we thought was a top-secret project, and you're blasting us off the air. This is only a small portable unit, poorly screened, Bram said. The resonance effects are unpredictable when one seeks to channel the power of thought. Wait a minute, Tremaine burst out. What is it? Miss Carroll said, alarmed. Hyperwave, Tremaine said. Instantaneous transmission and thought. No wonder people had headaches and nightmares. We've been broadcasting on the same band as the human mind. This hyperwave, Bram said. You say it's instantaneous? That's supposed to be classified information. Such a device is new in the cosmos, Bram said. Only a protoplasmic brain is known to produce a null lag excitation state. Tremaine frowned. Bram, this repeller focuses what I'd call thought waves for want of a better term. It uses an interference effect to damp out the Nis harmonic generator. What if we poured more power to the repeller? No, the power of the mind cannot be amplified. I don't mean amplification. I mean an additional source. I have a hyperwave receiver here. With a little rewiring, it'll act as a transmitter. Can we tie it in? Bram shook his head. Would that I were a technician, he said. I know only what is required to operate the device. Let me take a look, Tremaine said. Maybe I can figure it out. Take care. Without it, we fall before the Nis. I'll be careful. Tremaine went to the machine, examined it, tracing leads, identifying components. This seems clear enough, he said. These would be powerful magnets here. They give a sort of pinch effect. And these are refracting field coils, simple and brilliant. With this idea, we could beam hyperwave. First, let us deal with the Nis. Sure, Tremaine looked at Bram. I think I can link my apparatus to this, he said. Okay if I try? How long? It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. That leaves little time. The cycle is tightening, Tremaine said. I figure the next transmissions, or attacks, will come at intervals under 5 minutes for several hours now. This may be the last chance. Then try, said Bram. Tremaine nodded, went to the suitcase, took out tools and a heavy black box, set to work. Linda Carroll sat by Bram's side, speaking softly to him. The minutes passed. Okay, Tremaine said. This unit is ready. He went to the repeller, hesitated a moment, then turned 2 nuts and removed a cover. We're off the air, he said. I hope my formula holds. Bram and Miss Carroll watched silently as Tremaine worked. He strung wires, tapped junctions, then flipped a switch on the hyperwave set and tuned it, his eyes on the dials of the smaller unit. 19 minutes have passed since the last attack, Bram said. Make haste. I'm almost done, Tremaine said. A sharp cry came from the wall. Tremaine jumped. What the hell makes those sounds? They are nothing, merely static. But they warn that the harmonic generators are warming. Bram struggled to his feet. Now comes the assault. The shadows! Miss Carroll cried. Bram sank into the chair, leaned back, his face pale as wax in the faint glow from the wall. The glow grew brighter. The shadows swam into focus. Hurry, James, Miss Carroll said. It comes quickly. Bram watched through half-closed eyes. I must man the repeller. He fell back in the chair, his head lolling. Bram, Miss Carroll cried. Tremaine snapped the cover in place, whirled to the chair, dragged it and its occupant away from the machine, then turned, seized the grips. On the wall, the NIS moved in silence, readying the attack. The black-clad figure was visible, climbing to his place. The wall cleared. Tremaine stared across at the narrow room, the gray-clad NIS. They stood now, eyes on him. One pointed. Others erected leathery crests. Stay out, you ugly devils, Tremaine thought. Go back, retreat, give up. Now the blue glow built in a flickering arc across the NIS machine. The technicians stood staring across the narrow gap, tiny red eyes glittering in the narrow alien faces. Tremaine squinted against the brilliant white light from the high-vaulted NIS command center. The last suggestion of the sloping surface of the limestone wall was gone. Tremaine felt a draft stir. Dust whirled up, clouded the air. There was an odor of iodine. Back, Tremaine thought. Stay back. There was a restless stir among the waiting rank of NIS. Tremaine heard the dry shuffle of horny feet against the floor, the whine of the harmonic generator. His eyes burned. As a hot gust swept around him, he choked and coughed. No, he thought, hurling negation like a weightless bomb. Fail. Retreat. Now the NIS moved, readying a wheeled machine, rolling it into place. Tremaine coughed rackingly, fought to draw a breath, blinking back blindness. A deep thrumming started up. Grit particles stung his cheek, the backs of his hands. The NIS worked rapidly, their throat gills visibly dilated now in the unaccustomed flood of oxygen. Our oxygen, Tremaine thought. The looting has started already, and I've failed, and the people of Earth will choke and die. From what seemed an immense distance, a roll of thunder trembled at the brink of audibility, swelling. The black-clad NIS on the alien machine half rose, erecting a black-scaled crest, exulting. Then, shockingly, his eyes fixed on Tremaine's. His trap-like mouth gaped, exposing a tongue like a scarlet snake, a cavernous pink throat set with a row of needle-like snow-white teeth. The tongue flicked out, a gesture of utter contempt. And suddenly, Tremaine was cold with deadly rage. We have a treatment for snakes in this world, he thought with savage intensity. We crush them under our heels. He pictured a writhing rattler, broken-backed, a club descending, a darting red coral snake, its venom ready, slashed in blades of power mower, a cottonmouth smashed into red ruin by a shotgun blast. Back, snake, he thought. Die, die. The thunder faded. And atop the NIS generator, the black-clad NIS snapped his mouth shut, crouched. Die, Tremaine shouted. Die! The NIS seemed to shrink in on himself, shivering. His crest went flaccid, twitched twice. The red eyes winked out, and the NIS toppled from the machine. Tremaine coughed, gripped the handles, turned his eyes to a gray-uniformed NIS who scrambled up to replace the operator. I said die, snake. The NIS faltered, tumbled back among his fellows, who darted about now like ants in a broached anthill. One turned red eyes on Tremaine, then scrambled for the red cutout switch. No, you don't, Tremaine thought. It's not that easy, snake. Die. The NIS collapsed. Tremaine drew a rasping breath, blinked back tears of pain, took in a group of NIS in a glance. Die. They fell. The others turned to flee them, but like a scythe, Tremaine's mind cut them down, left them in windrows. Hate walked naked among the NIS and left none living. Now the machines, Tremaine thought. He fixed his eyes on the harmonic generator. It melted into slag. Behind it, the high panels set with jewel-like lights blackened, crumpled into wreckage. Suddenly the air was clean again. Tremaine breathed deep. Before him, the surface of the rock swam into view. "No!" Tremaine thought thunderously. "Hold that aperture open!" The rock face shimmered, faded. Tremaine looked into the white-lit room, at the blackened walls, the huddled dead. No pity, he thought. You would have sunk those white teeth into soft human throats, sleeping in the dark, as you've done on 100 worlds. You're a cancer in the cosmos, and I have the cure. Walls, he thought, collapse. The roof before him sagged, fell in. Debris rained down from above. The walls tottered, went down. A cloud of roiled dust swirled, cleared to show a sky blazing with stars. Dust, stay clear, Tremaine thought. I want good air to breathe for the work ahead. He looked out across a landscape of rock, ghostly white in the starlight. Let the rocks melt and flow like water. An upreared slab glowed, slumped, ran off in yellow rivulets that were lost in the radiance of the crust as it bubbled, belching released gases. A wave of heat struck Tremaine. Let it be cool here, he thought. Now, Nis world. No, Bram's voice shouted. Stop, stop. Tremaine hesitated. He stared at the vista of volcanic fury before him. I could destroy it all, he thought, and the stars and the Nis sky. Great is the power of your hate, men of Earth, Bram cried, but curb it now before you destroy us all. Why? Tremaine shouted. I can wipe out the Nis and their whole diseased universe with them, with a thought. Master yourself, Bram said hoarsely. Your rage destroys you. One of the suns you see in the Nis sky is your soul. Soul? Tremaine said. Then it's the soul of 1,000 years ago. Light takes time to cross a galaxy, and the Earth is still here, so it wasn't destroyed. Wise are you, Bram said. Your race is a wonder in the cosmos, and deadly is your hate. But you know nothing of the forces you unloose now. Past time is as mutable as the steel and rock you melted but now. Listen to him, James, Miss Carroll pleaded. Please listen. Tremaine twisted to look at her, still holding the twin grips. She looked back steadily, her head held high. Beside her, Bram's eyes were sunken deep in his lined face. Just said you looked like a princess once, Miss Carroll, Tremaine said, when you drove past with your red hair piled up high. And Bram, you were young and you loved her. The Nis took your youth from you. You've spent your life here fighting them alone. And Linda Carroll waited through the years because she loved you and feared you. The Nis did that. And you want me to spare them? You have mastered them, said Bram, and you are drunk with the power in you. But the power of love is greater than the power of hate. Our love sustained us. Your hate can only destroy. Tremaine locked eyes with the old man. He drew a deep breath at last, let it out shudderingly. All right, he said. I guess the God complex got me. He looked back once more at the devastated landscape. The Nis will remember this encounter, I think. They won't try Earth again. You fought valiantly, James, and won, Miss Carroll said. Now let the power go. Tremaine turned again to look at her. You deserve better than this, Miss Carroll, he said. Bram, you said time is mutable. Suppose... Let well enough alone, Bram said. Let it go. Once long ago, you tried to explain this to Linda Carroll, but there was too much against it she couldn't understand. She was afraid, and you've suffered for 60 years. Suppose those years had never been. Suppose I had come that night instead of now. It could never be. It can if I will it. Tremaine gripped the handles tighter. Let this be that night, he thought fiercely. The night in 1901 when Bram's lost contact failed. Let it be that night, 5 minutes before the portal closed. Only this machine and I remain as we are now. Outside, there are gas lights in the farmhouses along the dirt road to Elsby, and in the town, horses stand in the stables along the cinder alleys behind the houses, and President McKinley's having dinner in the White House. There was a sound behind Tremaine. He whirled. The ravaged scene was gone. A great disc mirror stood across the cave, intersecting the limestone wall. A man stepped through it, froze at the sight of Tremaine. He was tall, with curly blonde hair, fine chiseled features, and broad shoulders. "Fizdaha?" he said. Then his eyes slid past Tremaine, opened still wider in astonishment. Tremaine followed the stranger's glance. A young woman, dressed in a negligee of pale silk, stood in the door, a hairbrush in her hand. Her red hair flowing free to her waist. She stood rigid in shock. Then, "Mr. Bram!" she gasped. "What?" Tremaine found his voice. "Miss Carroll, don't be afraid," he said. "I'm your friend. You must believe me." Linda Carroll turned her wide eyes to him. "Who are you?" she breathed. "I was in my bedroom." "I can't explain. A miracle has been worked here tonight on your behalf." Tremaine turned to Bram. "Look," he started. "What man are you?" Bram cut in heavily accented English. "How do you come to this place?" "Listen to me, Bram," Tremaine snapped. "Time is mutable. You stayed here to protect Linda Carroll and Linda Carroll's world. You've just made that decision, right?" Tremaine went on, not waiting for a reply. "You were stuck here for 60 years. Earth technology developed fast. One day a man stumbled in here, tracing down the signal from your repeller. That was me. You showed me how to use the device, and with it I wiped out the NIS. And then I set the clock back for you and Linda Carroll. The portal closes in 2 minutes. Don't waste time." "Mutable time," Bram said. He went past Tremaine to Linda. "Fair lady of Earth," he said, "do not fear." "Sir, I hardly know you," Miss Carroll said. "How did I come here, hardly clothed?" "Take her, Bram," Tremaine shouted. "Take her and get back through that portal, fast." He looked at Linda Carroll. "Don't be afraid," he said. "You know you love him. Go with him now, or regret it all your days." "Will you come?" asked Bram. He held out his hand to her. Linda hesitated, then put her hand in his. Bram went with her to the mirror surface, handed her through. He looked back at Tremaine. "I do not understand, man of Earth," he said, "but I thank you." Then he was gone. Alone in the dim-lit grotto, Tremaine let his hand fall from the grips, staggered to the rocker, and sat down. He felt weak, drained of strength. His hands ached from the strain of the ordeal. How long had it lasted? 5 minutes? An hour? Or had it happened at all? But Bram and Linda Carroll were gone. He hadn't imagined that. And the NIS were defeated. But there was still his own world to contend with. The police would be waiting, combing through the house. They would want to know what he had done with Miss Carroll. Maybe there would be a murder charge. There'd be no support from Fred and the Bureau. As for Jess, he was probably in a cell now, looking a stiff sentence in the face for obstructing justice. Tremaine got to his feet, cast a last glimpse at the empty room, the outlandish shape of the repeller, the mirrored portal. It was a temptation to step through it. But this was his world, with all its faults. Perhaps later, when his strength returned, he could try the machine again. The thought appalled him. The ashes of hate are worse than the ashes of love, he thought. He went to the stairs, climbed them, pressed the button. Nothing happened. He pushed the panel aside by hand and stepped into the kitchen. He circled the heavy table with a candlestick, went along the hall and out into the porch. It was almost the dawn of a fresh spring day. There was no sign of the police. He looked at the grassy lawn, the row of new-set saplings. Strange, he thought. I don't remember any saplings. I thought I drove in under a row of trees. He squinted into the misty early morning gloom. His car was gone. That wasn't too surprising. The cops had impounded it, no doubt. He stepped down, glanced at the ground ahead. It was smooth, with a faint footpath cut through the grass. There was no mud, no sign of tire tracks. The horizon seemed to spin suddenly. My God, Tremaine thought, I've left myself in the year 1901. He whirled, leapt up on the porch, slammed through the door and along the hall, scrambled through the still open panel, bounded down the stairs and into the cave. The repeller was gone. Tremaine leapt forward with a cry, and under his eyes the great mirror twinkled, winked out. The black box of the hyperwave receiver lay alone on the floor beside an empty rocker. The light of the kerosene lamp reflected from the featureless wall. Tremaine turned, stumbled up the steps, out into the air. The sun showed a crimson edge just peeping above distant hills. 1901, Tremaine thought. The century has just turned. Somewhere, a young fellow named Ford is getting ready to put the nation on wheels, and 2 boys named Wright are about to give it wings. No one has ever heard of a world war, or the Roaring Twenties, or Prohibition, or FDR, or the Dust Bowl, or Pearl Harbor. And Hiroshima and Nagasaki are just 2 cities in distant floral Japan. He walked down the path, stood by the rutted dirt road. Placid cows nuzzled damp grass in the meadow beyond it. In the distance, a train hooted. There are railroads, Tremaine thought, but no jet planes, no radio, no movies, no automatic dishwashers. But then there's no TV either. That makes up for a lot. And there are no police waiting to grill me, and no murder charge, and no neurotic nest of bureaucrats waiting to welcome me back. He drew a deep breath. The air was sweet. I'm here, he thought. I feel the breeze on my face and the firm sod underfoot. It's real, and it's all there is now, so I might as well take it calmly. After all, a man with my education ought to be able to do well in this day and age. Whistling, Tremaine started the 10-mile walk into town. End of section 14. End of the long-remembered thunder. Section 15 of 15 Stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. End as a Hero, Part 1. Granthan's mission was the most vital of the war. It would mean instant victory. But for whom? 1. In the dream, I was swimming in a river of white fire, and the dream went on, and then I was awake, and the fire was still there, fiercely burning at me. I tried to move to get away from the flames, and then the real pain hit me. I tried to go back to sleep in the relative comfort of the river of fire, but it was no go. For better or worse, I was alive and conscious. I opened my eyes and took a look around. I was on the floor next to an unpadded acceleration couch, the kind the terrestrial space arm installs in seldom-used lifeboats. There were 3 more couches, but no one in them. I tried to sit up. It wasn't easy, but by applying a lot more willpower than should be required of a sick man, I made it. I took a look at my left arm. Baked. The hand was only medium rare, but the forearm was black, with deep red showing at the bottom of the cracks where the crisp upper layers had burst. There was a first aid cabinet across the compartment from me. I tried my right leg. Felt broken bone ends grate with a sensation that transcended pain. I heaved with the other leg, scrambled with the charred arm. The crawl to the cabinet dwarfed Hillary's trek up Everest, but I reached it after a couple of years and found the micro switch on the floor that activated the thing, and then I was fading out again. I came out of it clear-headed but weak. My right leg was numb but reasonably comfortable, clamped tight in a walking brace. I put up a hand and felt a shaved skull with sutures, It must have been a fracture. The left arm? Well, it was still there, wrapped to the shoulder and held out stiffly by a power truss that would keep the scar tissue from pulling up and crippling me. The steady pressure as the truss contracted wasn't anything to do a sense tape on for replaying at leisure moments, but at least the cabinet hadn't amputated. I wasn't complaining. As far as I knew, I was the first recorded survivor of contact with a ghoul, if I survived. I was still a long way from home, and I hadn't yet checked on the condition of the lifeboat. I glanced toward the entry port. It was dogged shut. I could see black marks where my burnt hand had been at work. I fumbled my way into a couch and tried to think. In my condition, with a broken leg and third-degree burns, plus a fractured skull, I shouldn't have been able to fall out of bed, much less make the trip from Belshazzar's CCC to the boat. And how had I managed to dog that port shut? In an emergency, a man was capable of great exertions. But running on a broken femur, handling heavy levers with charred fingers, and thinking with a cracked head were overdoing it. Still, I was here, and it was time to get a call through to TSA headquarters. I flipped the switch and gave the emergency call letters Colonel Acer Kale of Aerospace Intelligence had assigned to me a few weeks before. It was almost 5 minutes before the acknowledge came through the Ganymede relay station, another 10 minutes before Kale's face swam into view. Even through the blur of the screen, I could see the haggard look. "Grantham!" he burst out. "Where are the others? What happened out there?" I turned him down to a mutter. "Hold on," I said. "I'll tell you. Recorders going?" I didn't wait for an answer, not with 15-minute transmission lag. I plowed on. "Belshazzar was sabotaged. So was Gilgamesh, I think. I got out. I lost a little skin, but the aid cabinet has the case in hand. Tell the med people the drinks are on me." I finished talking and flopped back, waiting for Kale's reply. On the screen, his flickering image gazed back impatiently, looking as hostile as a swing shift ward nurse. It would be half an hour before I would get his reaction to my report. I dozed off and awoke with a start. Kale was talking. "Your report. I won't mince words. They're wondering at your role in the disaster. How does it happen that you alone survived?" "How the hell do I know?" I yelled or croaked, but Kale's voice was droning on. "Your psychodynamics people have been telling me that Ghoul may have some kind of long-range telehypnotic ability that might make it possible for them to subvert a loyal man without his knowledge. You've told me yourself that you blacked out during the attack and came to on the lifeboat with no recollection of how you got there. This is war, Grantham. War against a vicious enemy who strike without warning and without mercy. You were sent out to investigate the possibility of, what's that term you use? Hypercortical invasion? You know better than most the risk I'd be running if you were allowed to pass the patrol line. I'm sorry, Grantham. I can't let you land on Earth. I can't accept the risk." "What do I do now?" I stormed. "Go into orbit and eat pills and hope you think of something? I need a doctor." Presently, Kale replied. "Yes," he said. "You'll have to enter a parking orbit. Perhaps there will be development soon that will make it possible to, restudy the situation." He didn't meet my eye. I knew what he was thinking. He'd spare me the mental anguish of knowing what was coming. I couldn't really blame him. He was doing what he thought was the right thing, and I'd have to go along and pretend, right up until the warhead struck, that I didn't know I'd been condemned to death. 2. I tried to gather my wits and think my way through the situation. I was alone and injured, aboard a lifeboat that would be the focus of a converging flight of missiles as soon as I approached within battery range of Earth. I had gotten clear of the ghoul, but I wouldn't survive my next meeting with my own kind. They couldn't take the chance that I was acting under ghoul's orders. I wasn't, of course. I was still the same Peter Ganthan, psychodynamicist, who had started out with Dayan's fleet 6 weeks earlier. The thoughts I was having weren't brilliant, but they were mine. All mine. But how could I be sure of that? Maybe there was something in Kale's suspicion. If the ghoul were as skillful as we thought, they would have left no overt indication of their tampering. Not on a conscious level. But this was where psychodynamics training came in. I had been reacting like any scared casualty, aching to get home and lick his wounds. But I wasn't just any casualty. I had been trained in the subtleties of the mind, and I had been prepared for just such an attack. Now was the time to make use of that training. It had given me one resource. I could unlock the memories of my subconscious and see again what had happened. I lay back, cleared my mind of extraneous thoughts, and concentrated on the trigger word that would key an auto-hypnotic sequence. Sense impressions faded. I was alone in the nebulous emptiness of a first-level trance. I keyed a second word, slipped below the misty surface into a dream world of vague, phantasmagoric figures milling in their limbo of subconceptualization. I penetrated deeper, broke through into the vividly hallucinatory third level, where images of mirror-bright immediacy clamored for attention, and deeper. The immense orderly confusion of the basic memory level lay before me. Abstracted from it, aloof and observant, the monitoring personality fraction scanned the pattern, searching the polydimensional continuum for evidence of an alien intrusion, and found it. As the eye instantaneously detects a flicker of motion amid an infinity of static detail, so my inner eye perceived the subtle traces of the probing ghoul mind, like a whispered touch, deftly rearranging my buried motivations. I focused selectively, tuned to the recorded gestalt. It is a contact, effulgent one. Softly now, nurture the spark well. It but trembles at the threshold. It is elusive, master. It wriggles like a gormworm in the eating trough. A part of my mind watched as the memory unreeled. I listened to the voices, yet not voices, merely the shape of concepts, indescribably intricate. I saw how the decoy pseudo-personality, which I had concretized for the purpose of 100 training sessions, had fought against the intruding stimuli, then yielded under the relentless thrust of the alien probe. I watched as the ghoul operator took over the motor centers, caused me to crawl through the choking smoke of the devastated control compartment toward the escape hatch. Fire leaped up, blocking the way. I went on, felt ghostly flames whipping at me, and then the hatch was open, and I pulled myself through, forcing the broken leg. My blackened hand fumbled at the locking wheel, then the blast as the lifeboat leapt clear of the disintegrating dreadnought, and the world-ending impact as I fell. At a level far below consciousness, the embattled pseudo-personality lashed out again, fighting the invader. It almost eluded me then, effulgent lord. Link with this lowly one. Impossible! Do you forget all my teachings? Cling, though you expend the last filament of your life force. Free from all distraction, at a level where comprehension and retention are instantaneous and total, my monitoring basic personality fraction followed the skillful ghoul mind as it engraved its commands deep in my subconscious. Then the touch withdrew, erasing the scars of its passage, to leave me unaware of its tampering at a conscious level. Watching the ghoul mind, I learned. The insinuating probe, a concept regarding which psychodynamicists had theorized, was no more than a pattern in emptiness, but a pattern which I could duplicate, now that I'd seen what had been done to me. Hesitantly, I felt for the immaterial fabric of the continuum, warping and manipulating it, copying the ghoul probe. Like planes of paper-thin crystal, the polyfinite aspects of reality shifted into focus, aligning themselves. Abruptly, a channel lay open. As easily as I would stretch out my hand to pluck a moth from a night flower, I reached across the unimaginable void and sensed a pit blacker than the bottom floor of hell and a glistening dark shape. There was a soundless shriek. Effulgence! It reached out, touched me. Using the technique I had grasped from the ghoul itself, I struck, stifling the outcry, invaded the fetid blackness, and grappled the obscene, gelatinous immensity of the ghoul's spy as it spasmed in a frenzy of xenophobia, a ton of liver writhing at the bottom of a dark well. I clamped down control. The ghoul mind folded in on itself, gibbering. Not pausing to rest, I followed up, probed along my channel of contact, tracing patterns, scanning the flaccid ghoul mind. I saw a world of yellow seas lapping at endless shores of mud. There was a fuming pit where liquid sulfur bubbled up from some inner source, filling an immense natural basin. The ghoul clustered at its rim, feeding, each monstrous shape heaving against its neighbors for a more favorable position. I probed further, saw the great cables of living nervous tissue that linked each eating organ with the brain mass far underground. I traced the passages through which tendrils ran out to immense caverns where smaller creatures labored over strange devices. These, my host's memory told me, were the young of the ghoul. Here they built the fleets that would transport the spawn to the new worlds the Prime Overlord had discovered, worlds where food was free for the taking. Not sulfur alone, but potassium, calcium, iron, and all the metals, riches beyond belief in endless profusion. No longer would the ghoul tribe cluster, those who remained of a once great race, at a single feeding trough. They would spread out across a galaxy and beyond. But not if I could help it. The ghoul had evolved a plan, but they'd had a stroke of bad luck. In the past, they had managed to control a man here and there among the fleets, far from home, but only at a superficial level. Enough perhaps to wreck a ship, but not the complete control needed to send a man back to Earth under ghoul compulsion to carry out complex sabotage. Then they had found me, alone, a sole survivor, free from the clutter of other minefields. It had been their misfortune to pick a psychodynamicist. Instead of gating a patient slave, they had opened the fortress door to an unseen spy. Now that I was there, I would see what I could steal. A timeless time passed. I wandered among patterns of white light and white sound, plumbed the deepest recesses of hidden ghoul thoughts, fared along strange ways, examining the shapes and colors of the concepts of an alien mind. I paused at last, scanning a multi-ordinal structure of pattern within pattern, the diagram circuits of a strange machine. I followed through its logic sequence, and, like a bomb burst, its meaning exploded in my mind. From the vile nest deep under the dark surfaces of the ghoul world in its lonely trans-Plutonian orbit, I had plucked the ultimate secret of their kind: matter across space. "You gotta listen to me, Kale!" I shouted. "I know you think I'm a ghoul robot, but what I have is too big to let you blow it up without a fight. Matter transmission. You know what that can mean to us? The concept is too complex to try to describe in words. You'll have to take my word for it. I can build it, though, using standard components plus an infinite area antenna and a Mobius wound coil and a few other things." I harangued Kale for a while, then sweated out his answer. I was getting close now. If he couldn't see the beauty of my proposal, my screens would start to register the radiation of warheads any time now. Kale came back, and his answer boiled down to no. I tried to reason with him. I reminded him how I had readied myself for the trip with sessions on the encephaloscope, setting up the cross networks of conditional defensive responses, the shunt circuits to the decoy pseudo-personality, leaving my volitional ego free. I talked about subliminal hypnotics and the resilience quotient of the ego complex. I might have saved my breath. I don't understand that psychodynamics jargon, Grantham, he snapped. It smacks of mysticism. But I understand what the ghoul have done to you well enough. I'm sorry. I leaned back and chewed the inside of my lip and thought unkind thoughts about Colonel Acer Kale. Then I settled down to solve the problem at hand. I keyed the chart file, flashed pages from the standard index on the reference screen, checking radar coverages, beacon ranges, monitor stations, controller fields. It looked as though a radar-negative boat the size of mine might possibly get through the defensive net with a daring pilot. And as a condemned spy, I could afford to be daring. And I had a few ideas. 3. The shrilling of the proximity alarm blasted through the silence. For a wild moment, I thought Cale had beaten me to the punch. Then I realized it was the routine DEW line patrol contact. Z402, I'm reading your IFF. Decelerate at 1.8 G, preparatory to picking up approach orbit. The screen went on droning out instructions. I fed them into the autopilot, at the same time running over my approach plan. The scout was moving in closer. I licked dry lips. It was time to try. I closed my eyes, reached out, as the ghoul mind had reached out to me, and felt the touch of a signal officer's mind, 40,000 miles distant, aboard the patrol vessel. There was a brief flurry of struggle. Then I dictated my instructions. The signals officer punched keys, spoke into his microphone. As you were. Z402, continue on present course. At 019 seconds, pick up planetary for re-entry and letdown. I blanked out the man's recollection of what had happened, caught his belated puzzlement as I broke contact, but I was clear of the DEW line now, rapidly approaching atmosphere. Z402, the speaker crackled. This is planetary control. I'm picking you up on channel 43 for re-entry and letdown. There was a long pause. Then, Z402, countermand DEW line clearance. Repeat, clearance countermanded. Emergency course change to standard hyperbolic code 98. Do not attempt re-entry. Repeat, do not attempt re-entry. It hadn't taken Cale long to see that I'd gotten past the outer line of defense. A few more minutes' grace would have helped. I'd play it dumb and hope for a little luck. Planetary, Z402 here. Say, I'm afraid I missed part of that, fellas. I'm a little banged up. I guess I switched frequencies on you? What was that after pickup channel 43? 402, sheer off there. You're not cleared for re-entry. Hey, you birds are mixed up, I protested. I'm cleared all the way. I checked in with DEW. It was time to disappear. I blanked off all transmission, hit the controls following my evasive pattern, and again I reached out. A radar man at a site in the Pacific, 15,000 miles away, rose from his chair, crossed the darkened room, and threw a switch. The radar screens blanked off. For an hour, I rode the long orbit down, fending off attack after attack. Then I was clear, skimming the surface of the ocean a few miles southeast of Key West. The boat hit hard. I felt the floor rise up, over, buffeting me against the restraining harness. I hauled at the release lever, felt a long moment of giddy disorientation as the escape capsule separated from the sinking lifeboat deep under the surface. Then my escape capsule was bobbing on the water. I would have to risk calling Cale now, but by voluntarily giving my position away, I should convince him I was still on our side, and I was badly in need of a pickup. I flipped the sending key. "This is Z-402, I said. "I have an urgent report for Colonel Cale of Aerospace Intelligence." Cale's face appeared. "Don't fight it, Grantham," he croaked. "You penetrated the planetary defenses, God knows how. Later, I snapped. "How about calling off your dogs now and send somebody out here to pick me up before I add seasickness to my other complaints?" "We have you pinpointed," Cale cut in. "It's no use fighting it, Grantham." I felt cold sweat pop out on my forehead. "You gotta listen, Cale," I shouted. "I suppose you got missiles on the way already. Call them back. I have information that can win the war." "I'm sorry, Grantham," Cale said. "It's too late. Even if I could take the chance you were right." A different face appeared on the screen. "Mr. Grantham, I am General Titus. On behalf of your country and in the name of the President, who has been apprised of this tragic situation, it is my privilege to inform you that you will be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, posthumously, for your heroic effort. Although you failed and have in fact been forced against your will to carry out the schemes of the inhuman enemy, this in no way detracts from your gallant attempt, Mr. Grantham. I salute you." The general's arm went up in a rigid gesture. "Stow that, you pompous idiot!" I barked. "I'm no spy." Cale was back, blanking out the startled face of the general. "Goodbye, Grantham. Try to understand." I flipped the switch, sat gripping the couch, my stomach rising with each heave of the floating escape capsule. I had perhaps 5 minutes. The missiles would be from Canaveral. I closed my eyes, forced myself to relax, reach out. I sensed the distant shore, the hot buzz of human minds at work in the cities. I followed the coastline, found the missile base, flicked through the cluster of mines. "Missile on course. Do right, baby, that's it, right in the slot." I fingered my way through the man's mind and found the control centers. He turned stiffly from the plotting board, tottered to a panel to slam his hand against the destruct button. Men fell on him, dragging him back. "Fool! Why did you blow it?" I dropped the contact, found another who leapt to the panel, detonated the remainder of the flight of 6 missiles. Then I withdrew. I would have a few minutes' stay of execution now. I was 10 miles from shore. The capsule had its own power plant. I started it up, switched on the external viewer. I saw a dark sea, the glint of starlight on the choppy surface. In the distance, a glow on the horizon that would be Key West. I plugged the course into the pilot, then leaned back and felt outward with my mind for the next attacker. 4. It was dark in the train yard. I moved along the tracks in a stumbling walk. Just a few more minutes, I was telling myself. A few more minutes and you can lie down. Rest. The shadowed bulk of a boxcar loomed up, its open door a blacker square. I leaned against the sill, breathing hard, then reached inside for a grip with my good hand. Gravel scrunched nearby. The beam of a flashlight lanced out, slipped along the weathered car, caught me. There was a startled exclamation. I ducked back, closed my eyes, felt out for his mind. There was a confused murmur of thought, a random intrusion of impressions from the city all around. It was hard, too hard. I had to sleep. I heard the snick of a revolver being cocked and dropped flat as a gout of flame stabbed toward me, the imperative "bam" echoing between the cars. I caught the clear thought. God-awful looking, shaved head, arms stuck out. Him all right. I reached out to his mind and struck at random. The light fell, went out, and I heard the unconscious body slam to the ground like a polled steer. It was easy, if I could stay awake. I gritted my teeth, pulled myself into the car, crawled to a dark corner behind a crate and slumped down. I tried to evoke a personality fraction to set as a guard, a part of my mind to stay awake and warn me of danger. It was too much trouble. I relaxed and let it all slide down into darkness. The car swayed. Click-clack, click-clack. I opened my eyes, saw yellow sunlight in a bar across the litter on the floor. The power truss creaked, pulling at my arm. My broken leg was throbbing its indignation at the treatment it had received, walking brace and all, and the burned arm was yelling aloud for more of that nice dope that had been keeping it from realizing how bad it was. All things considered, I felt like a badly embalmed mummy, except that I was hungry. I'd been a fool not to fill my pockets when I left the escape capsule in the shallows off Key Largo, but things had been happening too fast. I had barely made it to the fishing boat, whose owner I had coerced into rendezvousing with me before shells started dropping around us. If the gunners on the cruiser 10 miles away had had any luck, they would have finished me. And the hapless fisherman right then. We rode out a couple near misses before I put the cruiser's gunnery crew off the air. At a fishing camp on the beach, I found a car, with driver. He dropped me at the rail yard and drove off under the impression he was in town for groceries. He'd never believe he'd seen me. Now I had had my sleep. I had to start getting ready for the next act of the farce. I pressed the release on the power truss, gingerly unclamped it, then rigged a sling from a strip of shirt tail. I tied the arm to my side as inconspicuously as possible. I didn't disturb the bandages. I needed new clothes, or at least different ones, and something to cover my shaved skull. I couldn't stay hidden forever. The yard cop had recognized me at a glance. I lay back, waiting for the train to slow for a town. I wasn't unduly worried at the moment. The watchman probably hadn't convinced anyone he'd actually seen me. Maybe he hadn't been too sure himself. The click-clack slowed, and the train shuddered to a stop. I crept to the door, peering through the crack. There were sunny fields, a few low buildings in the distance, the corner of a platform. I closed my eyes and let my awareness stretch out. Lousy job. What's the use? Little witch in the lunchroom. Up in the hills, squirrel hunting. Bottle of whiskey. I settled into control gently, trying not to alarm the man. I saw through his eyes the dusty boxcar, the rust on the tracks, the listless weeds growing among the cinders, and the weathered boards of the platform. I turned him and saw the dingy glass of the telegraph window, a sagging screen door, and a chipped enamel cola sign. I walked the man to the door and through it. Behind the linoleum-topped counter, a coarse-skinned teenage girl with heavy breasts and wet patches under her arms looked up without interest as the door banged. My host went on to the counter, gestured toward the wax paper wrap sandwiches under a glass cover. "I'll take 'em all. And candy bars, and cigarettes, and give me a big glass of water." "Better get out there and look after your train," the girl said carelessly. "When'd you get so all-fired hungry all of a sudden?" "Put it in a bag, quick." "Look who's getting bossy." My host rounded the counter, picked up a used paper bag, began stuffing food in it. The girl stared at him, then pushed him back. "You get back around that counter." She filled the bag, took a pencil from behind her ear. "That'll be $1.85 cash." My host took 2 dog-eared bills from his shirt pocket, dropped them on the counter, and waited while the girl filled a glass. He picked it up and started out. "Hey, where you going with my glass?" The trainman crossed the platform, headed for the boxcar. He slid the loose door back a few inches against the slack latch, pushed the bag inside, placed the glass of water beside it, then pulled off his grimy railroader's cap and pushed it through the opening. He turned. The girl watched from the platform. A rattle passed down the line, and the train started up with a lurch. The man walked back toward the girl. I heard him say, "Friend of mine in there, just passing through." I was discovering that it wasn't necessary to hold tight control over every move of a subject. Once given the impulse to act, he would rationalize his behavior, fill in the details, and never know that the original idea hadn't been his own. I drank the water first, ate a sandwich, then lit a cigarette and lay back. So far, so good. The crates in the car were marked U.S. Naval Aerospace Station, Bayou Le Couchon. With any luck, I'd reach New Orleans in another 12 hours. The first step of my plan included a raid on the Delta National Labs, but that was tomorrow. That could wait. It was a little before dawn when I crawled out of the car at a siding in the swampy country a few miles out of New Orleans. I wasn't feeling good, but I had a stake in staying on my feet. I still had a few miles in me. I had my supplies, a few candy bars and some cigarettes stuffed in pockets of the tattered issue coverall. Otherwise, I was unencumbered, unless you wanted to count the walking brace on my right leg and the sling binding my arm. I picked my way across mushy ground to a potholed blacktop road, started limping toward a few car lights visible half a mile away. It was already hot. The swamp air was like warmed-over subway fumes. Through the drugs, I could feel my pulse throbbing in my various wounds. I reached out and touched the driver's mind. He was thinking about shrimps, a fishhook wound on his left thumb, and a girl with black hair. "Want a lift?" he called. I thanked him and got in. He gave me a glance and I pinched off his budding twinge of curiosity. It was almost an effort now not to follow his thoughts. It was as though my mind, having learned the trick of communications with others, instinctively reached out toward them. An hour later, he dropped me on a street corner in a shabby marketing district of the city and drove off. I hoped he made it out all right with the dark-haired girl. I spotted a used clothing store and headed for it. 20 minutes later, I was back on the sidewalk, dressed in a pinkish-gray suit that had been cut a long time ago by a Latin tailor, maybe to settle a grudge. The shirt that went with it was an unsuccessful violet. The black string tie lent a dubious air of distinction. I'd swapped the railroader's cap for a tarnished beret. The man who had supplied the outfit was still asleep. I figured I'd done him a favor by taking it. I couldn't hope to pass for fisherman. I wasn't the type. Maybe I'd get by as a coffee-house derelict. I walked past fly-covered fish stalls, racks of faded garments, grimy vegetables in bins, enough paint-flaked wrought iron to cage a herd of brontosauri, and fetched up at a cab stand. I picked a fat driver with a wart. "How much to the Delta National Laboratories?" He rolled an eye toward me, shifted his toothpick. "What you want to go out there for? Nothing out there." "I'm a tourist," I said. "They told me before I left home not to miss it." He grunted, reached back and opened the door. I got in. He flipped his flag down, started up with a clash of gears, and pulled out without looking. "How far is it?" I asked him. "It ain't far. Mile and a quarter." "Pretty big place, I guess." He didn't answer. We went through a warehousing district, swung left along the waterfront, bumped over railroad tracks, and pulled up at a 9-foot cyclone fence with a locked gate. $1.10, my driver said. I looked out at the fence, a barren field, a distant group of low buildings. "What's this?" "This is the place you asked for. That'll be $1.10, mister." I touched his mind, planted a couple of false impressions, and withdrew. He blinked, then started up, drove around the field, pulled up at an open gate with a blue uniformed guard. He looked back at me. "You want I should drive in, sir?" "I'll get out here." He jumped up, opened my door, helped me out with a hand under my good elbow. "I'll get you change, sir," he said, reaching for his hip. "Keep it." "Thank you." He hesitated. "Maybe I ought to stick around, you know." "I'll be all right." "I hope so," he said. "A man like you and me," he winked. "After all, we ain't both wearing berets for nothing." "True," I said. "Consider your tip doubled. Now, drive away into the sunrise and forget you ever saw me." He got into the car, beaming, and left. I turned and sized up the Delta Labs. There was nothing fancy about the place. It consisted of low brick and steel buildings, mud, a fence, and a guard who was looking at me. I sauntered over. "I'm from Iowa City," I said. "Now, the rest of the group didn't come, said they'd rather rest one day. But I'd like to see it all. After all, I paid." "Just a minute," the guard said, holding up a palm. "You must be lost, fella. This here ain't no tourist attraction. You can't come in here." "This is the Cameo Works," I said anxiously. He shook his head. "Too bad you let your cab go. It's an hour yet till the bus comes." A dun-painted staff car came into view, slowed, and swung wide to turn in. I fingered the driver's mind. The car swerved, braked to a halt. A portly man in the back seat leaned forward, frowning. I touched him. He relaxed. The driver leaned across and opened the door. I went around and got in. The guard was watching, open-mouthed. I gave him a 2-finger salute, and the car pulled through the gate. "Stop in front of the electronics section," I said. The car pulled up. I got out, went up the steps, and pushed through the double-glass doors. The car sat for a moment, then moved slowly off. The passenger would be wondering why the driver had stopped, but the driver wouldn't remember. I was inside the building now. That was a start. I didn't like robbery in broad daylight, but it was a lot easier this way. I wasn't equal to climbing any walls or breaking down any locked doors, not until I'd had a transfusion, a skin graft, and about 3 months' vacation on a warm beach somewhere. A man in a white smock emerged from a door. He started past me, spun. "I'm here about the garbage," I said. "Damn fools will put the cans in with the edible. Are you the one called?" "How's that?" "I ain't got all morning," I shrilled. "You scientist fellers are all alike. Which way is the whatchamacallit? Equipment lab." "Right along there," he pointed. I didn't bother to thank him. It wouldn't have been in character. A thin man with a brush mustache eyed me sharply as I pushed through the door. I looked at him, nodded absently. "Carry on with your work," I said. "The audit will be carried out in such a way as to disturb you as little as possible. Just show me your voucher file, if you please." He sighed and waved toward a filing cabinet. I went to it and pulled a drawer open, glancing about the room. Full shelves were visible through an inner door. 20 minutes later, I left the building, carrying a sheet metal carton containing the electronic components I needed to build a matter transmitter. Except for the parts I'd have to fabricate myself from raw materials, the load was heavy, too heavy for me to carry very far. I parked it at the door and waited until a pickup truck came along. It pulled over. The driver climbed out and came up the walk to me. "Are you, He scratched his head. "Right." I waved at my loot. "Put it in the back." He obliged. Together we rolled toward the gate. The guard held up his hand, came forward to check the truck. He looked surprised when he saw me. "Just who are you, fella?" he said. I didn't like tampering with people any more than I had to. It was a lot like stealing from a blind man. Easy, but nothing to feel proud of. I gave him a light touch, just the suggestion that what I would say would be full of deep meaning. "You know, the regular Wednesday shipment," I said darkly. "Keep it quiet. We're all relying on you." "Sure thing," he said, stepping back. We gunned through the gate. I glanced back to see him looking after the truck, thinking about the Wednesday shipment on a Friday. He decided it was logical, nodded his head, and forgot the whole thing. End of section 15. End of End as a Hero, Part 1. Section 16 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. End as a Hero, Part 2. 5. I'd been riding high for a couple of hours, enjoying the success of the tricks I'd stolen from the ghoul. Now I suddenly felt like something the student morticians had been practicing on. I guided my driver through a second-rate residential section, looking for an MD shingle on a front lawn. The one I found didn't inspire much confidence. You could hardly see it for the weeds, but I didn't want to make a big splash. I had to have an assist from my driver to make it to the front door. He got me inside, parked my box beside me, and went off to finish his rounds under the impression that it had been a dull morning. The doctor was a seedy, 70-ish GP with a gross tremor in the hands that a good built of scotch would have helped. He looked at me as though I'd interrupted something that was either more fun or paid better than anything I was likely to come up with. "I need my dressing changed, Doc," I said, "and maybe a shot to keep me going." "I'm not a dope peddler," he snapped. "You got the wrong place." "Just a little medication, whatever's usual. It's a burn." "Who told you to come here?" I looked at him meaningfully. "The word gets around." He glared at me, gnashed his plates, then gestured toward a black varnished door. "Go right in there." He gaped at my arm when the bandages were off. I took a quick glance and wished I hadn't. "How did you do this?" "Smoking in bed," I said. "Have you got something that—" He caught me before I hit the floor, got me into a chair. Then he heard that scotch he'd been wanting, gave me a shot as an afterthought, and looked at me narrowly. "I suppose you fell out of that same bed and broke your leg?" he said. "Right. Hell of a dangerous bed." "I'll be right back." He turned to the door. "Don't go away. I'll just get some gauze." "Better stay here, Doc. There's plenty of gauze right on that table." "See here." "Skip it, Doc. I know all about you." "What?" I said, "All about you." He set to work then. A guilty conscience is a tough argument to answer. He plastered my arm with something and rewrapped it, then looked the leg over and made a couple of adjustments to the brace. He clucked over the stitches in my scalp, dabbed something on them that hurt like hell, then shoved an old-fashioned stick-pin needle into my good arm. "That's all I can do for you," he said. He handed me a bottle of pills. "Here's some tablets to take in an emergency. Now, get out." "Call me a cab, Doc." I listened while he called, then lit a cigarette and watched through the curtains. The doc stood by, worrying his upper plate and eyeing me. So far I hadn't had to tinker with his mind, but it would be a good idea to check. I felt my way delicately. Oh, God, why did I? Long time ago. Mary ever knew. Go to Arizona, start again. Too old. I saw the nest of fears that gnawed at him, the frustration and the faint flicker of hope, but not quite dead. I touched his mind, wiped away the scars. "Here's your car," he said. He opened the door, looking at me. I started past him. "Are you sure you're all right?" he said. "Sure, Pop. And don't worry, everything's going to be okay." The driver put my boxes on the back seat. I got in beside him and told him to take me to the men's clothing store. He waited while I changed my hand-me-downs for an off-the-hook suit, new shirt and underwear, and a replacement beret. It was the only kind of hat that didn't hurt. My issue shoes were still good, but I traded them on a new pair, added a light raincoat, and threw in sturdy suitcase for good measure. The clerk said something about money, and I dropped an idea into his mind, paused long enough to add a memory of a fabulous night with a redhead. He hardly noticed me leaving. I tried not to feel like a shoplifter. After all, it's not every day a man gets a chance to swap dry goods for dreams. In the cab, I transferred my belongings to the new suitcase, then told the driver to pull up at an anonymous-looking hotel. A 4-star admiral with frayed cuffs helped me inside with my luggage. The hacky headed for the bay to get rid of the box under the impression I was a heavy tipper. I had a meal in my room, a hot bath, and treated myself to a 3-hour nap. I woke up feeling as though those student embalmers might graduate after all. I thumbed through the phone book and dialed a number. "I want a Cadillac, or Lincoln," I said. "A new one, not the one you rent for funerals, and a driver who won't mind missing a couple nights' sleep, and put a bed pillow and a blanket in the car." I went down to the coffee room then for a light meal. I just finished a cigarette when the car arrived. A dark blue heavyweight with a high polish and a low silhouette. "We're going to Denver," I told the driver. "We'll make one stop tomorrow. I have a little shopping to do. I figure about 20 hours. Take a break every 100 miles and hold it under 70. He nodded. I got in the back and sank down into the smell of expensive upholstery. "I'll cross town and pick up US 84 at—" "I'll leave the details to you," I said. He pulled out into traffic, and I got the pillow settled under me and closed my eyes. I needed all the rest I could get on this trip. I'd heard that compared with the Denver Record Center, Fort Knox was a cinch. I'd find out for sure when I got there. The plan I had in mind wasn't the best I could have concocted under more leisurely circumstances, but with every cop in the country under orders to shoot me on sight, I had to move fast. My scheme had the virtue of unlikeliness. Once I was safe in the central vault, supposed to be the only H-bomb-proof structure ever built, I'd put through a phone call to the outside, telling them to watch a certain spot, say, the big desk in the president's office. Then I'd assemble my matter transmitter and drop some little item right in front of the assembled big shots. They'd have to admit I had something, and this time they'd have to start considering the possibility that I wasn't working for the enemy. It had been a smooth trip, and I'd caught up on my sleep. Now it was 5 a.m., and we were into the foothills, half an hour out of Denver. I ran over my lines, planning the trickiest part of the job ahead, the initial approach. I'd listened to a couple of news broadcasts. The FBI was still promising an arrest within hours. I learned that I was lying up, or maybe dead, in the vicinity of Key West, and that the situation was under control. That was fine with me. Nobody would expect me to pop up in Denver, still operating under my own power, and wearing a new suit at that. The record center was north of the city, dug into the mountainside. I steered my chauffeur around the downtown section, out a street lined with dark hamburger joints and unlit gas stations to where a side road branched off. We pulled up. From here on, things might get dangerous. If I was wrong about how easy it was all going to be. I brushed across the driver's mind. He set the brake and got out. "I don't know how I came to run out of gas, Mr. Brown," he said apologetically. "We just passed a station, but it was closed. I guess I'll have to hike back into town. I sure am sorry. I never did that before." I told him it was okay, watched as he strode off into the pre-dawn gloom, then got into the front seat and started up. The gate of the reservation surrounding the record center was only a mile away now. I drove slowly, feeling ahead for opposition. There didn't seem to be any. Things were quiet as a poker player with a pat hand. My timing was good. I stopped in front of the gate under a floodlight, and the watchful eye of an MP with a shiny black Tommy gun held at the ready. He didn't seem surprised to see me. I rolled down the window as he came over to the car. "I have an appointment inside, Corporal," I said. I touched his mind. "The password is Hot Point." He nodded, stepped back, and motioned me in. I hesitated. This was almost too easy. I reached out again. "Middle of the night. Password. Nice car. I wish." I pulled through the gate and headed for the big parking lot, picking a spot in front of a ramp that led down to a tall steel door. There was no one in sight. I got out, dragging my suitcase. It was heavier now with the wire and magnets I'd added. I crossed the drive, went up to the doors. The silence was eerie. I swept the area, searching for mines. Found nothing. The shielding, I decided, blanked out everything. There was a personnel door set in the big panel with a massive combination lock. I leaned my head against the door and felt for the mechanism, turning the dial right, left, right. The lock opened. I stepped inside, alert. Silence. Darkness. I reached out, sensed walls, slabs of steel, concrete, intricate mechanisms, tunnels deep in the ground, but no personnel. That was surprising. But I wouldn't waste time questioning my good luck. I followed a corridor, opened another door, massive as a vault, past more halls, more doors. My footsteps made muffled echoes. I passed a final door and came into the heart of the record center. There were lights in the chamber around the grim, featureless periphery of the central vault. I set the valise on the floor, sat on it, and lit a cigarette. So far, so good. The record center I saw had been overrated. Even without my special knowledge, a clever locksmith could have come this far. Or almost. But the big vault was another matter. The great integrating lock that secured it would yield only to a complex command from the computer set in the wall opposite the vault door. I smoked my cigarette and, with my eyes closed, studied the vault. I finished the cigarette, stepped on it, went to the console, began pressing keys, tapping out the necessary formulations. Half an hour later, I finished. There was a whine from a servo motor. A crimson light flashed. I turned and saw the valve cycle open, showing a bright lit tunnel within. I dragged my bag inside, threw the lever that closed the entry behind me. A green light went on. I walked along the narrow passage, lined with gray metal shelves, stacked with gray sheet tape drums, descended steps, came into a larger chamber fitted out with bunks, a tiny galley, toilet facilities, shelves stocked with food. There was a radio, a telephone, and a second telephone, bright red. That would be the hotline to Washington. This was the sanctum sanctorum, where the last survivors could wait out the final Holocaust indefinitely. I opened the door of a steel cabinet. Radiation suits, tools, instruments. Another held bedding. I found a tape player, tapes, even a shelf of books. I found a first aid kit and gratefully gave myself a hypospray jolt of Neurite. My pains receded. I went on to the next room. There were wash tubs, a garbage disposal unit, a dryer. There was everything here I needed to keep me alive and even comfortable until I could convince someone up above that I shouldn't be shot on sight. A heavy door barred the way to the room beyond. I turned a wheel, swung the door back, saw more walls lined with filing cabinets, a blank facade of gray steel, and in the center of the room, alone on a squat table, a yellow plastic case that any Sunday supplement reader would have recognized. It was a master tape, the utter top-secret programming document that would direct the terrestrial defense in case of a ghoul invasion. It was almost shocking to see it lying there, unprotected except for the flimsy case. The information it contained in micro dot form could put my world in the palm of the enemy's hand. The room with the toolkit would be the best place to work, I decided. I brought the suitcase containing the electronic gear back from the outer door where I'd left it, opened it, and arranged its contents on the table. According to the ghoul, these simple components were all I needed. The trick was in knowing how to put them together. There was work ahead of me now. There were the coils to wind, the intricate antenna arrays to lay out, but before I started, I'd take time to call Cale, or whoever I could get at the other end of the hotline. They'd be a little startled when I turned up at the heart of the defenses they were trying to shield. I picked up the receiver and a voice spoke. "Well, Grantham, so you finally made it." 6. "Here are your instructions," Cale was saying. "Open the vault door, come out stripped, and go to the center of the parking lot. Stand there with your hands over your head. A single helicopter manned by one volunteer will approach and drop a gas canister. It won't be lethal. I promise you that. Once you're unconscious, I'll personally see to it that you're transported to the Institute in safety. Every effort will then be made to overcome the ghoul conditioning. If we're successful, you'll be awakened. If not..." He let the sentence hang. It didn't need to be finished. I understood what he meant. I was listening. I was still not too worried. Here I was, safe against anything until the food ran out, and that wouldn't be for months. "You're bluffing, Cale," I said. "You're trying to put the best face on something that you can't control. You were careless at Delta Labs, Grantham. There were too many people with odd blanks in their memories and too many unusual occurrences all on the same day. You tipped your hand. Once we knew what we were up against, it was simply a matter of following you at an adequate distance. We have certain shielding materials, as you know. We tried them all. There's a new one that's quite effective. But as I was saying, we've kept you under constant surveillance. When we saw which way you were heading, we just stayed out of sight and let you trap yourself." "You're lying. Why would you want me here?" "That's very simple," Cale said harshly. "It's the finest trap ever built by man, and you're safely in it." "Safely is right. I have everything I need here, and that brings me to my reason for being here, in case you're curious. I'm going to build a matter transmitter, and to prove my good faith, I'll transmit the master tape to you. I'll show you that I could have stolen the damn thing if I'd wanted to." "Indeed. Tell me, Grantham, do you really think we'd be fool enough to leave the master tape behind when we evacuated the area?" "I don't know about that, but it's here." "Sorry," Cale said. "You're deluding yourself." His voice was suddenly softer, some of the triumph gone from it. "Don't bother struggling, Grantham. The finest brains in the country have combined to place you where you are. You haven't a chance except to do as I say. Make it easy on yourself. I have no wish to extend your ordeal." "You can't touch me, Cale. This vault is proof against a hell bomb, and it's stocked for a siege." "That's right," Cale said. His voice sounded tired. "It's proof against a hell bomb. But what if the hell bomb's in the vault with you?" I felt like a demolition man working to defuse a blockbuster who suddenly heard a loud click from the detonator. I dropped the phone, stared around the room. I saw nothing that could be a bomb. I ran to the next room, the one beyond. Nothing. I went back to the phone, grabbed it up. "You ought to know better than to bluff now, Cale," I yelled. "I wouldn't leave this spot now for half a dozen hypothetical hell bombs." "In the center room," Cale said. "Lift the cover over the floor drain. You'll find it there. You know what they look like. Don't tamper with its mechanism. It's internally trapped. You'll have to take my word for it. We didn't bother installing a dummy." I dropped the phone, hurried to the spot Cale had described. The bomb casing was there. A dull gray ovoid with a lifting eye set in the top. It didn't look dangerous. It just lay quietly, waiting. Back at the telephone, I had trouble finding my voice. "How long?" I croaked. "It was triggered when you entered the vault," Cale said. "There's a time mechanism. It's irreversible. You can't force anyone to cancel it. And there's no use your hiding in the outer passages. The whole center will be destroyed in the blast. Even it can't stand against a bomb buried in its heart. But we'll gladly sacrifice the center to eliminate you." "How long?" "I suggest you come out quickly so that the crew can enter the vault to disarm the bomb." "How long?" "When you're ready to emerge, call me." The line went dead. I put the phone back in its cradle carefully, like a rare and valuable egg. I tried to think. I'd been charging full speed ahead ever since I had decided on my scheme of action while I was still riding the surf off the Florida coast, and I'd stuck to it. Now it had hatched in my face, and the thing that crawled out wasn't the downy little chick of success. It had teeth and claws and was eyeing me like a basilisk. But I still had unplayed aces, if there was time. I had meant to use the matter transmitter to stage a dramatic proof that I wasn't the tool of the enemy. The demonstration would be more dramatic than I'd planned. The bomb would fit the machine as easily as the tape. The wheels would be surprised when their firecracker went off, right on schedule, in the middle of the Mojave Desert. I set to work, my heart pounding. If I could bring this off, if I had time, if the transmitter worked as advertised. The stolen knowledge flowed smoothly, effortlessly. It was as though I had been assembling matter transmitters for years, knew every step by heart. First the Mobius windings, yard after yard of heavy copper around a core of carbon, then the power supply, the first and second stage amplimeters. How long? In the sump in the next room, the bomb lay quietly ticking. How long? The main assembly was ready now. I laid out cables, tying my apparatus into the atomic power source buried under the vault. The demand for one short instant would tax even those mighty engines. I fixed hooks at the proper points in the room, wove soft aluminum wire in the correct pattern. I was almost finished now. How long? I made the last connections, cleared away the litter. The matter transmitter stood on the table, complete. At any instant, the bomb would reduce it, and the secret of its construction, to incandescent gas, unless I transmitted the bomb out of range first. I turned toward the laundry room, and the telephone rang. I hesitated, then crossed the room and snatched it up. "Listen to me," Cale said grimly. "Give me straight, fast answers. You said the master tape was there, in the vault with you. Now tell me, what does it look like?" "What?" "The, dummy tape. What is its appearance?" "It's a roughly square plastic container, bright yellow, about a foot thick. What about it?" Cale's voice sounded strained. "I've made inquiries. No one here seems to know the exact present location of the master tape. Each department says that they were under the impression that another handled the matter. I'm unable to learn who, precisely, removed the tape from the vault. Now you say that there's a yellow plastic container?" "I know what the master tape looks like," I said. "This is either it or a hell of a good copy." "Grantham," Cale said. There was a note of desperation in his voice now. "There have been some blunders made. I knew you were under the influence of the ghoul. It didn't occur to me that I might be too. Why did I make it possible for you to successfully penetrate to the central vault? There were 100 simpler ways I could have dealt with the problem. We're in trouble, Grantham, serious trouble. The tape you have there is genuine. We've all played into the enemy's hands." "You're wasting valuable time, Cale," I snapped. "When does the bomb go up?" "Grantham, there's little time left. Bring the master tape and leave the vault." "No dice, Cale. I'm staying until I finish the transmitter, then." "Grantham, if there's anything to your mad ideas of such a machine, destroy it quickly. Don't you see the ghoul would only have given you the secret in order to enable you to steal the tape?" I cut him off. In the sudden silence, I heard a distant sound. Or had I sensed a thought? I strained outward. "Volunteered. Damn fool. Thing on my head is heavy. Better work. Now. Okay. Valve. Gas. Kills in a split second. Then get out." I stabbed out, pushed through the obscuring veil of masonry, sensed a man in the computer room, dressed in gray coveralls, a grotesque shield over his head and shoulders. He reached for a red-painted valve. I struck at his mind, felt him stagger back, fall. I fumbled in his brain, stimulated the sleep center. He sank deep into unconsciousness. I leaned against the table, weak with a reaction. Cale had almost tricked me that time. I reached out again, swept the area with desperate urgency. Far away, I sensed the hazy clutter of many minds out of range. There was nothing more. The poisonous gas had been the only threat, except the bomb itself. But I had to move fast, before my time ran out, to transmit the bomb to a desert area. I paused, stood frozen in mid-move. A desert? What desert? The transmitter operated in accordance with as rigid a set of laws as did the planets swinging in their orbits. Strange laws, but laws of nature nonetheless. No receiver was required. The destination of the mass under transmission was determined by the operator, holding in his mind the five-dimensional conceptualization of the target, guiding the action of the machine. And I had no target. I could no more direct the bomb into a desert without a five-fold grasp of its multi-ordinal spatial, temporal, and entropic coordinates than I could fire a rifle at a target in the dark. I was like a man with a grenade in his hand, pin-pulled and locked in a cell. I swept the echocosm again, desperately, and caught a thin, live line. I traced it. It cut through the mountain, dived deep underground, crossed the boundless plain. Never branching, it bored on, turning upward now and ending. I rested, gathering strength, then probed, straining. There was a room. Men. I recognized Cale, gray-faced, haggard. A tall man in braided blue stood near him. Others stood silently by, tension on every face. Maps covered the wall behind them. I was looking into the war room at the Pentagon in Washington. The line I had traced was a telephonic hotline, the top security link between the record center and the command level. It was a heavy cable, well protected and always open. It would free me from the trap. With ghoul-tutored skill, I scanned the room, memorized its coordinates, then I withdrew. Like a swimmer coming up from a long dive, I fought my way back to the level of immediate awareness. I sagged into a chair, blinking at the drab walls, the complexity of the transmitter. I must move fast now. Place the bomb in the transmitter's field, directed at the target. With an effort, I got to my feet, went to the sump, lifted the cover, grasped the lifting eye, strained, and the bomb came up, out onto the floor. I dragged it to the transmitter. And only then realized what I'd been about to do. My target, the war room, the nerve center of Earth's defenses, and I had been ready to dump the hell bomb there. In my frenzy to be rid of it, I would have played into the hands of the ghoul. 7. I went to the phone. Cale, I guess you got a recorder on the line. I'll give you the details of the transmitter circuits. It's complicated, but 15 minutes ought to. No time, Cale cut in. I'm sorry about everything, Grantham. If you finish the machine, it's a tragedy for humanity. If it works, I can only ask you to try, when the ghoul command comes, not to give them what they want. I'll tell you now, Grantham, the bomb blows in. There was a pause. 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Try to hold them off. If you can stand against them for that long at least. I slammed the phone down. Cold sweat popping out across my face. 2 minutes? Too late for anything. The men in the war room would never know how close I'd come to beating the ghoul and them. But I could still save the master tape. I wrestled the yellow plastic case that housed the tape onto the table and into the machine. And the world vanished in a blaze of darkness, a clamor of silence. Now, masters! Now, link up! Link up! Like a bad dream coming back in daylight, I felt the obscene presence of masked ghoul minds, attenuated by distance but terrible in their power, probing, thrusting. I fought back, struggling against paralysis, trying to gather my strength, use what I had learned. See, masters, how it would elude us? Blanket off, together now! The paths closed before me. My mind writhed, twisted, darted here and there, and met only the impenetrable shield of the ghoul defenses. It tires, masters. Work swiftly now. Let us impress on the subject the coordinates of the brain pit. The conceptualization drifted into my mind. Here, man. Transmit the tape here. As from a distance, the monitor personality fraction watched the struggle. Cale had been right. The ghoul had waited, and now their moment had come. Even my last impulse of defiance to place the tape in the machine had been at the ghoul command. They had looked into my mind. They understood psychology as no human analyst ever could, and they had led me in the most effective way possible by letting me believe I was the master. They had made use of my human ingenuity to carry out their wishes, and Cale had made it easy for them by evacuating a 20-mile radius around me, leaving the field clear for the ghoul. Here! The ghoul voice rang like a bell in my mind. Transmit the tape here! Even as I fought against the impulse to comply, I felt my arm twitch toward the machine. Throw the switch! The voice thundered. I struggled, willed my arm to stay at my side. Only a minute longer, I thought. Only a minute more, and the bomb would save me. Link up, masters! I will not link. You plot to feed at my expense. No! By the mother worm, I pledge my groove at the eating trough. For us, the man will gut the great vault of his nest world.
Already you bloat at our expense. Fool, would you bicker now? Link up!
The ghoul raged, and I grasped for an elusive thought and held it. The bomb, only a few feet away, the waiting machine, and the ghoul had given me the coordinates of their cavern. With infinite sluggishness, I moved.
Link up, masters, then all will feed. It is a trick I will not link.
I found the bomb, fumbled for a grip.
Disaster, masters! Now is the prize lost to us unless you join with me.
My breath choked off in my throat. A hideous pain coiled outward from my chest, but it was unimportant. Only the bomb mattered. I tottered, groping. There was the table, the transmitter. I lifted the bomb, felt the half-healed skin of my burned arm crackle as I strained. I thrust the case containing the master tape out of the field of the transmitter, then pushed, half-rolled the bomb into position. I groped for the switch, found it. I tried to draw breath, felt only a surge of agony. Blackness was closing in. The coordinates. From the whirling fog of pain and darkness, I brought the target concept of the cool cavern into view, clarified it, held it. Masters! Hold the man! Disaster! Then I felt the ghoul, their suspicions yielding to the panic in the mind of the prime overlord, link their power against me. I stood paralyzed, felt my identity dissolving like water pouring from a smashed pot. I tried to remember, but it was too faint, too far away. Then from somewhere, a voice seemed to cut in, the calm voice of an emergency reserve personality fraction. You are under attack. Activate the reserve plan. Level 5. Use level 5. Act now. Use level 5. Through the miasma of ghoul pressure, I felt the hairs stiffen on the back of my neck. All around me the ghoul voices raged, a swelling symphony of discord, but they were nothing. Level 5. There was no turning back. The compulsions were there, acting even as I drew in a breath to howl my terror. Level 5. Down past the shapes of dreams, the intense faces of hallucination. Level 3, level 4, and the silent ranked memories, and deeper still, into a region of looming gibbering horror, of shadowy moving shapes of evil, of dreaded presences that lurked at the edge of vision. Down amid the clamor of voiceless fears, the mounting hungers, the reaching claws of all that man had feared since the first tailless primate screamed out his terror in a treetop, the fear of falling, the fear of heights. Down to level 5, nightmare level. I groped outward, found the plane of contact, and hurled the weight of man's ancient fears at the waiting ghoul. And in their black confining caves, deep in the rock of a far world, they felt the roaring tide of fear, fear of the dark and of living burial. The horrors in man's secret mind confronted the horrors of the ghoul brain pit, and I felt them break, retreat in blind panic from me. All but one. The prime overlord reeled back with the rest, but his was a mind of terrible power. I sensed for a moment his bloated, immense form, the seething, gnawing hungers, insatiable, never to be appeased. Then he rallied, but he was alone now. Link up, masters! The prize is lost! Kill the man! Kill the man! I felt a knife at my heart. It fluttered and stopped. And in that instant, I broke past his control, through the switch. There was the sharp crack of imploding air. Then I was floating down, ever down, and all sensation was far away. Masters, kill the... The pain cut off in an instant of profound silence and utter dark. Then sound roared in my ears, and I felt the harsh grate of the floor against my face as I fell. And then I knew nothing more. I hope, General Titus was saying, that you'll accept the decoration now, Mr. Grantham. It'll be the first time in history that a civilian has been accorded this honor, and you deserve it. I was lying in a clean white bed, propped up by big soft pillows, with a couple of good-looking nurses hovering a few feet away. I was in a mood to tolerate even Titus. "Thanks, General," I said. "I suggest you give the medal to the volunteer who came in to gas me. He knew what he was going up against. I didn't." "It's over now, Grantham," Cale said. He attempted to beam, settled for a frosty smile. "You surely understand." "Understanding," I said. "That's all we need to turn this planet and a lot of other ones into the kind of worlds the human mind needs to expand into." "You're tired, Grantham," Cale said. "You get some rest. In a few weeks, you'll be back on the job, good as new." "That's where the key is," I said. "In our minds. There's so much there, and we haven't even scratched the surface. To the mind, nothing is impossible. Matter is an illusion. Space and time are just convenient fictions." "I'll leave the medal here, Mr. Grantham. When you feel equal to it, we'll make the official presentation. Television." He faded off as I closed my eyes and thought about things that had been clamoring for attention ever since I'd met the ghoul, but hadn't had time to explore. My arm. I felt my way along it from inside, tracing the area of damage, watching as the bodily defenses worked away, toiling to renew, replace. It was a slow, mindless process. But if I helped a little? It was easy. The pattern was there. I felt the tissues renew themselves, the skin regenerate. The bone was more difficult. I searched out the necessary minerals, diverted blood, the broken ends knit. The nurse was bending over me, a bowl of soup in her hand. "You've been asleep for a long time, sir," she said, smiling. "How about some nice chicken broth now?" I ate the soup and asked for more. A doctor came and peeled back my bandages, did a double take and rushed away. I looked. The skin was new and pink like a baby's, but it was all there. I flexed my right leg. There was no twinge of pain. I listened for a while as the doctors gabbled, clucked, probed, and made pronouncements. Then I closed my eyes again. I thought about the matter transmitter. The government was sitting on it, of course. A military secret of the greatest importance, Titus called it. Maybe someday the public would hear about it. In the meantime, "How about letting me out of here?" I said suddenly. A pop-eyed doctor with a fringe of gray hair blinked at me, went back to fingering my arm. Cale hove into view. "I want out," I said. "I'm recovered, right? So now just give me my clothes." Now, just relax, Grantham. You know it's not as simple as that. There are a lot of matters we must go over." "The war's over," I said. "You admitted that. I want out." "Sorry," Cale shook his head. "That's out of the question." "Doc," I said, "am I well?" "Yes," he said. "Amazing case. You're as fit as you'll ever be. I've never—" "I'm afraid you're going to have to resign yourself to being here for a while longer, Grantham," Cale said. "After all, we can't let the secret of matter transmission run around loose, hey? So until you figure out the angles, I'm a prisoner, right?" "I'd hardly call it that, Grantham. Still—" I closed my eyes. The matter transmitter, a strange device, a field not distorting space but accentuating certain characteristics of a matter field in space-time, subtly shifting relationships. Just as the mind could compare unrelated data, draw from them new concepts, new parallels. The circuits of the matter transmitter and the patterns of the mind. The exocosm and the endocosm, like the skin and the orange everywhere in contact. Somewhere there was a beach of white sand and dunes with graceful sea oats that leaned in a gentle wind. There was blue water to the far horizon and a blue sky, and nowhere were there any generals with medals and television cameras or flint-eyed bureaucrats with long schemes. And with this gentle folding, thus, and a pressure here, so. I opened my eyes, raised myself on one elbow, and saw the sea. The sun was hot on my body, but not too hot. The sand was white as sugar. Far away, a seagull tilted, circling. A wave rolled in, washed my foot in cool water. I lay on my back and looked up at the white clouds and a blue sky and smiled, then laughed aloud. Distantly, the seagull's cry echoed my laughter. End of section 16. End of End as a Hero. Section 17 of 15 Stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Star-Sent Knaves. Part 1. When the Great Galactic Union first encounters Earth, is this what is going to happen? 1. Clyde W. Cynthian was a bald eagle of a man, dark-eyed, pot-bellied, with the large, expressive hands of a rug merchant. Round-shouldered, in a loose cloak, he blinked small reddish eyes at Dan Slane's travel-stained 6'1". Kelly here tells me you've been demanding to see me. He nodded toward the florid man at his side. He had a high, thin voice, like something that needed oiling. Something about important information regarding safeguarding my paintings? That's right, Mr. Cynthian, Dan said. I believe I can be of great help to you. Help how? If you've got ideas of bilking me. The red eyes bored into Dan like hot pokers. Nothing like that, sir. Now, I know you have quite a system of guards here. The papers are full of it. Damn busybodies, sensation mongers. If it wasn't for the press, I'd have no concern for my paintings today. Yes, sir, but my point is, the one really important spot has been left unguarded. Now, wait a minute, Kelly started. What's that? Cynthian cut in. You have 150 men guarding the house and grounds day and night. 225, Kelly snapped. But no one at all in the vault with the paintings, Slane finished. Of course not, Cynthian shrilled. Why would I post a man in the vault? It's under constant surveillance from the corridor outside. The Harriman paintings were removed from a locked vault, Dan said. There was a special seal on the door. It wasn't broken. By the saints, he's right, Kelly exclaimed. Maybe we ought to have a man in that vault. Another idiotic scheme to waste my money? Cynthian snapped. I've made you responsible for security here, Kelly. Let's have no more of this nonsense. And throw this nincompoop out. Cynthian turned and stalked away, his cloak flapping at his knees. I'll work cheap, Dan called after him as Kelly took his arm. I'm an art lover. Never mind that, Kelly said, escorting Dan along the corridor. He turned in at an office and closed the door. Now, as the old buzzard said, I'm responsible for security here. If those pictures go, my job goes with them. Your vault idea is not bad. How cheap would you work? $100 a week, Dan said promptly, plus expenses, he added. Kelly nodded. I'll fingerprint you and run a fast agency check. If you're clean, I'll put you on, starting tonight, but keep it quiet. Dan looked around at the gray walls with shelves stacked to the low ceiling, with wrapped paintings. 2 300-watt bulbs shed a white glare over the tile floor, a neat white refrigerator, a bunk, an armchair, a bookshelf, and a small table set with paper plates, plastic utensils, and a portable radio, all hastily installed at Kelly's order. Dan opened the refrigerator, looked over the stock of salami, liverwurst, cheese, and beer. He opened a loaf of bread, built up a well-filled sandwich, keyed open a can of beer. It wasn't fancy, but it would do. Phase 1 of the plan had gone off without a hitch. Basically, his idea was simple. Art collections had been disappearing from closely guarded galleries and homes all over the world. It was obvious no one could enter a locked vault, remove a stack of large canvases and leave, unnoticed by watchful guards, and leaving the locks undamaged. Yet the paintings were gone. Someone had been in those vaults. Someone who hadn't entered in the usual way. Theory failed at that point. That left experimental method. The Cynthian collection was the largest west of the Mississippi. With such a target, the thieves were bound to show up. If Dan sat in the vault, day and night, waiting, he would see for himself how they operated. He finished his sandwich, went to the shelves, and pulled down one of the brown paper bundles. Loosening the string binding the package, he slid a painting into view. It was a gaily colored view of an open-air cafe with a group of men and women in gay 90-ish costumes gathered at a table. He seemed to remember reading something about it in a magazine. It was a cheerful scene. Dan liked it. Still, it hardly seemed worth all the effort. He went to the wall switch and turned off the lights. The orange glow of the filaments died, leaving only a faint illumination from the nightlight over the door. When the thieves arrived, it might give him a momentary advantage if his eyes were adjusted to the dark. He groped his way to the bunk. So far, so good, he reflected, stretching out. When they showed up, he'd have to handle everything just right. If he scared them off, there'd be no second chance. He would have lost his crack at whatever his discovery might mean to him. But he was ready. Let them come. 8 hours, 3 sandwiches, and 6 beers later, Dan roused suddenly from a light doze and sat up on the cot. Between him and the crowded shelving, a palely luminous framework was materializing in midair. The apparition was an open-work cage, about the size and shape of an outhouse minus the sheathing, Dan estimated breathlessly. 2 figures were visible within the structure, sitting stiffly in contoured chairs. They glowed, if anything, more brightly than the framework. A faint sound cut into the stillness, a descending whine. The cage moved jerkily, settling toward the floor. Long blue sparks jumped, crackling, to span the closing gap. With a grate of metal, the cage settled against the floor. The spectral men reached for ghostly switches. The glow died. Dan was aware of his heart thumping painfully under his ribs. His mouth was dry. This was the moment he'd been planning for, but now that it was here... Never mind. He took a deep breath, ran over the speeches he had prepared for the occasion. Greetings, visitors from the future. Hopelessly corny. What about, welcome to the 20th century? No good. It lacked spontaneity. The men were rising, their backs to Dan, stepping out of the skeletal frame. In the dim light, it now looked like nothing more than a rough frame built of steel pipe with a cluster of levers and a console before the 2 seats. And the thieves looked ordinary enough. 2 men in gray coveralls, one slender and balding, the other shorter and round-faced. Neither of them noticed Dan, sitting rigid on the cot. The thin man placed a lantern on the table, twiddled a knob. A warm light sprang up. The visitors looked at the stacked shelves. Looks like the old boy's been doing all right, the shorter man said. Fathead's going to be pleased. A very gratifying consignment, his companion said. However, we'd best hurry, Manny. How much time have we left on this charge? Plenty. 15 minutes, anyway. A thin man opened a package, glanced at a painting. Ah, magnificent! Almost the equal of Picasso in his Puce period. Manny shuffled through the other pictures in the stack. Like always, he grumbled, no nude dames. I like nude dames. Look at this, Manny, the textures alone. Manny looked. Yeah, nice use of values, he conceded, but I still prefer nude dames, Fiorio. And this, Fiorio lifted the next painting. Look at the gay play of rich browns. I seen richer browns on 33rd Street, Manny said. They was popular with the sparrows. Manny, sometimes I think your aspirations. What you talking? I use a roll-on. Manny turned to place a painting in the cage, stopped dead as he caught sight of Dan. The painting clattered to the floor. Dan stood, cleared his throat. Uh-oh, Manny said, a double cross. I've, been expecting you, gentlemen. Dan said, I told you we couldn't trust no guy with 9 fingers on each hand, Manny whispered hoarsely. He moved toward the cage. Let's blow, Fiorello. Wait a minute, Dan said, before you do anything hasty. Don't start nothing, Buster, Manny said cautiously. We're plenty tough guys when aroused. I want to talk to you, Dan insisted. You see, these paintings... Paintings? Look, it was all a mistake. Like, we figured this was the gents' room. Never mind, Manny. Fiorello's cut in. It appears there's been a leak. Dan shook his head. No leak. I simply deduced. Look, Fiorello, Manny said. You chin if you want to. I'm doing a fast fade. Don't act hastily, Manny. You know where you'll end. Wait a minute, Dan shouted. I'd like to make a deal with you fellows. Aha! Kelly's voice blared from somewhere. I knew it! Slain, you crook! Dan looked about wildly. The voice seemed to be issuing from a speaker. It appeared Kelly hedged his bets. Mr. Kelly, I can explain everything, Dan called. He turned back to Fiorello. Listen, I figured out... Pretty clever, Kelly's voice barked. Inside job, but it takes more than the likes of you to outfox an old-timer like Eddie Kelly. Perhaps you were right, Manny, Fiorello said. Complications are arising. We best depart with all deliberate haste. He edged toward the cage. What about this Ginzo here? Manny jerked a thumb toward Dan. He's on to us. Can't be helped. Look! I want to go with you, Dan shouted. I'll bet you do, Kelly's voice roared. One more minute and I'll have the door open and collar the lot of you. Came up through a tunnel, did you? You can't go, my dear fellow, Fiorello said. Room for two, no more. Dan whirled to the cot, grabbed up the pistol Kelly had supplied. He aimed it at Manny. You stay here, Manny. I'm going with Fiorello in the time machine. Are you nuts? Manny demanded. I'm flattered, dear boy, Fiorello said, but let's get moving. Kelly will have that lock open in a minute. You can't leave me here, Manny sputtered, watching Dan crowd into the cage beside Fiorello. We'll send for you, Dan said. Let's go, Fiorello. The balding man snatched suddenly for the gun. Dan wrestled with him. The pistol fell, bounced on the floor of the cage, skidded into the far corner of the vault. Manny charged, reaching for Dan as he twisted aside. Fiorello's elbow caught him in the mouth. Manny staggered back into the arms of Kelly, bursting red-faced into the vault. Manny! Fiorello released his grip on Dan, lunged to aid his companion. Kelly passed Manny to one of three cops crowding in on his heels. Dan clung to the framework as Fiorello grappled with Kelly. A cop pushed past them, spotted Dan, moved in briskly for the pinch. Dan grabbed a lever at random and pulled. Sudden silence fell as the walls of the room glowed blue. A spectral Kelly capered before the cage, fluorescing in the blue-violet. Dan swallowed hard and nudged a second lever. The cage sank like an elevator into the floor, vivid blue washing up its sides. Hastily, he reversed the control. Operating a time machine was tricky business. One little slip, and the slain molecules will be squeezing in among brick-and-mortar particles. But this was no time to be cautious. Things had not turned out just the way he'd planned, but after all, this was what he planned. In a way. The time machine was his to command, and if he gave up now and crawled back into the vault, Kelly would gather him in and pin every art theft of the past decade on him. It couldn't be too hard. He'd take it slowly, figure out the controls. Dan took a deep breath and tried another lever. The cage rose gently in eerie silence. It reached the ceiling and kept going. Dan gritted his teeth as an 1/8-inch band of luminescence passed down the cage. Then he was emerging into a spacious kitchen. A blue-haloed cook waddled to a luminous refrigerator, caught sight of Dan rising slowly from the floor, stumbled back, mouth open. The cage rose, penetrating a second ceiling. Dan looked around at a carpeted hall. Cautiously, he neutralized the control lever. The cage came to rest an inch above the floor. As far as Dan could tell, he hadn't traveled so much as a minute into the future or past. He looked over the controls. There should be one labeled forward and another labeled back, but all the levers were plain, unadorned black. They looked, Dan decided, like an ordinary circuit breaker type knife switches. In fact, the whole apparatus had the appearance of something thrown together hastily from common materials. Still, it worked. So far, he had only found the control for maneuvering in the usual 3 dimensions, but the time switch was bound to be here somewhere. Dad looked up at a movement at the far end of the hall. A girl's head and shoulders appeared, coming up the spiral staircase. In another second, she would see him and give the alarm, and Dan needed a few moments of peace and quiet in which to figure out the controls. He moved a lever. The cage drifted smoothly sideways, sliced through the wall with a flurry of vivid blue light. Dan pushed the lever back. He was in a bedroom now, a wide chamber with flouncy curtains, a 4-poster under a flowered canopy, a dressing table. The door opened and the girl stepped into the room. She was young, not over 18, Dan thought, as nearly as he could tell with the blue light playing around her face. She had long hair tied with a ribbon and long legs neatly curved. She wore shorts and carried a tennis racket in her left hand and an apple in her right. Her back to Dan and the cage, she tossed the racket on a table, took a bite of the apple, and began briskly unbuttoning her shirt. Dan tried moving a lever. The cage edged toward the girl. Another, he rose gently. The girl tossed the shirt onto a chair and undid the zipper down the side of the shorts. Another lever. The cage shot toward the outer wall as the girl reached behind her back. Dan blinked at the flash of blue and looked down. He was hovering 20 feet above a clipped lawn. He looked at the levers. Wasn't it the first one in line that moved the cage ahead? He tried it, shot forward 10 feet. Below, a man stepped out on the terrace, lit a cigarette, paused, started to turn his face up. Dan jabbed at a lever. The cage shot back through the wall. He was in a plain room with a depression in the floor, a wide window with a planter filled with glowing blue plants. The door opened. Even blue, the girl looked graceful as a deer as she took a last bite of the apple and stepped into the 10-foot square sunken tub. Dan held his breath. The girl tossed the apple core aside, seemed to suddenly become aware of eyes on her, whirled. With a sudden lurch that threw Dan against the steel bars, the cage shot through the wall, into the open air, and hurled off with an acceleration that kept him pinned, helpless. He groped for the controls, hauled at a lever. There was no change. The cage rushed on, rising higher. In the distance, Dan saw the skyline of a town, approaching with frightful speed. A tall office building reared up 15 stories high. He was headed dead for it. He covered his ears, braced himself. With an abruptness that flung him against the opposite side of the cage, the machine braked, shot through the wall, and slammed to a stop. Dan sank to the floor of the cage, breathing hard. There was a loud click, and the glow faded. With a lunge, Dan scrambled out of the cage. He looked around at a simple brown-painted office, dimly lit by sunlight filtered through elaborate Venetian blinds. There were posters on the wall, a potted plant by the door, a heap of framed paintings beside it, and at the far side of the room a desk. And behind the desk, something. 2. Dan gaped at a head the size of a beach ball mounted on a torso like a 100-gallon bag of water. 2 large brown eyes blinked at him from points 8 inches apart. Immense hands with too many fingers unfolded and reached to open a brown paper carton, dip in, then toss 3 peanuts deliberately one by one into a gaping mouth that opened just above the brown eyes. "Who are you?" a bass voice demanded from somewhere near the floor. I'm Dan Slane, Your Honor." "What happened to Manny and Fiorello?" There was this cop, Kelly." Uh-oh. The brown eyes blinked deliberately. The many-fingered hands closed the peanut carton and tucked it into a drawer.
Well, it was a sweet racket while it lasted, the basso voice said. Pity to terminate so happy an enterprise still. A noise like an amplified Bronx cheer issued from the wide mouth. How? What? The carrier returns here automatically when the charge drops below a critical value, the voice said. A necessary measure to discourage big ideas on part of the Weisenheimers in my employ. May I ask how you happen to be aboard the carrier, by the way? I just wanted, after I figured out, that is, the police? I went for help? Dan finished lamely. Help? Out of the picture, unfortunately. One must maintain one's anonymity, you'll appreciate. My operation here is under wraps at present. I don't suppose you brought any paintings? Dan shook his head. He was staring at the posters. His eyes, accustoming themselves to the gloom of the office, could now make out the vividly drawn outline of a creature resembling an alligator-headed giraffe rearing up above scarlet foliage. The next poster showed a face similar to the beach ball behind the desk, with red circles painted around the eyes. The next was a view of a yellow volcano spouting fire into a black sky. Too bad. The words seemed to come from under the desk. Dan squinted, caught a glimpse of coiled, purplish tentacles. He gulped and looked up to catch a brown eye upon him. Only one. The other seemed to be busily at work studying the ceiling. I hope, the voice said, that you ain't harboring no reactionary racial prejudices? Gosh, no, Dan reassured the eye. I'm crazy about, Vorplishers, the voice said. From Vorplish, or Vega as you call it. The Bronx cheer sounded again. How I long to glimpse once more my native fens. Wherever one wanders, there's no pad like home. That reminds me, Dan said. I have to be running along now. He sidled toward the door. Stick around, Dan, the voice rumbled. How about a drink? I can offer you Chateau Neuf de Pop, 59, Romance Conte, 32, Goat's Milk, Pepsi. No, thanks. If you don't mind, I believe I'll have a big orange. The Vloplisher swiveled to a small refrigerator, removed an immense bottle fitted with a nipple, and turned back to Dan. Now, I got a proposition which may be of some interest to you. The loss of Manny and Fiorello is a serious blow, but we may yet recoup the situation. You made the scene at a most opportune time. What I got in mind is, with those two clowns out of the picture, a vacancy exists on my staff, which you might well fit. How does that grab you? You mean you want me to take over operating the time machine? Time machine. The brown eyes blinked alternately. I fear some confusion exists. I don't quite dig the significance of the term. That thing. Dan jabbed a thumb toward the cage. The machine I came here in. You want me? Time machine, the voice repeated. Some sort of chronometer, perhaps? Huh? I pride myself on my command of the local idiom, yet I confess the implied concept snows me. The 9-fingered hands folded on the desk. The beach ball head leaned forward interestedly. Clue me, Dan. What's a time machine? Well, it's what you use to travel through time. The brown eyes blinked in agitated alternation. Apparently, I've loused up my investigation of the local cultural background. I had no idea you were capable of that sort of thing. The immense head leaned back, the wide mouth opening and closing rapidly. And to think, I've been spinning my wheels collecting primitive 2D art. But don't you have a time machine? Isn't that one? That's merely a carrier. Now, tell me more about your time machines. A fascinating concept. My superiors will be delighted at this development and astonished as well. They regard this planet as Ensville. Your superiors?
Dan eyed the window. Much too far to jump. Maybe he could reach the machine and try a getaway.
I hope you're not thinking of leaving suddenly, the beach ball said, following Dan's glance. One of the 18 fingers touched a 6-inch yellow cylinder lying on the desk. Until the carrier is fueled, I'm afraid it's quite useless. But to put you in the picture, I best introduce myself and explain my mission here. I'm Bloat, Trader 4th Class in the employ of the Vegan Confederation. My job is to develop new sources of novelty items for the impulse emporiums in the entire secondary quadrant. But the way Manny and Fiorello came sailing in through the wall, that has to be a time machine they were riding in. Nothing else could just materialize out of thin air like that.
You seem to have a time machine fixation, Dan, Bloat said. You shouldn't assume just because you people have developed time travel that everyone has. Now, Bloat's voice sank to a bass whisper. I'll make a deal with you, Dan. You secure a small time machine in good condition for me, and in return, I'm supposed to supply you with a time machine? Bloat waggled a stubby forefinger at Dan. I dislike pointing it out, Dan, but you are in a rather awkward position at the moment. Illegal entry, illegal possession of property, trespass, then doubtless some embarrassment exists back at the Cynthian residence. I dare say Mr. Kelly would have a warm welcome for you, and of course I myself would deal rather harshly with any attempt on your part to take a powder. The vegan flexed all 18 fingers, drummed his tentacles under the desk, and rolled one eye, bugging the other at Dan. Whereas, on the other hand, Bloat's bass voice went on, you and me got the basics of a sweet deal. You supplied the machine, and I fixed you up with an abundance of the local medium of exchange. Equitable enough? I should say. What about it, Dan? Let me see, Dan temporized. Time machine. Time machine.
Don't attempt to weasel on me, Dan, Bloat rumbled ominously.
I'd better look in the phone book, Dan suggested. Silently, Bloat produced a dog-eared directory. Dan opened it. Time. Let's see, he brightened. Time Incorporated, a local branch office. 221 Maple Street.
A sales center? Bloat inquired. Or a manufacturing complex?
Both, Dan said. I'll just nip over and...
That won't be necessary, Dan, Bloat said. I'll accompany you. He took the directory, studied it.
Remarkable! A common commodity openly on sale, and I failed to notice it. Still, a ripe nut can fall from a small tree as well as from a large. He went to his desk, rummaged, came up with a handful of fuel cells. Now, off to gather in the time machine. He took his place in the carrier, patted the seat beside him with a wide hand. Come, Dan, get a wiggle on. Hesitantly, Dan moved to the carrier. The bluff was all right up to a point, but the point had just about been reached. He took his seat. Bloat moved a lever. The familiar blue glow sprang up. Kindly direct me, Dan, Bloat demanded. 221 Maple Street, I believe you said. I don't know the town very well, Dan said, but Maple's over that way. Bloat worked levers. The carrier shot out into a ghostly afternoon sky. Faint outlines of buildings, like faded negatives, spread below. Dan looked around, spotted lettering on a square 5-story structure. Over there, he said. Bloat directed the machine as it swooped smoothly toward the flat roof Dan indicated. Better let me take over now, Dan suggested. I want to be sure to get us to the right place. Very well, Dan. Dan dropped the carrier through the roof, passed down through a dimly seen office. Bloat twiddled a small knob. The scene around the cage grew even fainter. Best we remain unnoticed, he explained. The cage descended steadily. Dan peered out, searching for identifying landmarks. He leveled off at the second floor, cruised along a barely visible corridor. Bloat's eyes rolled, studying the small chambers along both sides of the passage at once. Ah, this must be the assembly area, he exclaimed. I see the machines employ a bar-type construction, not unlike our carriers. That's right, Dan said, staring through the haziness. "This is where they do time." He tugged at a lever suddenly. The machine veered left, flickered through a barred door, came to a halt. Two nebulous figures loomed beside the cage. Dan cut the switch. If he'd guessed wrong. The scene fluoresced, sparks crackling, then popped into sharp focus. Bloat scrambled out, brown eyes swiveling to take in the concrete walls, the barred door, and... "You!" a hoarse voice bellowed. "Grab him!" someone yelled. Bloat recoiled, thrashing his ambulatory members in a fruitless attempt to regain the carrier as Manny and Fiorello closed in. Dan hauled at a lever. He caught a last glimpse of three struggling, blue-lit figures as the carrier shot away through the cell wall. 3. Dan slumped back against the seat with a sigh. Now that he was in the clear, he would have to decide on his next move fast. There was no telling what other resources Bloat might have. He would have to hide the carrier, then... A low growling was coming from somewhere, rising in pitch and volume. Dan sat up, alarmed. This was no time for a malfunction. The sound rose higher into a penetrating wail. There was no sign of mechanical trouble. The carrier glided on, swooping now over a nebulous landscape of trees and houses. Dan covered his ears against the deafening shriek, like all the police sirens in town blurring at once. If the carrier stopped, it would be a long fall from here. Dan worked the controls, dropping toward the distant earth. The noise seemed to lessen, descending the scale. Dan slowed, brought the carrier into the corner of a wide park. He dropped the last few inches and cut the switch. As the glow died, the siren faded into silence. Dan stepped from the carrier and looked around. Whatever the noise was, it hadn't attracted any attention from the scattered pedestrians in the park. Perhaps it was some sort of burglar alarm? But if so, why hadn't it gone into action earlier? Dan took a deep breath. Sound or no sound, he would get back into the carrier and transfer it to a secluded spot where he could study it at leisure. He stepped back in, reached for the controls. There was a sudden chill in the air. The bright surface of the dials before him frosted over. There was a loud pop, like a flashbulb exploding. Dan stared from the seat at an iridescent rectangle which hung suspended near the carrier. Its surface rippled, faded to blankness. In a swirl of frosty air, a tall figure dressed in a tight-fitting white uniform stepped through. Dan gaped at the small, rounded head, the dark-skinned, long-nosed face, the long, muscular arms, the hands, their backs tufted with curly red-brown hair, the strange, long-heeled feet in soft boots. A neat pillbox cap with a short visor was strapped low over the deep-set yellowish eyes, which turned in his direction. The wide mouth opened in a smile, which showed square yellowish teeth. "Alors, monsieur," the newcomer said, bending his knee and back in a quick bow. "Vous êtes un indigène, n'est-ce pas?" "No compris." Dan choked out. Je ne parle français?" "My air. This is the Anglic colonial sector, isn't it? Stupid of me. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Daxgun, field agent of Class 5 Interdimensional Monitor Service." "That siren," Dan said, "was that you?" Daxgun nodded. "For a moment, it appeared you were disinclined to stop. I'm glad you decided to be reasonable." "What outfit did you say you were with?" Dan asked. "The Interdimensional Monitor Service." What? "Dimensional. The word is imprecise, of course, but it's the best our language coder can do using the Anglic vocabulary." "What do you want with me?" Daxun smiled reprovingly. "You know the penalty for operation of an unauthorized reverse-phased vehicle in interdicted territory. I'm afraid you'll have to come along with me to headquarters." "Wait a minute. You mean you're arresting me?" "That's a harsh term, but I suppose it amounts to that. Look here, Daxun, I just wandered in off the street. I don't know anything about interdicts and reverse vehicles. Just let me out of here." Daxun shook his head. "I'm afraid you'll have to tell it to the inspector." He smiled amiably, gestured toward the shimmering rectangle through which he had arrived. From the edge, it was completely invisible. It looked, Dan thought, like a hole snipped in reality. He glanced at Daksun. If he stepped in fast and threw a left to the head and followed up with a right to the short ribs. "I'm armed, of course," the agent said apologetically. "Okay," Dan sighed, "but I'm going under protest." "Don't be nervous," Daksun said cheerfully. "Just step through quickly." Dan edged up to the glimmering surface. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and took a step. There was a momentary sensation of searing heat. His eyes flew open. He was in a long, narrow room with walls finished in bright green tile. Hot yellow light flooded down from the high ceiling. Along the wall, a series of cubicles were arranged. Tall, white-uniformed creatures moved briskly about. Nearby stood a group of short, immensely burly individuals in yellow. Lounging against the wall at the far end of the room, Dan glimpsed a round-shouldered figure in red with great bushes of hair fringing a bright blue face. An arm even longer than Daksun's wielded a toothpick on a row of great white fangs. "This way," Daksun said. Dan followed him to a cubicle, curious eyes following him. A creature indistinguishable from the field agent except for a twist of red braid on each wrist looked up from a desk. "I've picked up that reverse phase violator, Gunt," Daksun said. "Anglic sector, locus C 922A4. Gunt rose. "Let me see. Anglic sector. Oh, yes." He extended a hand. Dan took it gingerly. It was a strange hand. Hot, dry, and coarse-skinned like a dog's paw. He pumped it twice and let it go. "Wonderfully expressive," Gunt said. "Empty hand, no weapon, the implied savagery." He eyed Dan curiously. "Remarkable. I've studied your branch, of course, but I've never had the pleasure of actually seeing one of you chaps before. That skin, amazing. Ah, may I look at your hands?" Dan extended a hand. The other took it in bony fingers, studied it, turned it over, examined the nails. Stepping closer, he peered at Dan's eyes and hair. "Would you mind opening your mouth, please?" Dan complied. Gunt clucked. Eyeing the teeth, he walked around Dan, murmuring his wonderment. Pardon my asking," Dan said, "but are you what, people are going to look like in the future?" "Eh?" The round yellowish eyes blinked. The wide mouth curved in a grin. "I doubt that very much, old chap," he chuckled. "Can't undo 500,000 years of divergent evolution, you know." "You mean you're from the past?" Dan croaked. "The past. I'm afraid I don't follow you." "You don't mean we're all going to die out and monkeys are going to take over?" Dan blurted. "Monkeys. Let me see. I've heard of them. Some sort of small primate, like a miniature anthropos. You have them at home, do you? Fascinating." He shook his head regretfully. "I certainly wish regulations allowed me to pay your sector a visit." "But you are time travelers," Dan insisted. "Time travelers." Gunt laughed aloud. "An exploded theory," Daksun said. "Superstition." "Then how did you get to the park from here?" "A simple focused portal. Merely a matter of elementary stressed field mechanics." "That doesn't tell me much," Dan said. "Where am I? Who are you?" "Explanations are in order, of course," Gunt said. "Have a chair. Now, if I remember correctly, in your locus, there are only a few species of anthropos extant." "Just the one," Daxon put in. "These fellows look fragile, but oh, brother." "Oh, yes, I recall. This was the locus where the hairless variant systematically hunted down the other varieties." He clucked at Dan reprovingly. "Don't you find it lonely?" "Of course, there are a couple of rather curious retarded forms there," Daksun said. "Actually living fossils, sub-intellectual anthropos. There was one called the gorilla and the chimpanzee, the orangutan, the gibbon, and of course a whole spectrum of the miniature forms. I suppose that when the ferocious mutation established its supremacy, the others retreated to the less competitive ecological niches and expanded at that level, Gunt mused. Pity. I assume the gorilla and the others are degenerate forms? Possibly. Excuse me, Dan said, but about that explanation? Oh, sorry. Well, to begin with, Dachshund and I are Australopithecines, I believe your term is. We're one of many varieties of anthropos native to normal loci. The workers in yellow, whom you may have noticed, are akin to your extinct Neanderthals. Then there are the Pekin derivatives, the blue-faced chaps, and the Rhodesians. What are these loci you keep talking about? And how can cavemen still be alive? Gunt's eyes wandered past Dan. He jumped to his feet. Ah, good day, Inspector. Dan turned. A grizzled Australopithecine with a tangle of red braid at collar and wrist stared at him glumly. Humph, the inspector said. Albinism and alopecia. Not catching, I hope. A genetic deficiency, Excellency, Dachshund said. This is a Homo sapien, a naturally bald form from a rather curious locus. Sapiens. Now, that seems to ring a bell. The ulster blinked at Dan. You're not... He waggled fingers in instinctive digital mnemonic stimulus. Abruptly, he stiffened. Why, this is one of the fratricidal deviants. He backed off. He should be under restraint, Gunt. Constable, get a strong-arm squad in here. This creature is dangerous. Inspector, I'm sure, Gunt started. That's an order, the inspector barked. He switched to an incomprehensible language, bellowed more commands. Several of the thick-set Neanderthal types appeared, moving in to seize Dan's arms. He looked around at chinless, wide-mouthed brown faces with incongruous blue eyes and lank blonde hair. What's this all about? He demanded. I want a lawyer. Never mind that, the inspector shouted. I know how to deal with miscreants of your stripe. He stared distastefully at Dan. Hairless, putty-colored, revolting. Planning more mayhem, are you? Preparing to branch out into civilized loci to wipe out all competitive life, is that it? I brought him here, Inspector, Dachshund put in. It was a routine traffic violation. I'll decide what's routine here. Now, Sapiens, what fiendish scheme have you up your sleeve? Daniel Slane, civilian. Social Security number 45673299988, Dan said. Eh? Name, rank, and serial number, Dan explained. I'm not answering any other questions. This means penal relocation, Sapiens, unlawful departure from native locus, willful obstruction of justice. You forgot being born without permission and unauthorized breathing. Insolence! The inspector snarled. I'm warning you, Sapiens. It is in my power to make things miserable for you. Now, how did you induce ancient Dachshund to bring you here? Well, a good fairy came and gave me 3 wishes. Take him away, the inspector screeched. Sector 97, an unoccupied locus. Unoccupied? That seems pretty extreme, doesn't it? One of the guards commented, wrinkling his heavily ridged brow. Unoccupied. If it bothers you, perhaps I can arrange for you to join him there. The Neanderthal alloyed guard yawned widely, showing white teeth. He nodded to Dan, motioned him ahead. Don't mind Splog Hodo, he said loudly. He's getting old. Sorry about all of this, a voice hissed near Dan's ear. Dachshund, or Gunt, he couldn't say which, leaned near. I'm afraid you'll have to go along to the penal area, but I'll try to straighten things out later. Back in the concourse, Dan's guard escorted him past cubicles where busy IDMS agents reported to harassed seniors, through an archway into a room lined with narrow gray panels. It looked like a gym locker room. 97, the guard said. He went to a wall chart, studied the fine print with the aid of a blunt, hairy finger, then set a dial on the wall. "Here we go," he said. He pushed a button beside one of the lockers. Its surface clouded and became iridescent. "Just step through fast. Happy landings." "Thanks." Dan ducked his head and pushed through the opening in a puff of frost. He was standing on a steep hillside, looking down across a sweep of meadow to a plain far below. There were clumps of trees and a river. In the distance, a herd of animals grazed among low shrubbery. No road wound along the valley floor. No boats dotted the river. No village nestled at its bend. The far hills were innocent of trails, fences, houses, the rectangles of plowed acres. There were no contrails in the wide blue sky. No vagrant aroma of exhaust fumes, no mutter of internal combustion, no tin cans, no pop bottles, in short, no people. Dan turned. The portal still shimmered faintly in the bright air. He thrust his head through, found himself staring into the locker room. The yellow-clad Neanderthaloid glanced at him. "Say," Dan said, ignoring the sensation of a hot wire around his neck, "can we talk this thing over?" "Better get your head out of there before it shuts down," the guard said cheerfully. "Otherwise, skit. What about some reading matter? And look, I get these head colds. Does the temperature drop here at night? Any dangerous animals? What do I eat?" "Here." The guard reached into a hopper, took out a handful of pamphlets. "These are supposed to be for the guys that are relocated without prejudice. You know, poor slobs that just happen to see too much. But I'll let you have one. Let's see. Anglic. He selected one, handed it to Dan. "Thanks. Better get clear." Dan withdrew his head. He sat down on the grass and looked over the booklet. It was handsomely printed in gay colors. "Welcome to Relocation Center number 23, said the cover. Below the heading was a photo of a group of sullen-looking creatures of varying heights and degrees of hairiness wearing paper hats. The caption read, "Newcomers are welcomed into a gay round of social activity. Hi, newcomer." Dan opened the book. A photo showed a scene identical to the one before him, except that in the place of the meadow, there was a park-like expanse of lawn, dotted with rambling buildings with long porches lined with rockers. There were picnic tables under spreading trees, and beyond, on the river, a yacht basin crowded with canoes and rowboats. "Life in a community center is grand fun," Dan read. "Activities, brownies, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Sea Scouts, Tree Scouts, Cave Scouts, PTA, Shriners, Bear Cult, Rotary, Daughters of the Eastern Star, Mothers of the Big Banana, Dianetics, you name it, a group for everyone and everyone in a group. Classes in conversational Urdu, Sprach, Yiddish, Gaelic, Fundu, etc., knot tying, rug hooking, leather work, Greek dancing, finger painting, and many, many others. Little theater, Indian dance pageants, roundtable discussions, town meetings." Dan thumbed on through the pages of emphatic print, stopped at a double-page spread labeled "A Few Do's and Don'ts." All of us want to make a go of relocation, so let's remember the uranium rule. Don't do it. The other guy may be bigger. Remember the other fellow's taboos. What to you might be merely a wholesome picnic or mating bee may offend others. What some are used to doing in groups, others consider a solitary activity. Most taboos have to do with eating, sex, elimination, or gods. So remember, look before you sit down, lie down, squat down, or kneel down. Ladies with beards, please note. Friend husband may be on the crew clearing clogged drains, so watch that shedding in the lavatories, eh, girls? And you fellas too. Sure, good grooming pays, but groom each other out in the open, okay? Note, there has been some agitation for separate but equal facilities. Now, honestly, folks, is that in the spirit of Center number 23? Males and females will continue to use the same johns as always. No sexual chauvinism will be tolerated. A word to the kiddies. No breakiating will be permitted in the social center area. After all, a lot of the dads sleep up there. There are plenty of other trees.
Daintiness pays. In these more active than ever days, personal effluvium can get away from us almost before we notice. And that hearty scent may not be as satisfying to others as it is to ourselves. So remember, fellas, watch that PE. Lye soap, eau de cologne, flea powder, and other beauty aids available at Supply Shed. Dan tossed the book aside. There were worse things than solitude. It looked like a pretty nice world, and it was all his. The entire North American continent, all of South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, the works. He could cut down trees, build a hut, furnish it. There'd be hunting. He could make a bow and arrows, and the skins would do to make clothes. He could start a little farming, fish the streams, sunbathe, all the things he'd never had time to do back home. It wouldn't be so bad. And eventually, Daksun would arrange for his release. It might be just the kind of vacation. Ah, Dan, my boy! A bass voice boomed. Dan jumped and spun around. Bloat's immense face blinked at him from the portal. There was a large green bruise over one eye. He wagged a finger reproachfully. That was a dirty trick, Dan. My former employees were somewhat disgruntled, I'm sorry to say, but we'd best be off now. There's no time to waste. How did you get here? Dan demanded. I employed a pocket signaler to recall my carrier, and none too soon. He touched his bruised eye gingerly. A glance at the instrument showed me that you had visited the park. I followed and observed a TDMS portal. Being of an adventurous turn and, of course, concerned for your welfare, I stepped through. Why didn't they arrest you? I was picked up for operating the carrier. They had some such notion. A whiff of stun gas served to discourage them. Now let's hurry along before management revives. Wait a minute, Bloat. I'm not sure I want to be rescued by you, in spite of your concern for my welfare. Rubbish, Dan. Come along. Bloat looked around. Frightful place. No population, no commerce, no deals. It has its compensations. I think I'll stay. You run along. Abandon a colleague? Never. If you're still expecting me to deliver a time machine, you're out of luck. I don't have one. No? Ah, well, in a way, I'm relieved. Such a device would upset accepted physical theory. Now, Dan, you mustn't imagine I harbor ulterior motives, but I believe our association will yet prove fruitful. Dan rubbed a finger across his lower lip thoughtfully. Look, Bloat, you need my help. Maybe you can help me at the same time. If I come along, I want it understood that we work together. I have an idea. But of course, Dan. Now shake a leg. Dan sighed and stepped through the portal. The yellow-clad guard lay on the floor, snoring. Bloat led the way back into the great hall. TDMS officials were scattered across the floor, slumped over desks, or lying limp in chairs. Bloat stopped before one of a row of shimmering portals. After you, Dan. Are you sure this is the right one? Quite. Dan stepped through in the now familiar chill and found himself back in the park. A small dog sniffing at the carrier caught sight of Bloat, lowered his leg, and fled. I want to pay Mr. Cynthian a visit, Dan said, climbing into the seat. My idea exactly, Bloat agreed, lowering his bulk into place. Don't get the idea I'm going to help you steal anything. Dan, a most unkind remark. I merely wish to look into certain matters. Just so you don't start looking into the safe. Bloat tisked, moved a lever. The carrier climbed over a row of blue trees and headed west. End of section 17. End of the Star-Sent Knaves, Part 1. Section 18 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Star-Sent Knaves, Part 2. 4.
Bloat brought the carrier in high over the Cynthian estate, dropped lower, and descended gently through the roof. The pale, spectral servants, moving about their duties in the upper hall, failed to notice the wraith-like cage passing soundlessly among them. In the dining room, Dan caught sight of the girl. Cynthian's daughter, perhaps? Arranging shadowy flowers on a sideboard. "Let me take it," Dan whispered. Bloat nodded. Dan steered for the kitchen, guided the carrier to the spot on which he had first emerged from the vault, then edged down through the floor. He brought the carrier to rest and neutralized all switches in a shower of sparks and blue light. The vault door stood open. There were pictures stacked on the bunk now, against the wall, on the floor. Dan stepped from the carrier, went to the nearest heap of paintings. They had been dumped hastily, it seemed. They weren't even wrapped. He examined the topmost canvas, still in a heavy frame, as though, he reflected, it had just been removed from a gallery wall. "Let's look around for Cynthian," Dan said. "I want to talk to him." "I suggest we investigate the upper floors, Dan. Doubtless his personal pad is there." "You use the carrier. I'll go up and look the house over." "As you wish, Dan." Bloat and the carrier flickered and faded from view. Dan stooped, picked up the pistol he'd dropped in the scuffle with Fiorello, and stepped out into the hall. All was silent. He climbed the stairs, looking into rooms. The house seemed deserted. On the third floor, he went along a corridor, checking each room. The last room on the west side was fitted as a study. There was a stack of paintings on a table near the door. Dan went to them, examined the top one. It looked familiar. Wasn't it the one that Look said was in the Art Institute at Chicago? There was a creak, as of an unoiled hinge. Dan spun about. The door stood open at the far side of the room, a connecting door to a bedroom, probably. "Keep well away from the carrier, Mr. Slane," a high, thin voice said from the shadows. The tall, cloaked figure of W. Clyde Cynthian stepped into view, a needle-barreled pistol in his hand. "I thought you'd be back," he piped. "It makes my problem much simpler. If you hadn't appeared soon, it would have been necessary for me to shift the scene of my operations. That would have been a nuisance." Dan eyed the gun. "There are a lot more paintings downstairs than there were when I left," he said. "I don't know much about art, but I recognize a few of them." "Copies," Cynthian snapped. "This is no copy." Dan tapped the top painting on the stack. "It's an original. You can feel the brushwork." "Not prints, of course. Copies," Cynthian whined. "Exact copies." "These paintings are stolen, Mr. Cynthian. Why would a wealthy man like you take to stealing art?" "I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Slane." The weapon in Cynthian's hand bugged. A wave of pain swept over Dan. Cynthian cackled, lowering the gun. "You'll soon learn better manners." Dan's hand went to his pocket, came out holding the automatic. He aimed it at Cynthian's face. The industrialist froze, eyes on Dan's gun. "Drop the gun." Cynthian's weapon clattered to the floor. "Now let's go and find Kelly." "Wait!" Cynthian shrilled. "I can make you a rich man, Slane." "Not by stealing paintings." "You don't understand. This is more than petty larceny." "That's right. It's grand larceny. These pictures are worth thousands." I can show you things that will completely change your attitude. Actually, I've acted throughout the best interests of humanity." Dan gestured with the gun. "Don't plan anything clever. I'm not used to guns. This thing will go off at the least excuse, and then I'll have a murder to explain." "That would be an inexcusable blunder on your part," Cynthian keened. "I'm a very important figure, Slane." He crossed the deep pile rug to a glass-doored cabinet. "This," he said, taking out a flat black box, "contains a fortune in precious stones." He lifted the lid. Dan stepped closer. A row of brilliant red gems nestled in a bed of cotton. "Rubies?" "Flawless and perfectly matched," Cynthian whined. "Perfectly matched. Worth a fortune. They're yours if you cooperate." "You said you were going to change my attitude. Better get started." Listen to me, Slane. I'm not operating independently. I'm employed by the Ivroi, whose power is incalculable. My assignment has been to rescue from destruction irreplaceable works of art fated to be consumed in atomic fire. What do you mean, fated? The Ivroi know these things. These paintings, all your art, are unique in the galaxy. Others admire, but they cannot emulate. In the cosmos of the far future, the few surviving treasures of dawn art will be valued beyond all other wealth. They alone will give a renewed glimpse of the universe as it appeared to the eyes of your strange race in its glory. My strange race? Cynthian drew himself up. I am not of your race. He threw his cloak aside and straightened. Dan gasped as Cynthian's body unfolded, rising up, long, three-jointed arms flexing, stretching out, the bald head ducked now under the beam ceiling. Cynthian chuckled shrilly. What about that inflexible attitude of yours now, Mr. Slane? He piped. Have I made my point? Yes, but, Dan squeaked. He cleared his throat and tried again. But I've still got the gun. Oh, that. An 8-foot arm snaked out, flicked the gun aside. I've only temporized with you because you could be useful to me, Mr. Slane. I dislike running about, and therefore I employ locals to do my running for me. Accept my offer of employment, and you'll be richly rewarded. Why me? You already know of my presence here. If I can enlist your loyalty, there will be no need to dispose of you, with the attendant annoyance from police, relatives, and busybodies. I'd like you to act as my agent in the collection of the works. Nuts to you, Dan said. I'm not helping any bunch of skinheads commit robbery. This is for the Ivroi, you fool, Cynthian said. The mightiest power in the cosmos. This Ivroi doesn't sound so hot to me, robbing art galleries. To be adult is to be disillusioned. Only realities count. But no matter, the question remains, will you serve me loyally? Hell no, Dan snapped. Too bad. I see you mean what you say. It's to be expected, I suppose. Even an infant firecat has fangs. You're damn right I mean it. How did you get Manny and Fiorello on your payroll? I'm surprised even a couple of bums would go to work for a scavenger like you. I suppose you refer to the precious pair recruited by Bloat? That was a mistake, I fear. It seemed perfectly reasonable at the time. Tell me, how did you overcome the Vegan? They are a very capable race, generally speaking. You and he work together, eh? Dan said. That makes things a little clearer. This is the collection station, and Bloat is the fence. Enough of your conjectures. You leave me no choice but to dispose of you. It is a nuisance, but it can't be helped. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to accompany me down to the vault. Dan eyed the door. If he were going to make a break, now was the time. The whine of the carrier sounded. The ghostly cage glided through the wall and settled gently between Dan and Cynthian. The glow died. Bloat waved cheerfully to Dan as he eased his grotesque bulk from the seat. Good day to you, Cynthian, Bloat boomed. I see you've met Dan, an enterprising fellow. What brings you here, glumboat? Cynthian shrilled. I thought you'd be well on your way to Vorplish by now. I was tempted, Cynthian, but I don't spook easy. There is the matter of some unfinished business. Excellent, Cynthian exclaimed. I'll have another consignment ready for you by tomorrow. Tomorrow? How is it possible with Manny and Fiorello lodged in the Huskow? Bloat looked around. His eye fell on the stacked paintings. He moved across to them, lifted one, glanced at the next, then shuffled rapidly through the stack. He turned. What duplicity is this, Cynthian? He rumbled. All identical? Our agreement called for limited editions, not mass production. My principals will be furious. My reputation... Shrivel your reputation,
Cynthian keened. I have more serious problems at the moment. My entire position's been compromised. I'm faced with the necessity for disposing of this blundering fool. Dan? Why, I'm afraid I can't allow that, Cynthian. Bloat moved to the carrier, dumped an armful of duplicate paintings in the cage. Evidence, he said. The Confederation has methods for dealing with a sharp practice. Come, Dan, if you're ready. You dare to cross me? Cynthian hissed. I, who act for the Ivroy? Bloat motioned to the carrier. Get in, Dan. We'll be going now. He rolled both eyes to bear on Cynthian. And I'll deal with you later, he rumbled. No one pulls a fast one on Gom Bloat, traitor fourth class, or the Vegan Federation. Cynthian moved suddenly, flicked out a spidery arm to seize the weapon he had dropped and aim and trigger. Dan, in a wash of pain, felt his knees fold. He fell slackly to the floor. Beside him, Bloat sagged, his tentacles limp. I credited you with more intelligence, Cynthian cackled. Now I have an extra ton of protoplasm to dispose of. The carrier will be useful in that connection. 5. Dan felt a familiar chill in the air. A portal appeared. In a puff of icy mist, a tall figure stepped through. Gone was the tight uniform. In its place, the lanky astrolaphicine wore skin-tight blue jeans and a loose sweatshirt. An oversized beret clung to the small round head. Immense dark glasses covered the yellowish eyes, and sandals flapped on the bare, long-toed feet. Daksoon waved a long cigarette holder at the group. Ah, a stroke of luck. How nice to find you standing by. I had expected to have to conduct an intensive search within the locus, thus the native dress. However, Daksoon's eyes fell on Cynthian standing stiffly by, the gun out of sight. You're of a race unfamiliar to me, he said. Still, I assume you're aware of the interdict on all anthropoid-populated loci? And who might you be? Cynthian inquired loftily. I'm a field agent of the Interdimensional Monitor Service. Ah, yes. Well, your interdict means nothing to me. I'm operating directly under Ivroy auspices. Cynthian touched a glittering pin on his drab cloak. Daksoon sighed. There goes the old arrest record. He's a crook, Dan cut in. He's been robbing art galleries. Keep calm, Dan, Bloat murmured. No need to be overly explicit. The agent turned to look the traitor over. Vegan, aren't you? I imagine you're the fellow I've been chasing. Who, me? The bass voice rumbled. Look, officer, I'm a home-loving family man, just passing through. As a matter of fact, the uniformed creature nodded toward the paintings in the carrier. Gathered a few souvenirs, I see. For the wives and Kitty, just a little something to brighten up the hive. The penalty for exploitation of a subculture anthropoid-occupied body is stasis for a period not to exceed one reproductive cycle. If I recall my vegan biology, that's quite a period. Why, officer, surely you're not putting the arm on a respecting, law-abiding being like me? Why, I lost a tentacle fighting in the defense of peace. As he talked, Bloat moved toward the carrier. Your name, my dear fellow, he went on. I'll mention it to the commissioner, a very close friend of mine. Abruptly, the vegan reached for a lever. The long arms in the tight white jacket reached to haul him back effortlessly. That was unwise, sir. Now I'll be forced to recommend subliminal reorientation during stasis. He clamped stout handcuffs on Bloat's broad wrists. You vegans, he said, dusting his hands briskly. Will you never learn? Now, officer, Bloat said, you're acting hastily. Actually, I'm working in the interests of this little world, as my associate Dan will gladly confirm. I have information which will be of considerable interest to you. Cynthian has stated that he is in the employ of the Ivroy. If
The Ivroy's so powerful. Why was it necessary to hire Cynthian to steal pictures? Dan interrupted. Perish the thought, Dan. Cynthian's assignment was merely to duplicate works of art and transmit them to the Ivroy. Here, Cynthian cut in. Restrain that obscene mouth. Dachshund raised a hand. Kindly remain silent, sir. Permit my prisoners their little chat. You may release them to my custody, Cynthian snapped. Dachshund shook his head. Hardly, sir. A most improper suggestion, even from an agent of the Ivroy. He nodded at Dan. You may continue. How do you duplicate works of art? Dan demanded. With a matter duplicator? But as I was saying, Cynthian saw an opportunity to make extra profits by retaining the works for repeated duplications and sale to other customers, such as myself. You mean there are other customers around? I have dozens of competitors, Dan, all busy exporting your artifacts. You are an industrious and talented race, you know. What do they buy? A little of everything, Dan. It's had an influence on your designs already, I'm sorry to say. The work is losing its native purity. Dan nodded. I've had the feeling some of this modern furniture was designed for Martians. Ganymedians, mostly. The Martians are graphic art fans, while your automobiles are designed for the Plutonian trade. They have a Baroque sense of humor. What will the Ivroy do when he finds out Cynthian's been double-crossing him? He'll think of something, I dare say. I blame myself for his defection in a way. You see, it was my carrier which made it possible for Cynthian to carry out his thefts. Originally, he would simply enter a gallery, inconspicuously scan a picture, return home, and process the recording through the duplicator. The carrier gave him the idea of removing works en masse, duplicating them, and returning them the next day. Alas, I agreed to join forces with him. He grew greedy. He retained the paintings here and proceeded to produce vast numbers of copies, which he doubtless sold to my competitors. The crook! Dachshund had whipped out a notebook and was jotting rapidly. Now let's have those names and addresses, he said. This will be the biggest roundup in TDMS history. And the pinch will be yours, dear sir, Bloat said. I foresee early promotion for you. He held out his shackled wrists. Would you mind? Well, Dachshund unlocked the cuffs. I think I'm on firm ground. Just don't mention it to Inspector Spagodo. You can't do that, Cynthian snapped. These persons are dangerous. That is my decision. Now, Cynthian brought out the pistol with a sudden movement. I'll brook no interference from meddlers. There was a sound from the door. All heads turned. The girl Dan had seen in the house stood in the doorway, glancing calmly from Cynthian to Bloat to Dachshund. When her eyes met Dan's, she smiled. Dan thought he had never seen such a beautiful face, and the figure matched. Get out, you fool, Cynthian snapped. No, come inside and shut the door. Leave the girl out of this, Cynthian, Dan croaked. Now I'll have to destroy all of you, Cynthian keened. You first of all, ugly native. He aimed the gun at Dan. Put the gun down, Mr. Cynthian, the girl said in a warm, melodious voice. She seemed completely unworried by the grotesque aliens, Dan noted abstractedly. Cynthian swiveled on her. You dare? Oh, yes, I dare, Cynthian. Her voice had a firm ring now. Cynthian stared at her. Who are you? I am the Ivroy. Cynthian wilted. The gun fell to the floor. His fantastically tall figure drooped, his face suddenly gray. Return to your home, Cynthian, the girl said sadly. I will deal with you later. But, his voice was a thin squeak. Did you think you could conceal your betrayal from the Ivroy? She said softly. Cynthian turned and blundered from the room. Ducking under the low door, the Ivory turned to Daxun. You and your service are to be commended, she said. I leave the apprehension of the culprits to you. She nodded at Bloat. I will rely on you to assist in the task and to limit your operations thereafter to non-interdicted areas. But, of course, your worship, you have my word as a vegan. Do visit me on Vorplish someday. I'd love the wives and Kitty to meet you. He blinked rapidly. So long, Dan. It's been crazy cool. Daxun and Bloat stepped through the portal. It shimmered and winked out. The Ivory faced Dan. He swallowed hard, watching the play of light in the shoulder-length hair, golden, fine as spun glass. Your name is Dan? Dan Slane, he said. He took a deep breath. Are you really the Ivory? I am of the Ivory, who are many and one. But you look like just a beautiful girl. The Ivory smiled. Her teeth were as even as matched pearls, Dan thought, and as white as... I am a girl, Dan. We are cousins, you and I, separated by the long mystery of time. Bloat and Daxun, and Cynthian too, seemed to think the Ivory ran the universe, but... The Ivory put her hand on Dan's. It was as soft as a flower petal. Don't trouble yourself over this just now, Dan. Would you like to become my agent? I need a trustworthy friend to help me in my work here. Doing what? Dan heard himself say. Watching over the race which will one day become the Ivory. I don't understand all this, but I'm willing to try. There will be much to learn, Dan. The full use of the mind, control of aging and disease. Our work will require many centuries. Centuries, but I'll teach you, Dan. It sounds great, Dan said. Too good to be true, but how do you know I'm the man for the job? Don't I have to take some kind of test? She looked up at him, smiling, her lips slightly parted. On impulse, Dan put a hand under her chin, drew her face close, and kissed her on the mouth. A full minute later, the Ivory, nestled in Dan's arms, looked up at him again. You passed the test, she said. End of section 18. End of the star-sent Knaves. Section 19 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. Mightiest Qorn. Sly, brave, and truculent, the court held all humans in contempt, except one. 1. Ambassador Knitworth glowered across his mirror-polished 9-foot platinum desk at his assembled staff. Gentlemen, are any of you familiar with a race known as the Qorn? There was a moment of profound silence. Knitworth leaned forward, looking solemn. They were a warlike race known in this sector back in Concordiate times, perhaps 200 years ago. They vanished as suddenly as they appeared. There was no record of where they went. He paused for effect. They have now reappeared, occupying the inner planet of this system. But, sir, Second Secretary Magnan offered, that's uninhabited terrestrial territory. Indeed, Mr. Magnan? Knitworth smiled icily. It appears the Qorn do not share that opinion. He plucked a heavy parchment from a folder before him, harumphed, and read aloud. His Supreme Excellency, the Qorn, Regent of Qorn, Overlord of the Galactic Destiny, greets the terrestrials and, with reference to the presence in mandated territory of terrestrial squatters, has the honor to advise that he will require the use of his outer world on the 30th day. Then will the Qorn come with steel and fire. Receive, terrestrials,
renewed assurances of my awareness of your existence, and let those who dare gird for the contest. Frankly, I wouldn't call it conciliatory, Magnan said. Knitworth tapped the paper with a finger. We have been served, gentlemen, with nothing less than an ultimatum. Well, we'll soon straighten these fellows out, the military attaché began. There happens to be more to this piece of truculence than appears on the surface, the ambassador cut in. He paused, waiting for interested frowns to settle into place. Note, gentlemen, that these invaders have appeared on terrestrial-controlled soil, and without so much as a flicker from the instruments of the Navigation Monitor Service. The military attaché blinked. That's absurd, he said flatly. Knitworth slapped the table. We're up against something new, gentlemen. I've considered every hypothesis from cloaks of invisibility to time travel. The fact is, the Qorn fleets are indetectable. The military attaché pulled at his lower lip. In that case, we can't try conclusions with these fellows until we have an indetectable drive of our own. I recommend a crash project in the meantime. I'll have my boys start in to crack this thing, the chief of the confidential terrestrial source section spoke up. I'll fit out a couple of volunteers with plastic beaks. No cloak and dagger work, gentlemen. Long-range policy will be worked out by deep think teams back at the department. Our role will be a holding action. Now I want suggestions for a comprehensive, well-rounded, and decisive course for meeting this threat. Any recommendation? The political officer placed his fingertips together. What about a stiff note demanding an extra week's time? No begging, the economic officer objected. I'd say a calm, dignified, aggressive withdrawal as soon as possible. We don't want to give them the idea we spook easily, the military attaché said. Let's delay the withdrawal, say, until tomorrow. Early tomorrow, Magnan said, or maybe later today. Well, I see you're of a mind with me, Knitworth nodded. Our plan of action is clear, but it remains to be implemented. We have a population of over 15 million individuals to relocate. He eyed the political officer. I want 5 proposals for resettlement on my desk by 0800 hours tomorrow. Knitworth rapped out instructions. Harried-looking staff members arose and hurried from the room. Magnan eased toward the door. Where are you going, Magnan? Knitworth snapped. Since you're so busy, I thought I'd just slip back down to Calm Inc. It was a most interesting orientation lecture, Mr. Ambassador. Be sure to let us know how it works out. Kindly return to your chair, Knitworth said coldly. A number of chores remain to be assigned. I think you, Magnan, need a little field experience. I want you to get over to Roulette 1 and take a look at these Qorn personally. Magnan's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. Not afraid of a few Qorn, are you, Magnan? Afraid? Good Lord, no. Ha ha! It's just that I'm afraid I may lose my head and do something rash if I go. Nonsense, a diplomat is immune to heroic impulses. Take Retief along. No dawdling now. I want you on the way in 2 hours. Notify the transport pool at once. Now, get going. Magnan nodded unhappily and went into the hall. Oh, Retief? Knitworth said. Retief turned. Try to restrain Mr. Magnan from any impulsive moves in any direction. 2. Retief and Magnan topped a ridge and looked down across a slope of towering tree shrubs and glossy violet-stemmed palms set among flamboyant blossoms of yellow and red, reaching down to a strip of white beach with a blue sea beyond. A delightful vista, Magnan said, mopping at his face. A pity we couldn't locate the Qorn. We'll go back now and report. I'm pretty sure the settlement is off to the right,
Retief said. "Why don't you head back to the boat while I ease over and see what I can observe?" "Retief, we're engaged in a serious mission. This is not a time to think of sightseeing." "I'd like to take a good look at what we're giving away." "See here, Retief. One might almost receive the impression that you're questioning core policy." "One might, at that. The court have made their play, but I think it might be valuable to take a look at their cards before we fold. If I'm not back at the boat in an hour, lift without me." "You expect me to make my way back alone?" "It's directly downslope." Retief broke off, listening. Magnan clutched at his arm. There was a sound of crackling foliage. 20 feet ahead, a leafy branch swung aside. An 8-foot biped stepped into view, long, thin, green-clad legs with back-bending knees, moving in quick bird-like steps, a pair of immense black-lensed goggles covering staring eyes set among bushy green hair above a great bone-white beak. The crest bobbed as the creature cocked its head, listening. Magnan gulped audibly. The Quorn froze, head tilted, beak aimed directly at the spot where the terrestrial stood in the deep shade of a giant trunk. "I'll go for help," Magnan squeaked. He whirled and took 3 leaps into the brush. A second great green-clad figure rose up to block his way. He spun, darted to the left. The first Quorn pounced, grappled Magnan to its narrow chest. Magnan yelled, threshing and kicking, broke free, turned, and collided with the 8-foot alien, coming in fast from the right. All 3 went down in a tangle of limbs. Retief jumped forward, hauled Magnan free, thrust him aside, and stopped, right fist cocked. The 2 Quorn lay groaning feebly. "Nice piece of work, Mr. Magnan," Retief said. "You nailed both of them." "Those undoubtedly are the most bloodthirsty, aggressive, merciless countenances it has ever been my misfortune to encounter," Magnan said. "It hardly seems fair. 8 feet tall and faces like that." The smaller of the 2 captive Quorn ran long, slender fingers over a bony shin from which he had turned back the tight-fitting green trousers. "It's not broken," he whistled nasally in passable terrestrial, eyeing Magnan through the heavy goggles, now badly cracked. "Small thanks to you." Magnan smiled loftily. "I dare say you'll think twice before interfering with peaceable diplomats in future." "Diplomats? Surely you jest." "Never mind us," Retief said. "It's you fellows we'd like to talk about. How many of you are there?" "Only Zub and myself." "I meant altogether. How many Quorn?" The alien whistled shrilly. "Here, no signaling," Magnan snapped, looking about. "That was merely an expression of amusement." "You find the situation amusing?" "I assure you, sir, you are in perilous straits at the moment. I may fly into another rage, you know." "Please, restrain yourself. I was merely somewhat astonished," a small whistle escaped, "at being taken for a Quorn." "Aren't you a Quorn?" "I? Great snail trails, no." More stifled whistles of amusement escaped the beaked face. "Both Zub and I are Verp. Naturalists, as it happens." "You certainly look like Quorn." "Oh, not at all, except perhaps to a terrestrial. The Quorn are sturdily built rascals, all over 10 feet in height, and of course they do nothing but quarrel, a drone caste, actually." "A caste? You mean they're biologically the same as you?" "Not at all. A Verp wouldn't think of fertilizing a Quorn." "I mean to say you are of the same basic stock, descended from a common ancestor, perhaps?" "We are all Pud's creatures." "What are the differences between you, then?" "Why, the Quorn are Argumentative, boastful, lacking in appreciation of the finer things of life, one dreads to contemplate descending to their level. Do you know anything about a note passed to the terrestrial ambassador at Smorboard? Retief asked. The beak twitched. Smorboard. I know of no place called Smorboard. The outer planet of this system. Oh, yes, we call that Guzzum. I had heard that some sort of creatures had established a settlement there, but I confess I pay little note to such matters. We are wasting time, Retief, Magnan said. We must truss these chaps up, hurry back to the boat, and make our escape. You heard what they said. Are there any Qorn down there at the harbor where the boats are? Retief asked. At Tarun, you mean? Oh, yes, planning some adventure. That would be the invasion of Smorboard, Magnan said, and unless we hurry, Retief, we're likely to be caught there with the last of the evacuees. How many Qorn would you say there are at Tarun? Oh, a very large number, perhaps 15 or 20. 15 or 20 what? Magnan looked perplexed. 15 or 20 quart. You mean that there are only 15 or 20 individual Qorn in all? Another whistle. Not at all. I was referring to the local Qorn only. There are more at other centers, of course. And the Qorn are responsible for the ultimatum unilaterally? I suppose so. It sounds like them. A truculent group, you know, and interplanetary relations are rather a hobby of theirs. Zub moaned and stirred. He sat up slowly, rubbing his head. He spoke to his companion in a shrill alien clatter of consonants. What did he say? Poor Zub. He blames me for his bruises, since it was my idea to gather you as specimens. You should have known better than to tackle that fierce-looking creature, Zub said, pointing his beak at Magnan. How does it happen that you speak terrestrial? Retief asked. One picks up all sorts of dialects. It's quite charming, really, Magnan said. Such a quaint, archaic accent. Suppose we went down to Tarun, Retief asked. What kind of reception would we get? That depends. I wouldn't recommend interfering with Gilwell or the Ruach. It's their nest-mending time, you know. The bog will be busy mating, such a tedious business. And, of course, the Qorn are tied up with their ceremonial feasting. I'm afraid no one will take any notice of you. Do you mean to say, Magnum demanded, that these ferocious Qorn, who have issued an ultimatum to the Corps Diplomatique Terrestrienne, who openly avow their occupied world, would ignore terrestrials in their midst? If at all possible. Retief got to his feet. I think our course is clear, Mr. Magnan. It's up to us to go down and attract a little attention. 3. I'm not at all sure we're going about this in the right way, Magnum puffed, trotting at Retief's side. These fellows, Zub and Slun, oh, they seem affable enough, but how can we be sure we're not being led into a trap? We can't. Magnan stopped short. Then let's go back. All right, Retief said. Of course, there may be an ambush. Magnan moved off. Let's keep going. The party emerged from the undergrowth at the edge of a great brush-grown mound. Slun took the lead, rounding the flank of the hillock, halted at a rectangular opening cut into the slope. You can find your way easily enough from here, he said. You'll excuse us, I hope. Nonsense, Slun, Zub pushed forward. I'll escort our guests to the Qorn Hall. He twittered briefly to his fellow Zerp. Slun twittered back. I don't like it, Retief, Magnum whispered. Those fellows are plotting mischief. Threaten them with violence, Mr. Magnan. They're scared of you. That's true. And the drubbing they received was well deserved. I am a patient man, but there are occasions. Come along, please. Zub called. "Another 10 minutes walk."
"See here, we have no interest in investigating this borrow," Magnan announced. "We wish you to take us direct to Tarun to interview your military leaders regarding the ultimatum."
Yes, of course. Qorn Hall lies here inside the village."
"This is Tarun?"
"A modest civic center, sir, but there are those who love it."
"No wonder we didn't observe their works from the air," Magnan muttered. "Camouflaged."
He moved hesitantly through the opening. The party moved along a wide, deserted tunnel which sloped down steeply, then leveled off and branched. Zub took the center branch, ducking slightly under the 9-foot ceiling lit at intervals with what appeared to be primitive incandescent panels.
"Few signs of an advanced technology here," Magnum whispered. "These creatures must devote all their talents to warlike enterprise."
Ahead, Zub slowed. A distant cessation was audible, a sustained high-pitched screeching. "Softly now. We approach Qorn Hall. They can be an irascible lot when disturbed at their feasting."
"When will the feast be over?" Magnan called hoarsely.
"In another few weeks, I should imagine, if, as you say, they've scheduled an invasion for next month."
"Look here, Zub." Magnan shook a finger at the tall alien. "How is it that these Qorn are allowed to embark on piratical ventures of this sort without reference to the wishes of the majority?"
"Oh, the majority of the Qorn favor the move, I imagine."
"These few hotheads are permitted to embroil the planet in war?"
"Oh, they don't embroil the planet in war. They merely—"
"Retief, this is fantastic. I've heard of iron-fisted military cliques before, but this is madness."
"Come softly now," Zub beckoned, moving toward a bend in the yellow-lit corridor. Retief and Magnan moved forward. The corridor debouched through a high double door into a vast oval chamber, high-domed, gloomy, paneled in dark wood, and hung with tattered banners, scarred halberds, pikes, rusted longswords, crossed spears over patinaed hauberks, pitted radiation armor, corroded power rifles, the immense mummified heads of horned and fanged animals, great guttering torches in wall brackets and in stands along the length of the long table shed a smoky light that reflected from the mirror polish of the red granite floor, gleamed on polished silver bowls and paper-thin glass, shone jewel red and gold through dark bottles, and cast long flickering shadows behind the 15 trolls at the board. Lesser trolls, beaked, bush-haired, great-eyed, trotted briskly, bird-kneed, bearing steaming platters, stood in groups of 3 strumming slender bottle-shaped lutes, or pranced an intricate patterned dance unnoticed in the shrill uproar as each of the magnificently draped, belted, feathered, and jeweled Qorn carried on a shouted conversation with an equally noisy fellow.
"A most interesting display of barbaric splendor," Magnum breathed. "Now, we'd better be getting back."
"Ah, a moment," Zub said. "Observe the Qorn, the tallest of the feasters. He with the headdress of crimson, purple, silver, and pink."
12 feet, if he's an inch," Magnan estimated. "And now we really must hurry along."
"That one is chief amongst these rowdies. I'm sure you'll want a word with him. He controls not only the Tarunian vessels, but those from the other centers as well."
"What kind of vessels? Warships?"
"Certainly. What other kind would Qorn bother with?"
"I don't suppose," Magnan said casually, "that you'd know the type, tonnage, armament, and manning of these vessels? And how many units comprise the fleet, and where they're based at present?"
"They're fully automated, 20,000-ton all-purpose dreadnoughts. They mount a variety of weapons. The Qorn are fond of that sort of thing. Each of the Qorn has his own, of course. They're virtually identical, except for the personal touches each individual has given his ship."
"Great heavens, Retief!"
Magnan exclaimed in a whisper. It sounds as though these brutes employ a battle armada as simple souls might a set of toy sailboats. Retief stepped past Magnan and Zub to study the feasting hall. I can see that their votes would carry all the necessary weight. And now an interview with the Qorn himself, Zub shrilled. If you'll kindly step along, gentlemen. That won't be necessary, Magnan said hastily. I've decided to refer the matter to committee. After having come so far, Zub said, it would be a pity to miss having a cozy chat. There was a pause. Retief? Magnan said. Zub has just presented a most compelling argument. Retief turned. Zub stood gripping an ornately decorated power pistol in one bony hand, a slim needler in the other. Both were pointed at Magnan's chest. I suspected you had hidden qualities, Zub, Retief commented. See here, Zub, we're diplomats, Magnan started. Careful, Mr. Magnan, you may goad him to a frenzy. By no means, Zub whistled. I much prefer to observe the frenzy of the Qorn when presented with the news that two peaceful Verp have been assaulted and kidnapped by bullying interlopers. If there's anything that annoys the Qorn, it's Qorn-like behavior in others. Now, step along, please. Rest assured this will be reported. I doubt it. You'll face the wrath of the enlightened galactic opinion. Oh, how big a navy does enlightened galactic opinion have? Stop scaring him, Mr. Magnan. He may get nervous and shoot. Retief stepped into the banquet hall, headed for the resplendent figure at the head of the table. A trio of flute players broke off in mid-bleat, staring. An inverted pyramid of tumblers blinked as Retief swung past, followed by Magnan and the tall Verp. The shrill chatter at the table faded. Qorn turned as Retief came out, blinking 3-inch eyes. Zub stepped forward, gibbered, waving his arms excitedly. Qorn pushed back his chair, a low, heavy-padded stool, and stared unwinking at Retief, moving his head to bring first one great round eye, then another to bear. There were small blue veins in the immense fleshy beak. The bushy hair springing out in a giant halo around the grayish, porous-skinned face was wiry, stiff, moss-green, with tufts of chartreuse fuzz surrounding what appeared to be tympanic membranes. The tall headdress of scarlet silk and purple feathers was slightly askew, and a loop of pink pearls had slipped down above one eye. Zub finished his speech and fell silent, breathing hard. Qorn looked Retief over in silence, then belched. Not bad, Retief said admiringly. Maybe we could get up a match between you and Ambassador Sternwheeler. You've got the volume on him, but he's got the timber. So, Qorn hooted in a resonant tenor, you come from Guzum, eh? Or Smorboard, as I think you call it. What is it you're after? More time? A compromise? Negotiations? Peace? He slammed a bony hand against the table. The answer is no. Zub twittered. Qorn cocked an eye, motioned to a servant. Chain that one. He indicated Magnan. His eyes went to Retief. This one's bigger. You best chain him, too. Why, Your Excellency, Magnan started, stepping forward. Stay back, Qorn hooted. Stand over there where I can keep an eye on you. Your Excellency, I'm empowered. Not here, you're not, Qorn trumpeted. Want peace, do you? Well, I don't want peace. I've had a surfeit of peace these last 2 centuries. I want action, loot, adventure, glory. He turned to look down the table. How about it, fellows? It's war to the knife, eh? There was a momentary silence from all sides. I guess so, grunted a giant Qorn in iridescent blue with flame-colored plumes. Qorn's eyes bulged. He half rose. We've been all over this, he bassooned. He clamped bony fingers on the hilt of a light rapier.
I thought I'd made my point.
Oh, sure, Qorn. You bet.
I'm convinced. Qorn rumbled and resumed his seat. All for one and one for all, that's us.
And you're the one, eh, Qorn? Retief commented. Magnan cleared his throat. I sense that some of you gentlemen are not convinced of the wisdom of this move, he piped, looking along the table at the silks, jewels, beaks, feather-decked crests, and staring eyes.
Silence! Qorn hooted. No use your talking to my loyal lieutenants anyway, he added. They do whatever I convince them they ought to do.
But I'm sure that on more mature consideration...
I can lick any Qorn in the house, Qorn said. That's why I'm Qorn. He belched again.
A servant came up staggering under the weight of chain, dropped it with a crash at Magnan's feet. Zub aimed the guns while the servant wrapped 3 loops around Magnan's wrists, snapped a lock in place.
You next.
The guns pointed at Retief's chest. He held out his arms. 4 loops of silvery gray chain in 1/2-inch links dropped around them. The servant cinched them up tight, squeezed a lock through the ends, and closed it.
Now, Qorn said, lolling back in his chair, glass in hand, there's a bit of sport to be had here, lads. What shall we do with them? Let them go, the blue and flame Qorn said glumly. You could do better than that, Qorn hooted. Now here's a suggestion. We carve them up a little, lop off the external labia and pinnae, say, and ship them back.
Good Lord, Retief, he's talking about cutting off our ears and sending us home mutilated. What a barbaric proposal! It wouldn't be the first time a terrestrial diplomat got a trimming, Retief commented.
It should have the effect of stimulating the Terries to put up a reasonable scrap, Qorn said judiciously. I have a feeling that they're thinking of giving up without a struggle.
Oh, I doubt that, the blue and flame Qorn said. Why should they? Qorn rolled an eye at Retief and another at Magnan.
Take these 2, he hooted. I'll wager they came here to negotiate a surrender.
Well, Magnan started. Hold it, Mr. Magnan, Retief said. I'll tell him.
What's your proposal? Qorn whistled, taking a gulp from his goblet. 50-50 split? Monetary reparations? Alternate territory? I can assure you it's useless. We Qorn like to fight.
I'm afraid you've gotten the wrong impression, Your Excellency, Retief said blandly. We didn't come to negotiate. We came to deliver an ultimatum.
What?
Qorn trumpeted. Behind Retief, Magnan sputtered.
We plan to use this planet for target practice, Retief said. A new type hell bomb we've worked out. Have all your people off it in 72 hours or suffer the consequences.
4.
You have the gall, Qorn stormed, to stand here in the center of Quart Hall, uninvited at that, and in chains.
Oh, these? Retief said. He tensed his arms. The soft aluminum link stretched and broke. He shook the light metal free.
We diplomats like to go along with colorful local customs, but I wouldn't want to mislead you. Now, as to the evacuation of Roulette 1...
Zub screeched, waved guns. The Quart were jabbering.
I told you they were brutes, Zub shrilled.
Qorn slammed his fist down on the table.
I don't care what they are, he hunked. Evacuate hell. I can field 85 combat-ready ships.
And we can englobe every one of them with 1,000 peace enforcers with 100 megaton-second firepower each.
Retief, Magnan tugged at his sleeve. Don't forget their superdrive.
That's all right, they don't have one.
But we'll take you on, Qorn French horned. We're the Qorn. We glory in battle. We live in fame or we go down in hogwash. The flame and blue Qorn cut in. If it wasn't for you, Qorn, we could sit around and feast and brag and enjoy life without having to prove anything.
Qorn, you seem to be the firebrand here, Retief said. I think the rest of the boys would listen to reason.
Over my dead body?
My idea exactly, Retief said. You claim you can lick any man in the house. Unwind yourself from your ribbons and step out here on the floor, and we'll see how good you are at backing up your conversation. Magnan hovered at Retief's side. 12 feet tall, he moaned. And did you notice the size of those hands? Retief watched as Qorn's aides helped him out of his formal trappings. I wouldn't worry too much, Mr. Magnan. This is a light G world. I doubt if old Qorn will weigh up at more than 250 standard pounds here. But that phenomenal reach. I'll peck away at him at knee level. When he bends over to swat me, I'll get a crack at him. Across the cleared floor, Qorn shook off his helpers with a snort. Enough! Let me at the upstart. Retief moved out to meet him. Watching the upraised, backward-jointed arms, Qorn stalked forward, long, lean legs bent, long, horny feet clacking against the polished floor. The other aliens, both servitors and bejeweled Qorn, formed a wide circle, all eyes unwaveringly on the combatants. Qorn struck suddenly, a long arm flashing down at a vicious cut at Retief, who leaned aside, caught one lean shank below the knee. Qorn bent to haul Retief from his leg and staggered back as a haymaker took him just below the beak. A screech went up from the crowd as Retief leapt clear. Qorn hissed and charged. Retief whirled aside, then struck the alien's off leg in a flying tackle. Qorn leaned, arms windmilling, crashed to the floor. Retief whirled, dived for the left arm, whipping it behind the narrow back, seized Qorn's neck in a stranglehold and threw his weight backward. Qorn fell on his back, his legs squatted out at an awkward angle. He squawked and beat his free arm on the floor, reaching in vain for Retief. Zub stepped forward, pistols ready. Magnan stepped before him. Need I remind you, sir, he said icily, that this is an official diplomatic function? I can brook no interference from disinterested parties. Zub hesitated. Magnan held out a hand. I must ask you to hand me your weapons, Zub. Look here, Zub began. I may lose my temper, Magnan hinted. Zub lowered the guns, passed them to Magnan. He thrust them into his belt with a sour smile, turned back to watch the encounter. Retief had thrown a turn of violet silk around Qorn's left wrist, bound it to the alien's neck. Another wisp of stuff floated from Qorn's shoulder. Retief, still holding Qorn in an awkward sprawl, wrapped it around one outflung leg, trussed ankle and thigh together. Qorn flopped, hooting. At each movement, the constricting loop around his neck jerked his head back, the green crest tossing wildly. If I were you, I'd relax, Retief said, rising and releasing his grip. Qorn got a leg under him. Retief kicked it. Qorn's chin hit the floor with a hollow clack. He wilted, an ungainly tangle of overlong limbs and gay silks. Retief turned to the watching crowd. Next, he called. The blue and flame Qorn stepped forward. Maybe this would be a good time to elect a new leader, he said. Now, my qualifications... Sit down, Retief said loudly. He stepped to the head of the table, seating himself in Qorn's vacated chair. A couple of you finish trussing Qorn up for me. But we must select a leader. That won't be necessary, boys. I'm your new leader. As I see it, Retief said, dribbling cigar ashes into an empty wineglass, you Qorn like to be warriors, but you don't particularly like to fight. We don't mind a little fighting within reason, and of course as Qorn we're expected to die in battle, but what I say is, why rush things? I have a suggestion, Magnan said. Why not turn the reins of government over to the Verp? They seem a level-headed group. What good would that do? Qorn are Qorn. It seems there's always one among us who's a slave to instinct, and naturally we have to follow him. Why? Because that's the way it's done. Why not do it another way? Magnan offered. Now, I'd like to suggest community singing. If we gave up fighting, we might live too long. Then what would happen? Live too long? Magnan looked puzzled. When estivating time comes, there'll be no burrows for us. Anyway, with the new Qorn stepping on our heels... I've lost the thread, Magnan said. Who are the new Qorn? After estivating, the verb molt, and then they're Qorn, of course. The Gwyll become bog, the bog become ruick, the ruick metamorphosize into verb. You mean Slun and Zub, the mild-natured naturalists, will become warmongers like Qorn? Very likely. The milder the verb, the wilder the Qorn, as the old saying goes. What do Qorn turn into? Retief asked. That's a good question. So far, none have survived Qornhood. Have you thought of forsaking your warlike ways? Magnan asked. What about taking up shepherding and regular church attendance? Don't mistake me, we Qorn like a military life. It's great sport to sit around roaring fires and drink and tell lies, and then go dashing off to enjoy a brisk affray with some leisurely looting afterward. But we prefer a nice numerical advantage. Not this business of tackling you terrestrials over on Guzzum. That was a mad notion. We had no idea what your strength was. But now that's all off, of course, Magnan chirped, now that we've had diplomatic relations and all. Oh, by no means. The fleet lifts in 30 days. After all, we're Qorn, and we have to satisfy our drive to action. But Mr. Retief is your leader now. He won't let you. Only a dead Qorn stays home when attack day comes. And even if he orders us all to cut our own throats, there are still the other centers with their own leaders. No, gentlemen, the invasion is definitely on. Why don't you go invade somebody else? Magnan suggested. I could name some very attractive prospects, outside my sector, of course. Hold everything, Retief said. I think we've got the basis of a deal here. 5. At the head of a double column of gaudily caparisoned Qorn, Retief and Magnan strolled across the ramp toward the bright tower of the CDT Sector HQ. Ahead, gates opened, and a black core limousine emerged, flying an ambassadorial flag under a plain square of white. Curious, Magnan commented. I wonder what the significance of the white ensign might be? Retief raised a hand. The column halted with a clash of accoutrements and a rasp of Qorn boots. Retief looked back along the line. The high white sun flashed on bright silks, polished buckles, deep-dyed plumes, butts of pistols, the soft gleam of leather. A brave show indeed, Magnan commented approvingly. I confess the idea has merit. The limousine pulled up with a squeal of brakes, stood on 2 fat-tired wheels, gyros humming softly. The hatch popped up. A portly diplomat stepped out. Why, Ambassador Knitworth, Magnan glowed. This is very kind of you. Keep cool, Magnan, Knitworth said in a strained voice. We'll attempt to get you out of this. He stepped past Magnan's outstretched hand and looked hesitantly at the ramrod straight line of Qorn, 85 strong, and beyond at the 85 tall Qorn dreadnoughts. Good afternoon, sir. Your Excellency? Knitworth said, blinking up at the leading Qorn. You are commander of the strike force, I assume? Nope, said the Qorn shortly. I, wish to request 72 hours in which to evacuate headquarters? Knitworth plowed on. Mr. Ambassador, Retief said, this... Don't panic, Retief. I'll attempt to secure your release. Knitworth hissed over his shoulder. Now, you will address our leader with more respect, the tall Qorn hooted, eyeing Knitworth ominously from 11 feet up. Oh, yes indeed, sir. Your Excellency, Commander. Now, about the invasion. Mr. Secretary, Magnan tugged at Knitworth's sleeve.
In heaven's name, permit me to negotiate in peace,
Knitworth snapped. He rearranged his features.
Now, Your Excellency, we've arranged to evacuate Smorboard, of course, just as you requested. Requested?
The Quorn honked.
Demanded, that is. Quite rightly, of course. Ordered, instructed, and of course we'll be only too pleased to follow any other instructions you may have.
You don't quite get the big picture, Mr. Secretary, Retief said. This isn't...
Silence, confound you!
Knitworth barked. The leading Quorn looked at Retief. He nodded. 2 bony hands shot out, seized Knitworth and stuffed a length of bright pink silk into his mouth, then spun him around and held him facing Retief. If you don't mind my taking this opportunity to brief you, Mr. Ambassador, Retief said blandly, I think I should mention that this isn't an invasion fleet. These are the new recruits for the Peace Enforcement Corps. Magnan stepped forward, glanced at the gag in Ambassador Knitworth's mouth, hesitated, then cleared his throat. We felt, he said, that the establishment of a foreign brigade within the PE Corps structure would provide the element of novelty the department has requested in our recruiting, and at the same time would remove the stigma of terrestrial chauvinism from future punitive operations. Knitworth stared, eyes bulging. He grunted, reached for the gag, caught the Quorn's eye on him, dropped his hands to his sides. I suggest we get the troops out of the hot sun, Retief said. Magnan edged closer. What about the gag? He whispered. Let's leave it where it is for a while, Retief murmured. It may save us a few concessions. An hour later, Knitworth, breathing freely again, glowered across his desk at Retief and Magnan. This entire affair, he rumbled, has made me appear to be a fool. But we who are privileged to serve on your staff already know just how clever you are, Magnan burbled. Knitworth purpled. You're skirting insolence, Magnan, he roared. Why was I not informed of the arrangements? What was I to assume at the sight of 85 war vessels over my headquarters unannounced? We tried to get through, but our wavelengths... Bah! Sterner souls than I would have quailed at the spectacle. Oh, you were perfectly justified in panicking. I did not panic, Knitworth bellowed. I merely adjusted to the apparent circumstances. Now, I'm of 2 minds as to the advisability of this Foreign Legion idea of yours. Still, it may have merit. I believe the wisest course would be to dispatch them on a long training cruise in an uninhabited sector of space. The office windows rattled. What the devil? Knitworth turned, staring out at the ramp where a Quorn ship rose slowly on a column of pale blue light, the vibration increasing as a second ship lifted, then a third. Knitworth whirled on Magnan. What's this? Who ordered these recruits to embark without my permission? I took the liberty of giving them an errand to run, Mr. Secretary, Retief said. There was that little matter of the Grassi infiltrating the Serenian system. I sent the boys off to handle it. Call them back at once. I'm afraid that won't be possible. They're under orders to maintain total communication silence until completion of the mission. Knitworth drummed his fingers on the desktop. Slowly, a thoughtful expression dawned. He nodded. This may work out, he said. I should call them back, but since the fleet is out of contact, I'm unable to do so, correct? Thus, I can hardly be held responsible for any over-enthusiasm in chastising the Grassi. He closed one eye in a broad wink at Magnan. Very well, gentlemen. I'll overlook the irregularity this time. Magnan, see to it the Smorbordian public are notified they can remain where they are. And by the way, did you by any chance discover the technique of the indetectable drive the Quorn use? No, sir. That is, yes, sir. Well? There isn't any.
The Qorn were there all the while, underground. Underground. Doing what? Hibernating for 200 years at a stretch. Outside in the corridor, Magnum came up to Retief, who stood talking to a tall man in a pilot's coverall. I'll be tied up, sending through full details on your recruiting theme, Retief, Magnum said. Suppose you run into the city to assist the new VERP consul in settling in. I'll do that, Mr. Magnum. Anything else? Magnum raised his eyebrows. You're remarkably compliant today, Retief. I'll arrange transportation. Don't bother, Mr. Magnum. Cy here will run me over. He was a pilot who ferried us over to Roulette 1. You recall? I'll be with you as soon as I pack a few phone numbers, Retief, the pilot said. He moved off. Magden followed him with a disapproving eye. An uncouth sort, I fancied. I trust you're not consorting with his kind socially. I wouldn't say that exactly, Retief said. We just want to go over a few figures together. End of section 19. Section 20 of 15 Stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Night of the Trolls. Part 1. The machine's job was to defend its place against enemies. But it had forgotten it had friends. 1. It was different this time. There was a dry pain in my lungs, and a deep ache in my bones, and a fire in my stomach that made me want to curl into a ball and mew like a kitten. My mouth tasted as though mice had nested in it, and when I took a deep breath, wooden knives twisted in my chest. I made a mental note to tell Mackenzie a few things about his pet-controlled environment tank. Just as soon as I got out of it, I squinted at the over face panel. Air pressure, temperature, humidity, O level, blood sugar, pulse, and respiration. All okay. That was something. I flipped the intercom key and said, Okay, Mackenzie, let's have the story. You've got problems. I had to stop to cough. The exertion made my temples pound. How long have you birds run this damned exercise? I called. I feel lousy. What's going on around here? No answer. It was supposed to be the terminal test series. They couldn't all be out having coffee. The equipment had more bugs than a $2 hotel room. I slapped the emergency release lever. Mackenzie wouldn't like it, but to hell with it. From the way I felt, I'd been in the tank for a good long stretch this time. Maybe a week or two? And I told Ginny it would be a 3-dayer at most. Mackenzie was a great technician, but he had no more human emotions than a used car salesman. This time, I'd tell him. Relays were clicking. Equipment was reacting. The tank cover sliding back. I sat up and swung my legs aside, shivering suddenly. It was cold in the test chamber. I looked around at the dull gray walls, the data recording cabinets, the wooden desk where Mac sat by the hour rerunning test profiles. That was funny. The tape reels were empty, and the red equipment light was off. I stood feeling dizzy. Where was Mac? Where were Boner and Day and Malin? Hey, I called. I didn't even get a good echo. Someone must have pushed the button to start my recovery cycle. Where were they hiding now? I took a step, tripped over the cables trailing behind me. I unstrapped and pulled the harness off. The effort left me breathing hard. I opened one of the wall lockers. Banner's pressure suit hung limply on the rack beside a rag-festooned coat hanger. I looked in 3 more lockers. My clothes were missing, even my bathrobe. I also missed the usual bowl of hot soup, the happy faces of the techs, even Mac's sour puss. It was cold and silent and empty here. More like a morgue than a top priority research center. I didn't like it. What the hell was going on? There was a weather suit in the last locker. I put it on, set the temperature control, palmed the door open, and stepped out into the corridor. There were no lights, except for the dim glow of emergency route indicators. There was a faint, foul odor in the air. I heard a dry scuttling, saw a flick of movement. A rat the size of a red squirrel sat up on his haunches and looked at me as if I were something to eat. I made a kicking motion and he ran off, but not very far. My heart was starting to thump a little harder now, the way it does when you begin to realize that something's wrong. Bad wrong. Upstairs in the admin section, I called again. The echo was a little better here. I went along the corridor strewn with papers, past the open doors of silent rooms. In the director's office, a blackened wastebasket stood in the center of the rug. The air conditioner intake above the desk was felted over with matted dust nearly an inch thick. There was no use shouting again. The place was as empty as a robbed grave, except for the rats. At the end of the corridor, an inner security door stood open. I went through it and stumbled over something. In the faint light, it took me a moment to realize what it was. He had been an MP, in steel helmet and boots. There was nothing left but crumbled bone and a few scraps of leather and metal. A .38 revolver lay nearby. I picked it up, checked the cylinder, and tucked it in the thigh pocket of the weather suit. For some reason, it made me feel a little better. I went on along B quarter and found the lift door sealed. The emergency stairs were nearby. I went to them and started the 200-foot climb to the surface. The heavy steel doors at the tunnel had been blown clear. I stepped past the charred opening, looked out at a low gray sky burning red in the west. 50 yards away, the 5,000-gallon water tank lay in a tangle of rusty steel. What had it been? Sabotage? War? Revolution? An accident? And where was everybody? I rested for a while, then went across the innocent-looking fields to the west, dotted with the dummy buildings that were supposed to make the site look from the air like another stretch of farmland, complete with barns, sheds, and fences. Beyond the site, the town seemed intact. There were lights twinkling here and there, a few smudges of smoke rising. Whatever had happened at the site, at least Ginny would be all right. Ginny and Tim. Ginny would be worried sick after, how long, a month? Maybe more. There hadn't been much left of that soldier. I twisted to get a view to the south and felt a hollow sensation in my chest. 4 silo doors stood open. The Colossus missiles had hit back at something. I pulled myself up a foot or two higher for a look at the primary site. In the twilight, the ground rolled smooth and unbroken across the spot where Prometheus lay ready in her underground berth. Down below, she'd be safe and sound, maybe. She had been built to stand up to the stresses of a direct extrasolar orbital launch. With any luck, a few near misses wouldn't have damaged her. My arms were aching from the strain of holding on. I climbed down and sat on the ground to get my breath, watching the cold wind worry the dry stalks of dead brush around the fallen tank. At home, Ginny would be alone. Scared, maybe even in serious difficulty. There was no telling how far municipal services had broken down. But before I headed that way, I had to make a quick check on the ship. Prometheus was a dream that I, and a lot of others, had lived with for 3 years. I had to be sure. I headed toward the pillbox that housed the tunnel head on the off chance that the car might be there. It was almost dark and the going was tough. Concrete slabs under the sod were tilted and dislocated. Something had sent a ripple across the ground like a stone tossed into a pond.
I heard a sound and stopped dead. There was a clank and rumble from beyond the discolored walls of the blockhouse 100 yards away. Rusted metal howled, then something as big as a beached freighter moved into view. 2 dull red beams glowing near the top of the high silhouette swung, flashed crimson and held on me. A siren went off. An ear-splitting whoop, whoop, whoop. It was an unmanned Bolo Mark II combat unit on automated sentry duty, and its intruder-sensing circuits were tracking me. The Bolo pivoted heavily. The whoop, whoop sounded again. The robot watchdog was bellowing the alarm. I felt sweat pop out on my forehead. Standing up to a Mark II Bolo without an electro pass was the rough equivalent of being penned in with an ill-tempered dinosaur. I looked toward the primary blockhouse. Too far. The same went for the perimeter fence. My best bet was back to the tunnel mouth. I turned to sprint for it, hooked a foot on a slab, and went down hard. I got up, my head ringing, tasting blood in my mouth. The chipped pavement seemed to rock under me. The Bolo was coming up fast. Running was no good. I had to have a better idea. I dropped flat and switched my suit control to maximum insulation. The silvery surface faded to dull black. A 2-foot square of tattered paper fluttered against a projecting edge of concrete. I reached for it, peeled it free, then fumbled with a pocket flap, brought out a perma-match, flicked it alight. When the paper was burning well, I tossed it clear. It whirled away a few feet, then caught in a clump of grass. "Keep moving, damn you," I whispered. The swearing worked. The gusty wind pushed the paper on. I crawled a few feet, pressed myself into a shallow depression behind the slab. The Bolo turned closer. A loose tread plate was slapping the ground with a rhythmic thud. The burning paper was 50 feet away now, a twinkling of orange light in the deep twilight. At 20 yards, looming up like a pagoda, the Bolo halted, sat rumbling and swiveling its rust-streaked turret, looking for the radiating source its IR had first picked up. The flare of the paper caught its electronic attention. The turret swung, then back. It was puzzled. It whooped again, then reached a decision. Ports snapped open. A volley of anti-personnel slugs woofed into the target. The scrap of paper disappeared in a gout of tossed dirt. I hugged the ground like old LeMay hugs a torch singer's hip, and waited. Nothing happened. The Bolo sat, rumbling softly to itself. Then I heard another sound over the murmur of the idling engine, a distant roaring, like a flight of low-level bombers. I raised my head 1/2 inch and took a look. There were lights moving beyond the field, the paired beams of a convoy approaching from the town. The Bolo stirred, moved heavily forward until it towered over me no more than 20 feet away. I saw gun ports open high on the armored facade, the ones that housed the heavy infinite repeaters. Slim black muzzles slid into view, hunted for an instant, then depressed and locked. They were bearing on the oncoming vehicles that were spreading out now in a loose skirmish line under a roiling layer of dust. The watchdog was getting ready to defend its territory, and I was caught in the middle. A blue-white floodlight lanced out from across the field, glared against the scaled plating of the Bolo. I heard relays click inside the monster fighting machine and braced myself for the thunder of her battery. There was a dry rattle. The guns traversed, clattering emptily. Beyond the fence, the floodlight played for a moment longer against the Bolo, then moved on across the ramp, back, across, and back, searching. Once more the Bolo fired its empty guns. Its red IR beam swept the scene again, then relays snicked, the impotent guns retracted, the port covers closed. Satisfied, the Bolo heaved itself around and moved off, trailing a stink of ozone and ether, the broken tread thumping like a cripple on a stair. I waited until it disappeared in the gloom 200 yards away, then cautiously turned my suit control to vent off the heat. Full insulation could boil a man in his own gravy in less than half an hour. The floodlight had blinked off now. I got to my hands and knees and started toward the perimeter fence. The Bolo's circuits weren't tuned as fine as they should have been. It let me go. There were men moving in the glare and dust, beyond the rusty lacework that had once been a chain-link fence. They carried guns and stood in tight little groups, staring across toward the blockhouse. I moved closer, keeping flat and avoiding the avenues of yellowish light thrown by the headlamps of the parked vehicles. Half-tracks, armored cars, a few light man tanks. There was nothing about the look of this crowd that impelled me to leap up and be welcomed. They wore green uniforms, and half of them sported beards. What the hell? Had Castro landed in force? I angled off to the right, away from the big main gate that had been manned day and night by guards with Tommy guns. It hung now by one hinge from a scarred concrete post under a cluster of dead polyarchs in corroded brackets. The big sign that had read Glenn Aerospace Center, authorized personnel only, lay face down in hip-high underbrush. More cars were coming up. There was a lot of talk and shouting. A squad of men formed and headed my way, keeping to the outside of the fallen fence. I was outside the glare of the lights now. I chanced to run for it, got over the sagged wire and across a potholed blacktop road before they reached me. I crouched in the ditch and watched as the detail dropped men in pairs at 50-yard intervals. Another 5 minutes and they would have intercepted me, along with whatever else they were after. I worked my way back across an empty lot and found a strip of lesser underbrush lined with shaggy trees, beneath which a patch of cracked sidewalk showed here and there. Several things were beginning to be a little clearer now. The person who had pushed the button to bring me out of stasis hadn't been around to greet me because no one had pushed it. The automatics, triggered by some malfunction, had initiated the recovery cycle. The system's self-contained power unit had been designed to maintain a starship crewman's minimal vital functions indefinitely at reduced body temperature and metabolic rate. There was no way to tell how long I had been in the tank. From the condition of the fence and the roads, it had been more than a matter of weeks, or even months. Had it been a year? Or more? I thought of Ginny and the boy waiting at home, thinking the old man was dead. Probably. I'd neglected them before for my work, but not like this. Our house was 6 miles from the base, in the foothills on the other side of the town. It was a long walk, the way I felt, but I had to get there. 2 hours later, I was clear of the town, following the riverbank west. I kept having the idea that someone was following me, but when I stopped to listen, there was never anything there, just the still, cold night and the frogs singing away patiently in the low ground to the south. When the ground began to rise, I left the road and struck off across an open field. I reached a wide street, followed it in a curve that would bring me out at the foot of Ridge Avenue, my street. I could make out the shapes of low, rambling houses now. It had been the kind of residential section the local junior chamber members had hoped to move into someday. Now the starlight that filtered through the cloud cover showed me broken windows, doors that sagged open, automobiles that squatted on flat, dead tires under collapsing car shelters, and here and there a blackened, weed-grown foundation like a gap in a row of rotting teeth. The neighborhood wasn't what it had been. How long had I been away? How long? I fell down again, hard this time. It wasn't easy getting up. I seemed to weigh a hell of a lot for a guy who hadn't been eating regularly. My breathing was very fast and shallow now, and my skull was getting ready to split and give birth to a live alligator, the ill-tempered kind. It was only a few hundred yards more. But why the hell had I picked a place halfway up the hill? I heard the sound again. a crackle of dry grass. I got the pistol out and stood flat-footed in the middle of the street, listening hard. All I heard was my stomach growling. I took the pistol off cock and started off again, stopped suddenly a couple of times to catch him off guard. Nothing. I reached the corner of Ridge Avenue, started up the slope. Behind me, a stick popped loudly. I picked that moment to fall down again. Heaped leaves saved me from another skinned knee. I rolled over against a low fieldstone wall and propped myself against it. I had to use both hands to cock the pistol. I stared into the dark, but all I could see were the little lights whirling again. The pistol got heavy. I put it down, concentrated on taking deep breaths and blinking away the fireflies. I heard footsteps plainly, close by. I shook my head, accidentally banged it against the stone behind me. That helped. I saw him, not 20 feet away, coming up the hill toward me. A black-haired man with a full beard, dressed in odds and ends of rags and furs, gripping a polished club with a leather thong. I reached for the pistol, found only leaves, tried again, touched the gun and knocked it away. I was still groping when I heard a scuffle of feet. I swung around, saw a tall, wide figure with a mane of untrimmed hair. He hit the bearded man like a pro tackle taking out a practice dummy. They went down together hard and rolled over in a flurry of dry leaves. The cats were fighting over the mouse. It was my signal to leave quietly. I made one last grab for the gun, found it, got to my feet and staggered off up the grade that seemed as steep now as penthouse rent. And from downslope, I heard an engine gunned, the clash of a heavy transmission that needed adjustment. A spotlight flickered, made shadows dance. I recognized a fancy wrought iron fence fronting a vacant lot. That had been the Adams house. Only half a block to go, but I was losing my grip fast. I went down twice more, then gave up and started crawling. The lights were all around now, brighter than ever. My head split open, dropped off, and rolled downhill. A few more yards, and I could let it all go. Ginny would put me in a warm bed, patch up my scratches, and feed me soup. Ginny would. Ginny. I was lying, with my mouth full of dead leaves. I heard running feet, yells. An engine idled noisily down the block. I got my head up and found myself looking at chipped brickwork and the heavy brass hinges from which my front gate had hung. The gate was gone, and there was a large chunk of brick missing. Some delivery truck had missed his approach. I got to my feet, took a couple of steps into deep shadow with feet that felt as though they'd been amputated and welded back on at the ankle. I stumbled, fetched up against something scaled over with rust. I held on, blinked, and made out the seeping flank of my brand new '79 Pontiac. There was a crumbled crust of whitish glass lining the bright work strip that had framed the rear window. A fire? A footstep sounded behind me, and I suddenly remembered several things, none of them pleasant. I felt for my gun. It was gone. I moved back along the side of the car, tried to hold on. No use. My arms were like unsuccessful pie crust. I slid down among the dead leaves, sat listening to the steps coming closer. They stopped, and through a dense fog that had sprung up suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a tall, white-haired figure standing over me. Then the fog closed in and swept everything away. I lay on my back this time, looking across at the smoky yellow light of a thick brown candle guttering in the draught from the glassless window. In the center of the room, a few sticks of damp-looking wood heaped on the cracked asphalt tiles burned with a grayish flame. A thin curl of acrid smoke rose up to stir cobwebs festooned under ceiling beams from which wood veneer had peeled away. Light alloy truss work showed beneath. It was a strange scene, but not so strange that I didn't recognize it. It was my own living room, looking a little different than when I'd seen it last. The odors were different, too. I picked out mildew, badly cured leather, Damp wool? Tobacco? I turned my head. A yard from the rags I lay on, the white-haired man, looking older than Pharaoh, sat sleeping with his back against the wall. The shotgun was gripped in one big, gnarled hand. His head was tilted back, blue-veined eyelids shut. I sat up, and at my movement his eyes opened. He lay relaxed for a moment, as though life had to return from someplace far away. Then he raised his head. His face was hollow and lined. His white hair was thin. A coarse woven shirt hung loose across wide shoulders that had been Herculean once, but now Hercules was old. Old. He looked at me expectantly. "Who are you?" I said. "Why did you follow me? What happened to the house? Where's my family? Who owns the bully boys in green?" My jaw hurt when I spoke. I put my hand up and felt it gingerly. "You fell," the old man said in a voice that rumbled like a subterranean volcano. "The understatement of the year, Pop." I tried to get up. Nausea knotted my stomach. "You have to rest," the old man said, looking concerned, "before the Baron's men come." He paused, looking at me as though he expected me to say something profound. "I want to know where the people are that live here." My yell came out as weak as church social punch. "A woman and a boy." He was shaking his head. "You have to do something quick. The soldiers will come back. Search every house." I sat up, ignoring the little men driving spikes into my skull. "I don't give a damn about the soldiers. Where's my family? What's happened?" I reached out and gripped his arm. "How long was I down there? What year is this?" He only shook his head. "Come, eat some food, then I can help you with your plan." It was no use talking to the old man. He was senile. I got off the cot, except for the dizziness and a feeling that my knees were made of papier-mâché. I was all right. I picked up the hand-formed candle and stumbled into the hall. It was a jumble of rubbish. I climbed through, pushed open the door to my study. There was my desk, the tall bookcase with the glass doors, the gray rug, the easy chair. Aside from a layer of dust and some peeling wallpaper, it looked normal. I flipped the switch. Nothing happened. "What is that charm?" the old man said behind me. He pointed to the light switch. "The power's off," I said, "just a habit." He reached out and flipped the switch up, then down again. "It makes a pleasing sound." "Yeah." I picked up a book from the desk. It fell apart in my hands. I went back into the hall, tried the bedroom door, looked in at a heap of leaves, the remains of broken furniture, an empty window frame. I went to the end of the hall and opened the door to the bedroom. Cold night wind blew through a barricade of broken timbers. The roof had fallen in, and a 16-inch tree trunk slanted through the wreckage. The old man stood behind me, watching. "Where is she, damn you?" I leaned against the doorframe to swear and fight off the faintness. "Where's my wife?" The old man looked troubled. "Come, eat now." "Where is she? Where's the woman who lived here?" He frowned, shook his head dumbly. I picked my way through the wreckage, stepped out into knee-high brush. A gust blew my candle out. In the dark, I stared at my backyard, the crumbled pit that had been a barbecue grill, the tangled thickets that had been rose beds, and a weathered length of boards upended in the earth. "What the hell's this?" I fumbled at a perm match, lit my candle, leaned close, and read the crude letters cut into the crumbling wood. Virginia Ann Jackson, born January 8, 1957, killed by the dogs winter 1992. 3. The Baron's men came twice in the next 3 days. Each time the old man carried me, swearing but too weak to argue, out to a lean-to of branches and canvas in the woods behind the house. Then he disappeared, to come back an hour or two later and haul me back to my rag bed by the fire. 3 times a day he gave me a tin pan of stew, and I ate it mechanically. My mind went over and over the picture of Ginny living on for 12 years in the slowly decaying house, and then it was too much. There are some shocks the mind refuses. I thought of the tree that had fallen and crushed the east wing. An elm that size was at least 50 to 60 years old, maybe older. And the only elm on the place had been a 2-year sapling. I knew it well. I had planted it. The date carved on the headboard was 1992. As nearly as I could judge, another 35 years had passed since then at least. My shipmates, Banner, Day, Malin, they were all dead long ago. How had they died? The old man was too far gone to tell me anything useful. Most of my questions produced a shake of the head and a few rumbled words about charms, demons, spells, and the Baron. I don't believe in spells, I said, and I'm not too sure I believe in this Baron. Who is he? Baron Trollmaster of Philly. He holds all this country. The old man made a sweeping gesture with his arm, all the way to Jersey. Why was he looking for me? What makes me important? You came from the forbidden place. Everybody heard the cries of the lesser troll that stands guard over the treasure there. If the Baron can learn your secrets of power... Troll hell, there's nothing but a bolo on automatic. By any name, every man dreads the monster. A man who walks in its shadow has much mana. But the others, the ones that run in pack like dogs, would tear you to pieces for a demon if they could lay hands on you. You saw me back there? Why didn't you give me away? And why are you taking care of me now? He shook his head, the all-purpose answer to any question. I tried another tack. Who was the ragman you tackled just outside? Why was he laying for me? The old man snorted. Tonight the dogs will eat him. But forget that. Now we have to talk about your plan. I've got about as many plans as a senior boarder on death row. I don't know if you know it, old-timer, but somebody slid the world out from under me while I wasn't looking. The old man frowned. I had the thought that I wouldn't like to have him mad at me, for all his white hair. He shook his head. You must understand what I tell you. The soldiers of the Baron will find you someday. If you were to break the spell... Break the spell, eh? I snorted. I think I get the idea, Pop. You've got it in your head that I'm a valuable property of some kind? You figure that I can use my supernatural powers to take over this menagerie, and you'll be in on the ground floor. Well, listen, you old idiot. I spent 60 years, maybe more, in a stasis tank 200 feet underground. My world died while I was down there. This Baron of yours seems to own everything now. If you think I'm going to get myself shot bucking him, forget it. The old man didn't say anything. Things don't seem to be broken up much, I went on. It must have been gas or germ warfare or fallout. Damn few people around. You're still able to live on what you can loot from stores. Automobiles are still sitting where they were the day the world ended. How old were you when it happened, Pop? The war, I mean. Do you remember it? He shook his head. The world has always been as it is now. What year were you born? He scratched at his white hair. I knew the number once, but I've forgotten. I guess the only way I'll find out how long I was gone is to saw that damn elm in two and count the rings. But even that wouldn't help much. I don't know when it blew over. Never mind. The important thing now is to talk to this Baron of yours. Where does he stay? The old man shook his head violently. If the Baron lays his hands on you, he'll wring the secrets from you on the rack. I know his ways. For 5 years, I was a slave in the palace stables. If you think I'm going to spend the rest of my days in this rat's nest, you got another guess on the house. This Baron has tanks, an army. He's kept a little technology alive. That's the outfit for me, not this garbage detail. Now, where's this place of his located? The guards will shoot you on sight like a pack dog. There has to be a way to get to him, old man. Think. The old head was shaking again. He fears assassination. You can never approach him. He brightened. Unless you know a spell of power. I chewed my lip. Maybe I do at that. You wanted me to have a plan. I think I feel one coming on. Have you got a map? He pointed to the desk beside me. I tried the drawers, found mice, roaches, moldy money, and a stack of folded maps. I opened one carefully. Faded ink on yellow paper, falling apart at the creases. The legend in the corner read, Pennsylvania, 40M:1. Copyright 1970 by ESSO Corporation. This will do, Pop, I said. Now, tell me all you can about this Baron of yours. You'll destroy him? I haven't even met the man. He is evil. I don't know. He owns an army. That makes up for a lot. After 3 more days of rest and the old man's stew, I was back to normal, or near enough. I had the old man boil me a tub of water for a bath and a shave. I found a serviceable pair of synthetic fiber long johns and a chest of drawers, pulled them on and zipped the weather suit over them, then buckled on the holster I'd made from a tough plastic. That completes my preparations, Pop, I said. It'll be dark in another half an hour. Thanks for everything. He got to his feet, a worried look on his lined face, like a father the first time Junior asks for the car. The Baron's men are everywhere. If you want to help, come along and back me up with that shotgun of yours. I picked it up. Have you got any shells for this thing? He smiled, pleased now. There are shells, but the magic is gone from many. That's the way magic is, Pop. It goes out of things before you notice. Will you destroy the great troll now? My motto is let sleeping trolls lie. I'm just paying a social call on the Baron. The joy ran out of his face like booze from a dropped jug. Don't take it so hard, old-timer. I'm not the fairy prince you were expecting, but I'll take care of you, if I make it. I waited while he pulled on a moth-eaten mackinaw. He took the shotgun and checked the breech, then looked at me. I'm ready, he said. Yeah, I said, let's go. The baronial palace was a 40-story slab of concrete and glass that had been known in my days as the Hilton Garden East. We made it in 3 hours of groping across country in the dark, at the end of which I was puffing but still on my feet. We moved out from the cover of the trees and looked across a dip in the ground at the lights, incongruously cheerful in the ravaged valley. The gates are there, the old man pointed, guarded by the great troll. Wait a minute, I thought the troll was the bolo back at the site. That's the lesser troll. This is the great one. I selected a few choice words and muttered them to myself. It would have saved us some effort if you'd have mentioned this troll a little sooner, old-timer. I'm afraid I don't have any spells that will knock out a Mark II once it's got its dander up. He shook his head. It lies under enchantment. I remember the day it came, throwing thunderbolts. Many men were killed. Then the Baron commanded it to stand at his gates to guard him. How long ago was this, old-timer? He worked his lips over the question. Long ago, he said finally. Many winters. Let's go take a look. We picked our way down the slope, came up along a rutted dirt road to the dark line of trees that rimmed the palace grounds. The old man touched my arm. Softly here. Maybe the troll sleeps lightly. I went the last few yards, eased around a brick column with a dead lantern on top, stared across 50 yards of waist-high brush at a dark silhouette outlined against the palace lights. Cables stretched from trees outside the circle of weeds, supported a weathered tarp which drooped over the bolo. The wreckage of a helicopter lay like a crumpled dragonfly at the far side of the ring. Nearer, fragments of a heavy car chassis lay scattered. The old man hovered at my shoulder. Looks as though the gate is off limits, I hissed. Let's try further along. He nodded. No one passes here. There is a second gate there, he pointed. But there are guards. Let's climb the wall between gates. There are sharp spikes on the top of the wall, but I know a place further on where the spikes have been blunted. Lead on, Pop. Half an hour of creeping through wet brush brought us to the spot we were looking for. It looked to me like any other stretch of 8-foot masonry wall overhung with wet poplar trees. I'll go first, the old man said, to draw the attention of the guard. Then who's going to boost me up? I'll go first. He nodded, cupped his hands, and lifted me as easily as a sailor lifting a beer glass. Pop was old, but he was nobody's softy. I looked around, then crawled up, worked my way over the corroded spikes, dropped down on the lawn. Immediately, I heard a crackle of brush. A man stood up, not 10 feet away. I lay flat in the dark, trying to look like something that had been there a long time. I heard another sound, a thump and a crashing of brush. The man before me turned, disappearing in the darkness. I heard him beating his way through shrubbery. Then he called out, got an answering shout from the distance. I didn't loiter. I got to my feet and made a sprint for the cover of the trees along the drive. 4. Flat on the wet ground, under the wind-whipped branches of an ornamental cedar, I blinked the fine, misty rain from my eyes, waiting for the half-hearted alarm behind me to die down. There were a few shouts, some sounds of searching among the shrubbery. It was a bad night to be chasing imaginary intruders in the baronial grounds. In 5 minutes, all was quiet again. I studied the view before me. The tree under which I lay was one of a row lining the drive. It swung in a graceful curve across a smooth half-mile of dark lawn to the tower of light that was the palace of the Baron of Philly. The silhouetted figures of guards and late-arriving guests moved against the gleam from the colonnaded entrance. On a terrace high above, dancers twirled under colored lights. The faint glow of the repeller field kept the cold rain at a distance. In a lull in the wind, I heard music faintly. The Baron's weekly grand ball was in full swing. I saw shadows move across the wet gravel before me. Then I heard the purr of an engine. I hugged the ground and watched a long, svelte Mercedes, about a '68 model, I estimated, barrel past. The mob in the city ran in packs like dogs, but the Baron's friends did a little better for themselves. I got to my feet and moved off toward the palace, keeping well in the shadows. When the drive swung to the right to curve across in front of the building, I left it, went to hands and knees, and followed a trim privet hedge, past dark rectangles of formal garden to the edge of a secondary pond of light from the garages. I let myself down on my belly and watched the shadows that moved on the graveled drive. There seemed to be 2 men on duty, no more. Waiting around wouldn't improve my chances. I got to my feet, stepped out onto the drive, and walked openly around the corner of the gray fieldstone building into the light. A short, thick-set man in greasy baronial green looked at me incuriously. My weather suit looked enough like ordinary coveralls to get me by, at least for a few minutes. A second man, tilted back against the wall in a wooden chair, didn't even turn his head. "Hey, I called you birds. Got a 3-ton jack I can borrow?" Shorty looked me over sourly. "Who you drive for, Mac?" "High Duke of Jersey. Flat, left rear. On a night like this, some luck." "The Jersey can't afford a jack?" I stepped over the short man, prodded him with a forefinger. "He could buy you and gut you on the altar any Saturday night of the week, low pockets. And he'd get a kick out of doing it. He's like that." "Can't a guy crack a harmless joke without somebody talks about altar bait? You want a jack? Take a jack." The man in the chair opened one eye and looked me over. "How long you on the Jersey payroll?" he growled. "Long enough to know who handles the rank between Jersey and Philly." I yawned, looked around the wide, cement-floored garage, glanced over the 4 heavy cars with the Philly crests on their sides. "Where's the kitchen? Putting a couple of hot coffees under my belt before I go back out into that."
Over there, a flight up and to your left. Tell the cook Pincy invited you. I tell him Jersey sent me, low pockets. I moved off in a dead silence, opened the door, and stepped up into spicy scented warmth. A deep carpet, even here, muffled my footsteps. I could hear the clash of pots and crockery from the kitchen 100 feet distant along the hallway. I went along to a deep-set doorway 10 feet from the kitchen, tried the knob, and looked into a dark room. I pushed the door shut and leaned against it, watching the kitchen. Through the woodwork, I could feel the thump of the bass notes from the orchestra blasting away 3 flights up. The odors of food, roasted fowl, baked ham, grilled horse meat, curled under the kitchen door and wafted under my nose. I pulled my belt up a notch and tried to swallow the dryness in my throat. The old man had fed me half a gallon of stew before we left home, but I was already working up a fresh appetite. 5 slow minutes passed. Then the kitchen door swung open, and a tall, round-shouldered fellow with a shiny, bald scalp stepped into view, a tray balanced on the spread fingers of one hand. He turned, the black tails of his cutaway swirling, called something behind him, and started past me. I stepped out, clearing my throat. He shied, whirled to face me. He was good at his job. The 24 tiny glasses on the tray stood fast. He blinked, got an indignant remark ready. I showed him the knife the old man had lent me, a bone-handled job with a 6-inch switchblade. Make a sound and I'll cut your throat, I said softly. Put the tray on the floor. He started to back. I brought the knife up. He took a good look, licked his lips, crouched quickly, and put the tray down. Turn around. I stepped in and chopped him at the base of the neck with the edge of my hand. He folded like a $2 umbrella. I wrestled the door open and dumped him inside, paused a moment to listen, all quiet. I worked his black coat and trousers off, unhooked the stiff white dicky and tie. He snored softly. I pulled the clothes on over the weather suit. They were a fair fit. By the light of my pencil flash, I cut down a heavy braided cord hanging by the high window, used it to truss the waiter's hands and feet together behind him. There was a small closet opening off the room. I put him in it, closed the door, and stepped back into the hall. Still quiet. I tried one of the drinks. It wasn't bad. I took another, then picked up the tray and followed the sounds of music. The grand ballroom was 100 yards long, 50 wide, with walls of rose, gold, and white, banks of high windows hung with crimson velvet, a vaulted ceiling decorated with cherubs, and a polished acre of floor on which gaudily gowned and uniformed couples moved in time to the heavy beat of the traditional foxtrot. I moved slowly along the edge of the crowd, looking for the Baron. A hand caught my arm and hauled me around. A glass fell off my tray, smashed on the floor. A dapper little man in black and white headwaiter's uniform glared up at me. "What do you think you're doing, cretin?" he hissed. "That's the genuine ancient stock you're slopping on the floor." I looked around quickly. No one else seemed to be paying any attention. "Where are you from?" he snapped. I opened my mouth. "Never mind, you're all the same." He waggled his hands disgustedly. "The field hands they send me. Disgrace to the black. Now, you, stand up, hold your tray proudly, gracefully. Step along daintily, not like a knight taking the field, and pause occasionally, just on the chance that some noble guest might wish to drink." "You bet, pal," I said. I moved on, paying a little more attention to my waiting. I saw plenty of green uniforms, pea green, forest green, emerald green, but they were all hung with braid and medals. According to Pop, the Baron affected a Spartan simplicity, the diffidence of absolute power. There were high white and gold doors every few yards along the side of the ballroom. I spotted one standing open and sidled toward it. It wouldn't hurt to reconnoiter the area. Just beyond the door, a very large sentry in a bottle green uniform, almost buried under gold braid, moved in front of me. He was dressed like a toy soldier, but there was nothing playful about the way he snapped his power gun to the ready. I winked at him. "Thought you boys might want a drink," I hissed. "Good stuff." He looked at the tray, licked his lips. "Get back in there, you fool," he growled. "You'll get us both hung."
Suit yourself, pal. I backed out. Just before the door closed between us, he lifted a glass off the tray. I turned, almost collided with a long, lean cookie in a powder blue outfit complete with dress saber, gold frogs, leopard skin facings, a pair of knee-length white gloves looped under an epaulette, a pistol in a fancy holster, and an 18-inch swagger stick. He gave me the kind of look old maids give Sin. "Look where you're going, swine," he said in a voice like a pine board splitting. "Have a drink, Admiral," I suggested. He lifted his upper lip to show me a row of teeth that hadn't had their annual trip to the dentist lately. The ridges along each side of his mouth turned greenish white. He snatched for the gloves on his shoulder, fumbled them. They slapped the floor beside me. "I'd pick those up for you, boss," I said, "but I've got my tray." He drew a breath between his teeth, chewed it into strips and snorted it back at me, then snapped his fingers and pointed with his stick toward the door behind me. "Through there instantly." It didn't seem like the time to argue. I pulled it open and stepped through. The guard in the green ducked his glass and snapped to attention when he saw the baby blue outfit. My new friend ignored him, made a curt gesture to me. I got the idea, trailed along the wide, high, gloomy corridor to a small door, pushed through it into a well-lit, tile-walled latrine. The big-eyed slave in white ducks stared. Blue Boy jerked his head. "Get out!" The slave scuttled away. Blue Boy turned to me. "Strip off your jacket, slave. Your owner has neglected to teach you discipline." I looked around quickly, saw that we were alone. "Wait a minute while I put the tray down, Corporal," I said. "We don't want to waste any of the good stuff." I turned to put the tray on a soiled linen bin, caught a glimpse of motion in the mirror. I ducked, and the nasty-looking little leather quirt whistled past my ear, slammed against the edge of a marble-topped lavatory with a crack like a pistol shot. I dropped the tray, stepped in fast, and threw a left to Blue Boy's jaw that bounced his head against the tiled wall. I followed up with a right to the belt buckle, then held him up as he bent over gagging and hit him hard under the ear. I hauled him into a booth, propped him up, and started shedding the waiter's blacks. 5. I left him on the floor wearing my old suit and stepped out into the hall. I liked the feel of his pistol at my hip. It was old-fashioned .38, same model I favored. The blue uniform was a good fit. With the weight I'd lost, Blue Boy and I had something in common after all. The latrine attendant goggled at me. I grimaced like a quadruple amputee trying to scratch his nose and jerked my head toward the door I had come out of. I hoped the gesture would look familiar. "Trust that mad dog and throw him outside the gates," I snarled. I stamped off down the corridor, trying to look mad enough to discourage curiosity. Apparently it worked. Nobody yelled for the cops. I re-entered the ballroom by another door, snagged a drink off a passing tray, checked over the crowd. I saw 2 more powder blue get-ups, so I wasn't unique enough to draw special attention. I made a mental note to stay well away from my comrades in blue. I blended with the landscape, chatting and nodding, and not neglecting my drinking, working my way toward a big arched doorway on the other side of the room that looked like the kind of entrance the head man might use. I didn't want to meet him, not yet. I just wanted to get him located before I went any further. A passing wine slave poured a full inch of the genuine ancient stock into my glass, ducked his head, and moved on. I gulped it like sour bar whiskey. My attention was elsewhere. A flurry of activity near the big door indicated that maybe my guess had been accurate. Pot-bellied officials were forming up in a sort of reception line near the big double door. I started to drift back into the rear rank, bumped against a fat man in medals and sash who glared, fingered a monocle with a plump ring-studded hand, and said, "Suggest you take your place, Colonel," in a suety voice. I must have looked doubtful because he bumped me with his paunch and growled, "Foot of the line next to the equerry, you idiot." He elbowed me aside and waddled past. I took a step after him, reached out with my left foot and hooked his black shiny boot. He leapt forward, off balance, medals jangling. I did a fast fade while he was still groping for his monocle, eased into a spot at the end of the line. The conversation died away to a nervous murmur. The door swung back, and a pair of guards with more trimmings than a phony stock certificate stamped into view, wheeled to face each other and presented arms. Chrome-plated automatic rifles in this case. A dark-faced man with thinning gray hair, a pug nose, and a trim gray Van Dyke came into view, limping slightly from a stiffish knee. His unornamented gray outfit made him as conspicuous in this gathering as a crane among peacocks. He nodded perfunctorily to left and right, coming along between the waiting rows of flunkies who snapped to as he came abreast, wilted and let out sighs behind him. I studied him closely. He was 50, give or take the age of a bottle of second-rate bourbon, with the weather-beaten complexion of a former outdoor man and the same look of alertness grown bored that a rattlesnake farmer develops just before the fatal bite. He looked up and caught my eye on him, and for a moment I thought he was about to speak. Then he went on past. At the end of the line, he turned abruptly and spoke to a man who hurried away. Then he engaged in conversation with a cluster of head-bobbing guests. I spent the next 15 minutes casually getting closer to the door nearest the one the Baron had entered by. I looked around. Nobody was paying any attention to me. I stepped past a guard who presented arms. The door closed softly, cutting off the buzz of talk and the worst of the music. I went along to the end of the corridor. From the traverse hall, a grand staircase rose in a sweep of bright chrome and pale wood. I didn't know where it led, but it looked right. I headed for it, moving along briskly like a man with important business in mind and no time for light chit-chat. 2 flights up, in a wide corridor of muted lights, deep carpets, brocade wall hangings, mirrors, urns, and an odor of expensive tobacco and coeur de rose, a small man in black bustled from a side corridor. He saw me. He opened his mouth, closed it, half turned away, then swung back to face me. I recognized him. He was the head waiter who had pointed out the flaws in my waiting style half an hour earlier. "Here," he started. I chopped him short with a roar of what I hoped was an authentic upper-crust rage. "Direct me to His Excellency's apartment, scum, and thank your guardian imp. I'm in too great haste to cane you for the insolent look about you." He went pale, gulped hard, and pointed. I snorted and stamped past him down the turning he had indicated. This was baronial country, all right. A pair of guards stood at the far end of the corridor. I'd passed half a dozen with no more than a click of heels to indicate they saw me. These 2 shouldn't be any different, and it wouldn't look good if I turned and started back at the sight of them. The first rule of the gatecrasher is to look as if you belong where you are. I headed in their direction. When I was 50 feet from them, they both shifted rifles, not to present arms position, but at the ready. The nickel-plated bayonets were aimed right at me. It was no time for me to look doubtful. I kept on coming. At 20 feet, I heard their rifle bolts snick home. I could see the expressions on their faces now. They looked as nervous as a couple of teenage sailors on their first visit to a joy house. "Put those butter knives into the corner, you banana-fingered cotton choppers," I said, looking bored, and didn't waver. I unlimbered my swagger stick and slapped my gloved hand with it, letting them think it over. The gun muzzles dropped, just slightly. I followed up fast. "Which is the anteroom to the Baron's apartments?" I demanded. This here is His Excellency's apartments, sir, but—" "Never mind the lecture, you milk-faced fool," I cut in. "Do you think I'd be here if it weren't? Which is the anteroom, damn you?" "We got orders, sir. Nobody's to come closer than that last door back there." "We got orders to shoot," the other one interrupted. He was a little older, maybe 22. I turned on him. "I'm waiting for an answer to a question." "Sir, the articles." I narrowed my eyes. "I think you'll find paragraph 2B covers special cosmic top-secret couriers. When you go off duty, report yourselves on punishment. Now, the anteroom, and be quick about it." The bayonets were sagging now. The younger of the two licked his lips. "Sir, we never been inside. We don't know how it's laid out in there. If the colonel wants to just take a look." The other guard opened his mouth to say something. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I stepped between them, muttering something about bloody recruits and important messages, and worked the fancy handle on the big gold and white door. I paused to give the 2 sentries a hard look. "I hope I don't have to remind you that any mention of the movements of a cosmic courier is punishable by slow death. Just forget you ever saw me." I went on in and closed the door without waiting to catch the reaction to that one. The Baron had done well by himself in the matter of decor. The room I was in, a sort of lounge cum bar, was paved in 2-inch deep nylon fuzz, the color of a fog at sea, that foamed up at the edges against the walls of pale blue brocade with tiny yellow flowers. The bar was a teak log split down the middle and polished. The glasses sitting on it were like tissue paper engraved with patterns of nymphs and satyrs. Subdued light came from somewhere, along with a faint melody that seemed to speak of youth, long ago. I went on into the next room. I found more soft light, the glow of hand-rubbed rare woods, rich fabrics, and wide windows with a view of dark night sky. The music was coming from a long, low built-in speaker with a lamp, a heavy crystal ashtray, and a display of hothouse roses. There was a scent in the air, not the coeur de Russe and Havana leaf I'd smelled in the hall, but a subtler perfume. I turned and looked into the eyes of a girl with long black lashes. Smooth black hair came down to bare shoulders. An arm as smooth and white as whipped cream was draped over a chair back, the hand holding an 8-inch cigarette holder and sporting a diamond as inconspicuous as a chrome-plated hubcap. "You must want something pretty badly," she murmured, batting her eyelashes at me. I could feel the breeze at 10 feet. I nodded. Under the circumstances, that was about the best I could do. "What could it be," she mused, "that's worth being shot for?" Her voice was like the rest of her, smooth, polished, and relaxed, and with plenty of moxie held in reserve. She smiled casually, drew on her cigarette, tapped ashes onto the rug. "Something bothering you, Colonel?" she inquired. "You don't seem talkative." "I'll do my talking when the Baron arrives," I said. "In that case, Jackson," said a husky voice behind me, "you can start any time you like." I held my hands clear of my body and turned around slowly, just in case there was a nervous gun aimed at my spine. The Baron was standing near the door, unarmed, relaxed. There were no guards in sight. The girl looked mildly amused. I put my hand on the pistol butt. "How do you know my name?" I asked. The Baron waved toward a chair. "Sit down, Jackson," he said almost gently. "You've had a tough time of it, but you're all right now." He walked past me to the bar, poured out 2 glasses, turned and offered me one. I felt a little silly standing there fingering the gun. I went over and took the drink. "To the old days." The Baron raised the glass. I drank. It was the genuine ancient stock, all right. "I asked how you knew my name," I said. "That's easy. I used to know you." He smiled faintly. There was something about his face. "You look well in the uniform of the Pendragoons," he said. "Better than you ever did in aerospace blue." "Good God," I said. "Toby Mallon?" He ran a hand over his bald head. "A little less hair on top, plus a beard as compensation. A few wrinkles, slight pot. Oh, I've changed, Jackson." "I had it figured as close to 80 years, I said. "The trees, the condition of the buildings." "Not far off the mark. 78 years this spring." "You're a well-preserved 110, Toby." He shook his head. "You weren't the only one in the tanks. But you had a better unit than I did. Mine gave out 20 years ago." "You mean you walked into this cold just like I did?" He nodded. "I know how you feel. Rip Van Winkle had nothing on us." "Just one question, Toby. The men you sent out to pick me up seem more interested in shooting than talking. I'm wondering why." Mallon threw out his hands.
A little misunderstanding, Jackson. You made it. That's all that counts. Now that you're here, we got some planning to do together. I've had it tough these last 20 years. I started off with nothing, a few hundred scavengers living in the ruins, hiding out every time Jersey or DC raided for supplies. I built an organization, started a systematic salvage operation. I saved everything the rats and the weather hadn't gotten to, spruced up my palace here and stocked it. It's a rich provenance, Jackson. And now you own it all. Not bad, Toby. They say knowledge is power. I had the knowledge. I finished my drink and put the glass on the bar. What's this planning you say we have to do? Malin leaned back on one elbow. Jackson, it's been a long haul, alone. It's good to see an old shipmate, but we'll dine first. I might manage to nibble a little something, say a horse roasted whole. Don't bother to remove the saddle. He laughed. First we eat, he said. Then we conquer the world. End of section 20. End of The Night of the Trolls, Part 1.
Section 21 of 15 stories by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. The Night of the Trolls, Part 2. 6. I squeezed the last drop from the Beaujolais bottle and watched the girl whose name was Renata hold a light for the cigar Malin had taken from his silver box. My blue mess jacket and holster hung over the back of the chair. Everything was cozy now. Time for business, Jackson, Malin said. He blew out smoke and looked at me through it. How did things look inside? Dusty, but intact below ground level. Upstairs, there's blast damage and weathering. I don't suppose it's changed much since you came out 20 years ago. As far as I could tell, the primary side is okay. Malin leaned forward. Now, you made it out past the bolo. How did it handle itself? Still fully functional? I sipped my wine, thinking over my answer, remembering the bolo's empty guns. Damn near gunned me down. It's getting a little old, and it can't see as well as it used to, but it's still a tough baby. Malin swore suddenly. It was Mackenzie's idea. A last-minute move when the tech crews had to evacuate. It was a dusting job, you know. I hadn't heard. How did you find out all this? Malin shot me a sharp look. There were still a few people around who'd been in it, but never mind that. What about the supply site? That's what we're interested in. Fuel, guns, even some nuclear stuff. Heavy equipment. There's a couple more bolos, mothballed, I understand. Maybe we'll even find one or two of the Colossus missiles still in their silos. I made an air recon a few years back before my chopper broke down. I think 2 silo doors are still in place, but why the interest in armament? Malin snorted. You've got a few things to learn about the setup, Jackson. I need that stuff. If I hadn't lucked into a stock of weapons and ammo in the armory cellar, Jersey would be wearing the spurs in my palace right now. I drew on my cigar and let the silence stretch out. You said something about conquering the world, Toby. I don't suppose by any chance you meant that literally? Malin stood up, his closed fists working like a man crumpling unpaid bills. They all want what I've got. They're all waiting. He walked across the room, back. I'm ready to move against them now. I can put 4,000 trained men in the field. Let's get a couple of things straight, Malin, I cut in. You've got the natives fooled with this barren routine, but don't try it on me. Maybe it was even necessary once. Maybe there's an excuse for some of the stories I've heard. That's over now. I'm not interested in tribal warfare or gang rumbles. Better remember who's running things here, Jackson. Malin snapped. It's not what you need that counts. He took another turn up and down the room, then stopped, facing me. Look, Jackson, I know how to get around in this jungle. You don't.
If I hadn't spotted you and given some orders, you'd have been gunned down before you got 10 feet past the ballroom door.
Why'd you let me in? I might have been gunning for you.
You wanted to see the Baron alone. That suited me too. If word got out...
He broke off, cleared his throat.
Let's stop wrangling, Jackson. We can't move until the bolo guarding the site has been neutralized. There's only one way to do that. Knock it out. And the only thing that can knock out a bolo is another bolo. So? I've got another bolo, Jackson. It's been covered, maintained. It can go up against the troll.
He broke off, laughed shortly.
That's what the mob called it.
You could have done that years ago. Where do I come in?
You're checked out on a bolo, Jackson. You know something about this kind of equipment.
Sure. So do you.
I never learned, he said shortly.
Who's kidding who, Malin? We all took the same orientation course less than a month ago.
For me, it's been a long month. Let's just say I've forgotten.
You parked that bolo at your front gate and then forgot how you did it, eh?
Nonsense, it's always been there.
I shook my head. I know different. Malin looked wary.
Where'd you get that idea?
Somebody told me. Malin ground his cigar out savagely on the damask cloth.
You'll point the scum out to me.
I don't give a damn whether you moved it or not. Anybody with your training can figure out the controls of a bolo in half an hour.
Not well enough to take on another bolo.
I took a cigar from the silver box, picked up the lighter from the table, turned the cigar in the flame. Suddenly it was very quiet in the room. I looked across at Malin. He held out his hand.
I'll take that,
he said shortly. I blew out smoke, squinted through it at Malin. He sat with his hand out waiting. I looked down at the lighter. It was a heavy, windproof model with embossed aerospace wings. I turned it over. Engraved letters read, Lieutenant Commander Don G. Banner, USAF. I looked up. Renata sat quietly, holding my pistol trained dead on my belt buckle.
I'm sorry you saw that, Malin said. It could cause misunderstandings.
Where's Banner?
He died, I told you.
You told me a lot of things, Toby. Some of them might even be true. Did you make him the same offer you've made me? Malin darted a look at Renata. She sat holding the pistol, looking at me distantly without expression.
You've got the wrong idea, Jackson,
Malin started. You and he came out about the same time, I said, or maybe you got the jump on him by a few days. It must have been close, otherwise you'd have never taken him.
Don was a sharp boy.
You're out of your mind, Malin snapped. Why, Banner was my friend. Then why do you get nervous when I find his lighter on your table?
There could be 10 perfectly harmless explanations.
I don't make explanations, Malin said flatly. That attitude is hardly the basis for a lasting partnership, Toby. I have an unhappy feeling there's something you're not telling me. Malin pulled himself up in the chair.
Look here, Jackson. We've got no reason to fall out. There's plenty for both of us, and one day I'll be needing a successor. It was too bad about Banner, but that's ancient history now. Forget it. I want you with me, Jackson. Together we can rule the Atlantic seaboard, or even more.
I drew on my cigar, looking at the gun in Renata's hand.
You hold the aces, Toby. Shooting me would be no trick at all. There's no trick involved, Jackson, Malin snapped. After all, he went on, almost wheedling now, we're old friends. I want to give you a break, share with you.
I don't think I'd trust him if I were you, Mr. Jackson. Renata's quiet voice cut in. I looked at her. She looked back calmly. You're more important to him than you think.
That's enough, Renata, Malin barked. Go to your room at once.
Not just yet, Toby, she said. I'm also curious about how Commander Banner died. I looked at the gun in her hand. It wasn't pointed at me now. It was aimed at Malin's chest. Malin sat sunk deep in his chair, looking at me with eyes like a python with a bellyache. You're fools, both of you, he grated. I gave you everything, Renata. I raised you like my own daughter, and you, Jackson, you could have shared with me all of it. I don't need a share of your delusions, Toby. I've got a set of my own. But before we go any further, let's clear up a few points. Why haven't you been getting any mileage out of your tame bolo? And what makes me important in the picture? He's afraid of the bolo machine, Renata said. There's a spell on it which prevents men from approaching, even the Baron. Shut your mouth, you fool! Malin choked on his fury. I tossed the lighter in my hand and felt a smile twitching at my mouth. So, Don was too smart for you after all. He must have been the one who had control of the bolo. I suppose you called for a truce and then shot him out from under the white flag. But he fooled you. He plugged a command into the bolo circuits to fire on anyone who came close. Unless he was Banner. You're crazy. That's close enough. You can't get near the bolo, right? And after 20 years, the bluff you've been running on the other barons with your private troll must be getting a little thin. Any day now, one of them may decide to try you. Malin twisted his face in what may have been an attempt at a placating smile. I won't argue with you, Jackson. You're right about the command circuit. Banner set it up to fire and anti-personnel blast at anyone coming within 50 yards. He did it to keep the mob from tampering with the machine, but there's a loophole. It wasn't only Banner who could get close. He set it up to accept any of the Prometheus crew except me. He hated me. It was a trick to try to get me killed. So you're figuring I'll step in and defuse her for you, eh, Toby? Well, I'm sorry as hell to disappoint you, but somehow in the confusion I left my electro-pass behind. Malin leaned toward me. I told you we need each other, Jackson. I've got your pass. Yours and all the others. Renata, hand me my black box. She rose and moved across to the desk, holding the gun on Malin, and on me too, for that matter. Where'd you get my pass, Malin? Where do you think? They're the duplicates from the vault and the old command block. I knew one day one of you would come out. I'll tell you, Jackson, it's been hell waiting all these years and hoping. I gave orders that any time the great troll bellowed, the mob was to form up and stop anybody who came out. I don't know how you got through them. I was too slippery for them. Besides, I added, I met a friend. A friend? Who's that? An old man who thought I was Prince Charming come to wake everybody up. He was nuts, but he got me through. Renata came back, handed me a square steel box. Let's have the key, Malin, I said. He handed it over. I opened the box, sorted through half a dozen silver dollar-sized ovals of clear plastic, lifted one out. Is it a magical charm? Renata asked, sounding odd. She didn't seem so sophisticated now, but I liked her better human. Just a synthetic crystalline plastic designed to resonate to a pattern peculiar to my EEG. I said it amplifies the signal and gives off a characteristic emission that the psychotronic circuit in the bolo picks up. That's what I thought. Magic. Call it magic then, kid. I dropped the electro-pass in my pocket, stood and looked at Renata. I don't doubt that you know how to use that gun, honey, but I'm leaving now. Try not to shoot me. You're a fool if you try it, Malin barked. If Renata doesn't shoot you, my guards will, and even if you made it, you'd still need me. I'm touched by your concern, Toby. Just why do I need you? You wouldn't get past the first sentry post without help, Jackson. These people know me as the Troll Master. They're in awe of me, of my mana. But together, We can get to the controls of the bolo, then use it to knock out the sentry machine at the site. Then what? With an operating bolo, I don't need anything else. Better improve the picture, Toby. I'm not impressed. He wet his lips. It's Prometheus, don't you understand? She's stocked with everything from Browning needlers to Norge stunners, tools, weapons, instruments, and the power plants alone. I don't need needlers if I own a bolo, Toby. Malin used some profanity. You'll leave your liver and lights on the palace altar, Jackson. I promise you that. Tell him what he wants to know, Toby, Renata said. Malin narrowed his eyes at her. You'll live to regret this, Renata. Maybe I will, Toby, but you taught me how to handle a gun and to play cards for keeps. The flush faded out of his face and left it pale. All right, Jackson, he said almost in a whisper. It's not only the equipment, it's the men. I heard a clock ticking somewhere. What men, Toby? I said softly. The crew. Day, Macy, the others, they're still in there, Jackson, aboard the ship in stasis. We were trying to get the ship off when the attack came. There was 40 minutes warning. Everything was ready to go. You were on a test run. There wasn't time to cycle you out. Keep talking, I rapped. You know how the system was set up. It was to be a 10-year run out, with an automatic turnaround at the end of the time if Alpha Centauri wasn't within a milliparsec. He snorted. It wasn't. After 20 years, the instruments checked. They were satisfied. There was a planetary mass within the acceptable range, so they brought me out. He snorted again. Longest dry run in history. I unstrapped and came out to see what was going on. It took me a little while to realize what had happened. I went back in and cycled Banner and Mackenzie out. We went into the town. You know what we found. I saw what we had to do, but Banner and Mac argued. The fools wanted to reseal Prometheus and proceed with the launch. For what? So we could spend the rest of our lives squatting in the ruins when, by stripping the ship, we could make ourselves kings? So there was an argument, I prompted. I had a gun. I hit Mackenzie in the leg, I think, but they got clear, found a car, and beat me to the site. There were 2 bolos. What chance did I have against them? Malin grinned craftily, but Banner was a fool. He died for it. The grin dropped like a stripper's bra. But when I went to claim my spoils, I discovered how the jackals had set the trap for me. That was downright unfriendly of them, Malin. Oddly enough, it doesn't make me want to stay and hold your hand. Don't you understand yet? Malin's voice was a dry screech. Even if you got clear of the palace, use the bola to set yourself up as Baron, you'd never be safe. Not as long as one man was still alive aboard the ship. You'd never have a night's rest wondering when one of them would walk out to challenge your rule. Uneasy lies the head, eh, Toby? You remind me of a queen bee. The first one out of the chrysalis dismembers all of her rivals. I don't mean to kill them. That would be a waste. I mean to give them useful work to do. I don't think they'd like being your slaves, Toby, and neither would I. I looked at Renata. I'll be leaving you now, I said, whichever way you decide. Good luck. Wait, she stood. I'm going with you. I looked at her. I'll be traveling fast, honey, and that gun in my back may throw off my timing. She stepped to me, reversed the pistol, and laid it in my hand. Don't kill him, Mr. Jackson. He was always kind to me. Why change sides now? According to Toby, my chances look not too good. I never knew before how Commander Banner died, she said. He was my great-grandfather. 7. Renata came back, bundled in a gray fur, as I finished buckling on my holster. So long, Toby. I said I ought to shoot you in the belly just for Dawn, but... I saw Renata's eyes widen at the same time I heard the click. I dropped flat and rolled behind Malin's chair, and a gout of blue flame yammered into the spot where I'd been standing. I whipped the gun up and around into the peach-colored upholstery an inch from Toby's ear. "Next one nails you to the chair," I yelled. "Call him off." There was a moment of dead silence. Toby sat frozen. I couldn't see who'd been doing the shooting. Then I heard a moan. "Renata." "Let the girl alone or I'll kill him," I called. Toby sat rigid. His eyes rolled toward me. "You can't kill me, Jackson. I'm all that's keeping you alive." "You can't kill me either, Toby. You need my magic touch, remember? Maybe you better give us a safe conduct out of here. I'll take the freeze off your bolo after I've seen to my business." Toby licked his lips. I heard Renata again. She was trying not to moan, but moaning anyway. "You tried, Jackson. It didn't work out," Toby said through gritted teeth. "Throw out your gun and stand up. I won't kill you, you know that. You do as you're told, and you may still live to a ripe old age. And the girl, too." She screamed then, a mindless ululation of pure agony. "Hurry up, you fool, before they tear her arm off," Malin grated. "Or shoot! You'll get to watch her for 24 hours under the knife, then you'll have your turn." I fired again, closer this time. Malin jerked his head and cursed. "If they touch her again, you get it, Toby," I said. "Send her over here. Move." "Let her go," Malin snarled. Renata stumbled into sight, moved around the chair, then crumpled suddenly to the rug beside me. "Stand up, Toby," I ordered. He rose slowly, sweat glistening on his face now. "Stand over here." He moved like a sleepwalker. I got to my feet. There were two men standing across the room beside a small open door, a sliding panel. Both of them held power rifles leveled, but aimed offside, away from the Baron. "Drop 'em," I said. They looked at me, then lowered the guns, tossed them aside. I opened my mouth to tell Malin to move ahead, but my tongue felt thick and heavy. The room was suddenly full of smoke. In front of me, Malin was wavering like a mirage. I started to tell him to stand still, but with my thick tongue, it was too much trouble. I raised the gun, but somehow it was falling to the floor, slowly, like a leaf. And then I was floating too, on waves that broke on a dark sea. "Do you think you're the first idiot who thought he could kill me?" Malin raised a contemptuous lip. "The room's rigged 10 different ways." I shook my head, trying to ignore the film before my eyes and the nausea in my body. "No, I imagine lots of people would like a crack at you, Toby. One day, one of them's going to make it." "Get him on his feet," Malin snapped. Hard hands clamped on my arms, hauled me off the cot. I worked my legs, but they were like yesterday's celery. I sagged against somebody who smelled like uncured hides. "You seem drowsy," Malin said. "We'll see if we can't wake you up." A thumb dug into my neck. I jerked away, and a jab under the ribs doubled me over. "I have to keep you alive, for the moment," Malin said, "but you won't get a lot of pleasure out of it." I blinked hard. It was dark in the room. One of my handlers had a ring of beard around his mouth. I could see that much. Malin was standing before me, hands on hips. I aimed a kick at him just for fun. It didn't work out. My foot seemed to be wearing a lead boat. The unshaven man hit me in the mouth, and Toby chuckled. "Have your fun, Dunger," he said, "but I want him alive and on his feet for the night's work. Take him out, walk him in the fresh air. Report to me at the Pavilion of the Troll in an hour." He turned to something and gave orders about lights and gun emplacements, and I heard Renata's name mentioned. Then he was gone, and I was being dragged through the door and along the corridor. The exercise helped. By the time the hour had passed, I was feeling weak but normal, except for an aching head and a feeling that there was a strand of spiderweb interfering with my vision. Toby had given me a good meal. Maybe before the night was over, he'd regret that mistake. Across the dark grounds, an engine started up, sputtered, then settled down to a steady hum. "It's time," the one with the whiskers said. He had a voice like soft cheese to match his smell. He took another half twist in the arm he was holding.
Don't break it, I grunted. It belongs to the Baron, remember? Whiskers stopped dead. You talk too much. And too smart. He let my arm go and stepped back. Hold him, pig-eye. The other man whipped a forearm across my throat and levered my head back. Then Whiskers unlimbered the 2-foot club from his belt and hit me hard in the side, just under the ribs. Pig-eye let go, and I folded over and waited while the pain swelled up and burst inside me. Then they hauled me back to my feet. I couldn't feel any bone ends grating, so there probably weren't any broken ribs, if that was any consolation. There were lights glaring now across the lawn. Moving figures cast long shadows against the trees lining the drive, and on the side of the Bolo combat unit parked under its canopy by the sealed gate. A crude breastwork had been thrown up, just over 50 yards from it. A wheel-mounted generator putted noisily in the background, laying a layer of bluish exhaust in the air. Malin was waiting with a 9mm power rifle in his hands as we came up, my 2 guards gripping me with both hands to demonstrate their zeal, and me staggering a little more than was necessary. I saw Renata standing by, wrapped in a gray fur. Her face looked white in the harsh light. She made a move toward me, and a greenback caught her arm. "You know what to do, Jackson," Malin said, speaking loudly against the clatter of the generator. He made a curt gesture, and a man stepped up and buckled a stout chain to my left ankle. Malin held out my electropass. "I want you to walk straight to the bolo. Go in by the side port. You've got 1 minute to cancel the instructions punched into the command circuit and climb back outside. If you don't show, I close a switch there." He pointed to a wooden box mounted on an open circuit breaker with a tangle of heavy cable leading toward the bolo. "And you cook in your shoes. Same thing happens if I see the guns start to traverse or the anti-personnel ports open." I followed the coils of armored wire from the chain on my ankle back to the wooden box and on to the generator. "Crude, maybe, but it will work. And if you get any ideas of letting fly a round or 2 at random, remember, the girl will be right beside me." I looked across at the giant machine. Suppose it doesn't recognize me. It's been a while. Or what if Dawn didn't plug my identity pattern into the recognition circuit? "In that case, you're no good to me anyway," Malin said flatly. I caught Renata's eye, gave her a wink and a smile I didn't feel, and climbed up on top of the revetment. I looked back at Malin. He was old and shrunken in the garish light, his smooth gray suit rumpled, his thin hair mussed, the gun held in a white-knuckled grip. He looked more like a harassed shopkeeper than a would-be world-beater. "You must want the bolo pretty bad to take the chance, Toby," I said. "I'll think about taking that wild shot. You sweat me out." I flipped slack into the wire trailing my ankle, jumped down, and started across the smooth-trimmed grass, a long black shadow stalking before me. The bolo sat silent, as big as a bank in the circle of the spotlight. I could see the flecks of rust now around the port covers, the small vines that had twined up her sides from ragged stands of weeds that marked no man's land. There was something white in the brush ahead. Broken human bones. I felt my stomach go rigid again. The last man had gotten this far. I wasn't in the clear yet. I passed 2 more scattered skeletons in the next 20 feet. They must have come in on the run. Guinea pigs to test the alertness of the bolo. Or maybe they'd tried creeping up dead slow, an inch a day. It hadn't worked. Tiny night creatures scuttled ahead. They would be safe here in the shadow of the troll where no predator bigger than a mouse could move. I stumbled, diverted my course around a 10-foot hollow, the eroded crater of a near miss. Now I could see the great moss-coated treads sunk a foot into the earth, the nests of the field mice tucked into the spokes of the yard-high bogies. Entry hatch was above, a hairline against the great curved flank. There were rungs set in the flaring tread shield. I reached up, got a grip, and hauled myself up. My chain clanked against the metal. I found the door lever, held on and pulled. It resisted, then turned.
There was the hum of a servo motor, a crackling of dead gaskets. The hairline widened and showed me a narrow companionway, green anodized dural with black polymer treads, a bulkhead with a fire extinguisher, an embossed steel data plate that said Bolo Division of General Motors Corporation, and below, in smaller type, Unit Combat Bolo Mark III. I pulled myself inside and went up to the Christmas tree glow of instrument lights. The control cockpit was small, utilitarian, with 2 deep padded seats set among screens, dials, levers. I sniffed the odors of oil, paint, the characteristic ether and ozone of a nuclear generator. There was a faint hum in the air from idling relay servos. The clock showed 4:10. Either it was later than I thought, or the chronometer had lost time in the last 80 years. But I had no time to lose. I slid into the seat, flipped back the cover of the command control console. The cancel key was the big white one. I pulled it down and let it snap back, like a clerk ringing up a sale. A pattern of dots on the status display screen flicked out of existence. Malin was safe from his pet troll now. Hadn't taken me long to carry out my orders. I knew what to do next. I'd planned it all during my walk out. Now I had 30 seconds to stack the deck in my favor. I reached down, hauled the festoon of 1/4-inch armor cable up in front of me. I hit a switch and the inner conning cover. A disc of inch-thick armor slid back. I shoved a loop of the flexible cable up through the aperture, reversed the switch, the cover slid back, sliced the armored cable like macaroni. I took a deep breath and my hands went to the combat alert switch, hovered over it. It was the smart thing to do, the easy thing. All I had to do was punch a key, and the 9mm would open up, scythe Malin and his crew down like cornstalks. But the scything would mow Renata down along with the rest. And if I went, even without firing a shot, Malin would keep his promise to cut that white throat. My head was out of the noose now, but I would have to put it back for a while. I leaned sideways, reached back under the panel, groped for a small fuse box. My fingers were clumsy. I took a breath, tried again. The fuse dropped out in my hand. The Bolo's IR circuit was dead now. With a few more seconds to work, I could have knocked out other circuits, but the time had run out. I grabbed the cut ends of my lead wire, knotted them around the chain, and got out fast. 8. Malin waited, crouched behind the revetment. "It's safe now, is it?" he grated. I nodded. He stood, gripping his gun. "Now we'll try it together." I went over the parapet. Malin followed with his gun ready. The lights followed us to the Bolo. Malin clambered up to the open port, looked around inside, then dropped back down beside me. He looked excited now. "That does it, Jackson. I've waited a long time for this. Now I've got all the mana there is." "Take a look at the cable on my ankle," I said softly. He narrowed his eyes, stepped back, gun aimed, darted a glance at the cable looped to the chain. "I cut it, Toby. I was alone in the Bolo with the cable cut, and I didn't fire. I could have taken your toy and set up in business for myself, but I didn't." "What's that supposed to buy you?" Malin rasped. "As you said, we need each other. That cut cable proves you can trust me." Malin smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. "Safe, were you? Come here." I walked along with him to the back of the Bolo. A heavy copper wire hung across the rear of the machine, trailing off into the grass in both directions. "I'd have burned you at the first move. Even with the cable cut, the armored cover would have carried the full load right into the cockpit with you. But don't be nervous, I've got other jobs for you." He jabbed the gun muzzle hard into my chest, pushing me back. "Now get moving," he snarled, "and don't ever threaten the Baron again." "The years have done more than shrivel your face, Toby," I said. "They've cracked your brain." He laughed, a short bark. "You could be right. What's sane and what isn't? I've got a vision in my mind, and I'll make it come true. If that's insanity, it's better than what the mob has." Back at the parapet, Malin turned to me. I've had this campaign planned in detail for years, Jackson. Everything's ready. We move out in half an hour, before any traitors have time to take word to my enemies. Pig Eye and Dunger will keep you from being lonely while I'm away. When I get back, well, maybe you're right about us working together." He gestured, and my whiskery friend and his sidekick loomed up. "Watch him," he said. "Genghis Khan is on the march, eh?" I said, "with nothing between you and the goodies but a 500-ton bolo." "The lesser troll." He raised his hands and made a crushing motion, like a man crumbling dry earth. "I'll trample it under my treads." "You're confused, Toby. The bolo has treads. You have a couple of fallen arches." "It's the same. I am the great troll." He showed me his teeth and walked away. I moved along between Dunger and Pig Eye toward the lights of the garage. "The back entrance again," I said. "Anyone would think you were ashamed of me." "You need more training, huh?" Dunger rasped. "Hold him, Pig Eye." He unhooked his club and swung it loosely in his hand, glancing around. We were near the trees by the drive. There was no one in sight except the crews near the bolo and a group by the front of the palace. Pig Eye gave my arm a twist and shifted his grip to his old favorite stranglehold. I was hoping he would. Dunger whipped the club up, and I grabbed Pig Eye's arm with both hands and leaned forward like a Japanese admiral reporting to the emperor. Pig Eye went up and over just in time to catch Dunger's club across the back. They went down together. I went for the club, but Whiskers was faster than he looked. He rolled clear, got to his knees, and laid it across my left arm just below the shoulder. I heard the bone go. I was back on my feet somehow. Pig Eye lay sprawled before me. I heard him whining as though from a great distance. Dunger stood 6 feet away. The ring of black beard spread in a grin like a hyena smelling dead meat. "His back's broke," he said. "Hell of a sound he's making." "I've been waiting for you. I wanted you to hear it." "I've heard it," I managed. My voice seemed to be coming off a worn soundtrack. "Surprised. You didn't work me over while I was busy with the arm." I like a man to know what's going on when I work him over." He stepped in, rapped the broken arm lightly with the club. Fiery agony choked a groan off in my throat. I backed a step. He stalked me. "Pig Eye wasn't much, but he was my pal. When I'm through with you, I'll have to kill him. A man with a broken back's no use to nobody. His'll be finished pretty soon now, but not with you. You'll be around a long time yet, but I'll get a lot of fun out of you before the Baron gets back." I was under the trees now. I had some wild thoughts about grabbing up a club of my own, but they were just thoughts. Dunger set himself, and his eyes dropped to my belly. I didn't wait for it. I lunged at him. He laughed and stepped back, and the club cracked my head. Not hard, just enough to send me down. I got my legs under me and started to get up. There was a hint of motion from the shadows behind Dunger. I shook my head to cover any expression that might have showed, let myself drop back. "Get up," Dunger said. The smile was gone now. He aimed a kick. "Get up!" He froze suddenly, then whirled. His hearing must have been as keen as a jungle cat's. I hadn't heard a sound. The old man stepped into view, his white hair plastered wet to his skull, his big hands spread. Dunger snarled, jumped in, and whipped the club down. I heard it hit. There was flurry of struggle, then Dunger stumbled back empty-handed. I was on my feet again now. I made a lunge for Dunger as he roared and charged. The club in the old man's hand rose and fell. Dunger crashed past and into the brush. The old man sat down suddenly, still holding the club. Then he let it fall and lay back. I went toward him, and Dunger rushed me from the side. I went down again. I was dazed, but not feeling any pain now. Dunger was standing over the old man. I could see the big, lean figure lying limply, arms outspread, and a bone-white handle, incongruously new and neat against the shabby mackinaw. The club lay on the ground a few feet away. I started crawling for it. It seemed a long way, and it was hard for me to move my legs, but I kept at it. The light rain was falling now again, hardly more than a mist, Far away there were shouts and the sound of engines starting up. Malon's convoy was moving out. He had won. Dungar had won too. The old man had tried, but it hadn't been enough. But if I could reach the club and swing it just once... Dungar was looking down at the old man. He leaned, withdrew the knife, wiping it on his trouser leg, hitching up his pants to tuck it away in its sheath. The club was smooth and heavy under my hand. I got a good grip on it, got to my feet. I waited until Dungar turned. Then I hit him across the top of the skull with everything I had left. I thought the old man was dead until he blinked suddenly. His features looked relaxed now, peaceful. The skin like parchment stretched over bone. I took his gnarled old hand and rubbed it. It was as cold as a drowned sailor. "You waited for me, old-timer?" I said inanely. He moved his head minutely and looked at me. Then his mouth moved. I leaned close to catch what he was saying. His voice was fainter than lost hope. "Mom told me, wait for you. She said you'd come back someday." I felt my jaw muscles knotting. Inside me something broke and flowed away like molten metal. Suddenly my eyes were blurred, and not only with rain. I looked at the old face before me, and for a moment I seemed to see a ghostly glimpse of another face, a small round face that looked up. He was speaking again. I put my head down. "Was I good boy, Dad?" Then the eyes closed. I sat for a long time looking at the still face. Then I folded the hands on the chest and stood. "You were more than a good boy, Timmy," I said. "You were a good man." 9. My blue suit was soaking wet and splattered with mud, plus a few flecks of what Dungar had used for brains, but it still carried the gold eagles on the shoulders. The attendant in the garage didn't look at my face. The eagles were enough for him. I stalked to a vast black Bentley, a 70 model, I guessed, from the conservative 18-inch tail fins, and jerked the door open. The gauge showed 3/4 full. I opened the glove compartment, rummaged, found nothing. But then it wouldn't be up front with the chauffeur. I pulled open the back door. There was a crude black leather holster riveted against the smooth, pale gray leather, with the butt of a 4mm showing. There was another one on the opposite door, and a power rifle slung from the straps on the back of the driver's seat. Whoever owned the Bentley was overcompensating his insecurity. I took a pistol, tossed it into the front seat, and slid in beside it. The attendant gaped at me as I eased my left arm into my lap and twisted to close the door. I started up. There was a bad knock, but she ran all right. I flipped a switch, and cold lances of light speared out into the rain. At the last instant, the attendant started forward with his mouth open to say something, but I didn't wait to hear it. I gunned out into the night, slung into the graveled drive, and headed for the gate. Malon had had it all his way so far, but maybe it wasn't too late. 2 sentries, looking miserable in shiny black ponchos, stepped out of the guard hut as I pulled up. One peered in at me, then came to a sloppy position of attention and presented arms. I reached for the gas pedal, and the second sentry called something. The first man looked startled, then swung the gun down to cover me. I eased a hand toward my pistol, brought it up fast, and fired through the glass. Then the Bentley was roaring off into the dark along the potholed road that led into town. I thought I heard a shot behind me, but I wasn't sure. I took the river road south of town, pounding at reckless speed over the ruined blacktop, gaining on the lights of Malon's horde, paralleling me a mile to the north. A 1/4 mile from the perimeter fence, the Bentley broke a spring and skidded into a ditch. I sat for a moment, taking deep breaths to drive back the compulsive drowsiness that was sliding down over my eyes like a visor. My arm throbbed like a cauterized stump. I needed a few minutes' rest. A sound brought me awake like an old maid smelling cigar smoke in the bedroom. The rise and fall of heavy engines in convoy. Malon was coming up at flank speed. I got out of the car and headed off along the road at a trot, holding my broken arm with my good one to ease the jarring pain. My chances had been as slim as a gambler's wallet all along, but if Malin beat me to the objective, they dropped to nothing. The eastern sky had taken on a faint tinge gray, against which I could make out the silhouetted gateposts and the dead floodlights 100 yards ahead. The roar of engines was getting louder. There were other sounds, too. A few shouts, the chatter of 9mm, the boom of something heavier, and once a long-drawn whoosh of falling masonry. With his new toy, Malin was dozing his way through the men and buildings that got in his way. I reached the gate, picked my way over fallen mesh wire, then headed for the primary site. I couldn't run now. The broken slabs tilted crazily in no pattern. I slipped, stumbled, but kept my feet. Behind me, headlights threw shadows across the slabs. It wouldn't be long now before someone in Malin's task force spotted me and opened up with the guns. The whoop, whoop, whoop of the Guardian Bolo cut across the field. Across the broken concrete, I saw the two red eyes flash, sweeping my way. I looked toward the gate. A massed rank of vehicles stood in a battalion front just beyond the old perimeter fence. Engines idling, ranged for 100 yards on either side of a wide gap at the gate. I looked for the high silhouette of Malin's Bolo and saw it far off down the avenue, picked out in red, white, and green navigation lights, a jeweled dreadnought. A glaring cyclopean eye at the top darted a blue-white cone of light ahead, swept over the waiting escort, outlined me like a set shifter caught on stage by the rising curtain. The whoop, whoop sounded again. The automated sentry Bolo was bearing down on me along the dancing light of light. I grabbed at the plastic disc in my pocket as though holding it in my hand would somehow heighten its potency. I didn't know if the lesser troll was programmed to exempt me from destruction or not, and there was only one way to find out. It wasn't too late to turn around and run for it. Malin might shoot, or he might not. I could convince him that he needed me, that together we could grab twice as much loot, and then, when he died, I wasn't really considering it. It was the kind of thought that flashes through a man's mind like heat lightning when time slows in the instant of crisis. It was hard to be brave, with broken bone ends grating, but what I had to do didn't take courage. I was a small, soft human grub, stepped on but still moving, caught on the harsh plane of broken concrete between the clash of chrome steel titans. But I knew which direction to take. The lesser troll rushed toward me in a roll of thunder, and I went to meet it. It stopped 20 yards from me, loomed massive as a cliff. Its heavy guns were dead, I knew. Without them, it was no more dangerous than a farmer with a shotgun. But against me, a shotgun was enough. The slab under me trembled as if in anticipation. I squinted against the dull red IR beams that pivoted to hold me, waiting while the troll considered. Then the guns elevated, pointed over my head like a benediction. The Bolo knew me. The guns traversed fractionally. I looked back toward the enemy line, saw the great troll coming up now, closing the gap, towering over its waiting escort like a planet among moons. And the guns of the lesser troll tracked it as it came, the empty guns that for 20 years had held Malin's scavengers at bay. The noise of engines was deafening now. The waiting line moved restlessly, pulverizing old concrete under churning treads. I didn't realize I was being fired on until I saw chips fly to my left and heard the howl of ricochets. It was time to move. I scrambled for the Bolo, snorted at the stink of hot oil and ozone, found the rusted handholds and pulled myself up. Bullets spanged off metal above me. Someone was trying for me with a power rifle. The broken arm hung at my side like a fence post nailed to my shoulder, but I wasn't aware of the pain now. The hatch stood open half an inch. I grabbed the lever, strained. It swung wide. No lights came up to meet me. With the port cracked, they'd burned out long ago. I dropped down inside, wriggled through the narrow crawl space into the cockpit. It was smaller than the Mark III, and it was occupied. In the faint green light from the panel, the dead man crouched over the controls. One desiccated hand in a shriveled black glove clutched the control bar. He wore a GI weather suit and a white crash helmet, and one foot was twisted nearly backward, caught behind a jack lever. The leg had been broken before he died. He must have jammed the foot and twisted it so the pain would hold off the sleep that had come at last. I leaned forward to see the face. The blackened and mummified features showed only the familiar anonymity of death, but the bushy reddish mustache was enough. "Hello, Mac," I said. "Sorry to keep you waiting." I got held up. I wedged myself into the co-pilot's seat, flipped the IR screen switch. The 8-inch panel glowed, showing me the enemy bolo trampling through the fence 300 yards away, then moving onto the ramp, dragging a length of rusty chain link like a bridle train behind it. I put my hand on the control bar. "I'll take it now, Mac." I moved the bar and the dead man's hand moved with it. "Okay, Mac," I said, "we'll do it together." I hit the switches, canceling the preset response pattern. It had done its job for 80 years, but now it was time to crank in a little human strategy. My bolo rocked slightly under a hit, and I heard the tread shields drop down. The chair bucked under me as Malin moved in, pouring in the fire. Beside me, Mac nodded patiently. It was old stuff to him. I watched the tracers on the screen. Hosing me down with contact exploders probably gave Malin a lot of satisfaction, but it couldn't hurt me. It would be a different story when he tired of the game and tried the heavy stuff. I threw in the drive, backed rapidly. Malin's tracers followed for a few yards, then cut off abruptly. I pivoted, flipped on my polyarcs, raced for the position I had selected across the field, then swung to face Malin as he moved toward me. It had been a long time since he had handled the controls of a bolo. He was rusty, relying on his automatics. I had no heavy rifles, but my pop guns were okay. I honed my 4mm solid slug cannon on Malin's polyarc, pressed the fire button. There was a scream from the high-velocity feed magazine. The blue-white light flared and went out. The bolo's defenses could handle anything short of an H-bomb. Pick a missile out of the stratosphere 50 miles away, devastate a country with one round from its mortars, but my BB gun at point-blank range had poked out its eye. I switched everything off and sat silent, waiting. Malin had come to a dead stop. I could picture him staring at the dark screens, slapping levers and cursing. He would be confused, wondering what had happened. With his lights gone, he'd be on radar now, not very sensitive at this range, not too conscious of detail. I watched my panel. An amber warning light winked. Malin's radar was locked on me. He moved forward again, then stopped. He was having trouble making up his mind. I flipped a key to drop a padded shock frame in place and braced myself. Malin would be getting mad now. Crimson danger lights flared on the board, and I rocked under the recoil as my interceptors flashed out to meet Malin's CSCs and detonate them in incandescent rendezvous over the scarred concrete between us. My screens went white, then dropped back to secondary brilliance. Flashing stark black and white, my ears hummed like trapped hornets. The sudden silence was like a vault door closing. I sagged back, feeling like Quasimodo after a wild ride on the bells. The screens blinked bright again, and I watched Malin, sitting motionless now in his near blindness. On his radar screen, I would show as a blurred hill. He would be wondering why I hadn't returned his fire, why I hadn't turned and run. Why? He lurched and started toward me. I waited, then eased back slowly. He accelerated, closing in to come to grips at a range where even the split microsecond response of my defenses would be too slow to hold off his fire. And I backed, letting him gain, but not too fast. Malin couldn't wait. He opened up, throwing a mixed bombardment from his 9mm, his infinite repeaters, and his CSCs. I held on, fighting the battering frame, watching the screens. The gap closed. 100 yards, 90, 80. The open silo yawned in Malin's path now, but he didn't see it. The mighty bolo came on, guns bellowing in the night, closing for the kill. On the brink of the 50-foot wide, 100-yard deep pit, it hesitated as though sensing danger. Then it moved forward. I saw it rock, dropping its titanic prow, showing its broad back, gouging the blasted pavement as its guns bore on the ground. Great sheets of sparks flew as the treads reversed too late. The bolo hung for a moment longer, then slid down majestically as a sinking liner, its guns still firing into the pit like a challenge to hell. And then it was gone. A dust cloud boiled for a moment, then whipped away as displaced air tornadoed from the open mouth of the silo. And the earth trembled under the impact far below. 10. The doors of the primary site blockhouse were 9-foot high, 8-inch thick panels of solid chrome alloy that even a bolo would have slowed down for, but they slid aside from my electro pass like a shower curtain at the YW. I went into a shadowy room where 80 years of silence hung like black crepe on a coffin. The tiled floor was still immaculate, the air fresh. Here at the heart of the aerospace center, all systems were still go. In the central control bunker, 9 rows of green lights glowed on the high panel over red letters that spelled out, "Stand by to fire." A foot to the left, a big white lever stood in the unlocked position, 6 inches from the outstretched fingertips of the mummified corpse strapped into the controller's chair. To the right, a red glow on the monitor panel indicated the locked doors open. I rode the lift down to K level, stepped out onto the steel-railed platform that hugged the sweep of the starship's hull, and stepped through into the narrow COC. On my right, 3 empty stasis tanks stood open, festooned cabling draped in disorder. To the left were the 4 sealed covers under which Day, Macy, Cruciani, and Black waited. I went close, red dials. Slender needles trembled minutely to the beating of sluggish hearts. They were alive. I left the ship, sealed the inner and outer ports. Back in the control bunker, the monitor panel showed, "All clear for launch now." I studied the timer, set it, turned back to the master panel. The white lever was smooth and cool under my hand. It seated with a click. The red hand of the launch clock moved off jerkily, the ticking harsh in the silence. Outside, the bolo waited. I climbed to a perch in the open conning tower 20 feet above the broken pavement, moved off toward the west, where sunrise colors picked out the high towers of the palace. I rested the weight of my splinted and wrapped arm on the balcony rail, looking out across the valley and the town to the misty plain under which the Prometheus waited. "There's something happening now," Bernarda said. I took the binoculars, watched as the silo doors rolled back. "There's smoke," Renata said. "Don't worry, just cooling gases being vented off." I looked at my watch. Another minute or two, and man makes the biggest jump since the first lungfish crawled out on a mudflat. "What will they find out there?" I shook my head. Homo terra firma can't even conceive what Homo astra has ahead of him. 20 years they'll be gone. It's a long time to wait. We'll be busy trying to put together a world for them to come back to. I don't think we'll be bored. "Look!" Renata gripped my good arm. A long silvery shape, huge at even the distance of miles, rose slowly out of the earth, poised on a brilliant ball of white fire. Then the sound came, a thunder that penetrated my bones, shook the railing under my hand. The fireball lengthened into a silver-white column with the ship balanced at its tip. Then the column broke free, rose up, up. I felt Renata's hand touch mine. I gripped it hard. Together we watched as Prometheus took man's gift of fire back to the heavens. End of section 21. End the Night of the Trolls.